My beautiful wife took me home. My girlfriend found a male best friend and provoked me to my face. Furious, I went and got myself a stunning wife. Only after marriage did I discover that my wife is actually the CEO of the company. Chapter 1: Flash Marriage with a Stunning Wife. Luo City. Fang Heng walked down the sidewalk, his brows furrowed tightly. Behind him, his girlfriend was giggling on the phone with someone, her face full of joy. Fang Heng stopped in his tracks and finally couldn't hold back anymore. Are you here to hang out with me, or to chat with him on the phone? Newer Tilder, I'll hang up for now. Let's talk tonight. Liu Li cooed sweetly into the phone, then hung up and shot an annoyed glare at Fang Heng. What's your problem again? I'm just talking to my bestie. What's wrong with that? Your bestie is a guy. Yeah, so what? Haven't you heard of a male best friend before? Alright then, I'll go get myself a female bro, too. No way. How could there be pure friendship between men and women? Then what about you and your so-called male best friend? It's different for me. Fang Heng scratched his head in frustration. What kind of twisted logic was this? She could have a male best friend, but he wasn't allowed to have a female bro. Just then, a voice message played from Liu Li's phone. Lily, what's up with your boyfriend? Liu Li raised the phone to her mouth and replied, he's acting up again. Just ignore him. That was the last straw for Fang Heng. Liu Li, who's really the one acting up here? Fang Heng, how dare you yell at me? Are you trying to break up with me? I'm done with you. If I don't break up, I'm a fool. Fine, break up then. But don't come crawling back to me later. They were only a short distance from the Civil Affairs Bureau. A fruit vendor nearby was munching on a watermelon, thoroughly entertained by the drama. After Liu Li stormed off, Fang Heng sat on a stone bench, feeling dejected. He and Liu Li had been dating for more than 6 months. In the beginning, she seemed normal in every way. But as time went on, she became increasingly unreasonable. Anytime she didn't get her way, she'd threaten to break up, forcing him to compromise. Recently, she'd even found herself a male best friend. They'd chat all night, speaking in an overly affectionate manner, and Fang Heng wasn't allowed to say a word about it. To him, this wasn't a male best friend at all. It was practically an open affair. He'd had enough. If she wanted to act like a queen, someone else could deal with it. He was done. Suddenly, a soft voice came from nearby. Hello. Fang Heng looked up to see a woman standing in front of him. She wore a black dress, her aura cool and elegant. Her red, teary eyes and delicate, flawless face suggested she had just experienced something emotional. Tears on a beauty's face always carried a special kind of sorrow. Fang Heng was momentarily stunned by her breathtaking appearance. Liu Li had always been considered pretty, but this woman in front of him was on an entirely different level. Her long, slender legs were especially eye-catching. Hello, can I help you? He asked. Can you marry me? She said, looking at him seriously. Huh? Why do you want to marry me? Fang Heng was completely dumbfounded. Not just him, the fruit vendor on the side was also in shock. He just broke up, and now a stunning beauty was proposing to him? How did this guy get so lucky? The woman took out a bank card and handed it to him. There's 100,000 yuan on this card. You don't need to ask so many questions. Just know that if you marry me, this money will be yours. Wait a second. I've had too many surprises today. Let me think for a moment. The fruit vendor was practically yelling inside his head. A beautiful, wealthy woman offering money to marry him. And he still needed to think it over. What a waste of luck. This man doesn't know how good he has it. After a moment of thought, Fang Heng made his decision. He agreed to marry her. His reasons were simple. First, the woman didn't seem like a bad person. Second, she offered too much. Who could resist 100,000 yuan? Third, he was still upset about Liu Li. If Liu Li could find a male best friend, then he'd just go ahead and find a wife. They walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau. When they emerged, they each held a small red marriage certificate in hand. Only then did Fang Heng learn her name, Ling Yu. Her name, meaning cold rain, matched her perfectly. She was like an icy beauty, distant and untouchable. Even standing next to her, Fang Heng could feel an unspoken sense of distance. Here's another 100,000 yuan. I have something to do, so I'll leave now. Ling Yu handed him another card, then turned and got into a sleek Audi S8. As the car drove away, a mechanical voice echoed in Fang Heng's mind. Ding! Their strongest freeloader system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack. The gift pack has been opened. You have received their freeloader rebate ability. Fang Heng was stunned. A system. But what was this freeloader rebate ability? Freeloader rebate explanation. For every amount of money your partner spends on you, you will receive a 200% cashback reward. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng's eyes lit up. If Ling Yu spent 1 yuan on him, he would receive 2 yuan in return. If she spent 1,000 yuan, he'd get 2,000 yuan. As long as he kept freeloading, he could reach the peak of life in no time. This marriage was a win. The shadow of his breakup vanished instantly. With a hum in his voice, Fang Heng walked home, feeling invincible. Back at his apartment complex, neighbors eyed him strangely as he walked past. Wasn't he surprised? In their eyes, he had always been a fool. During the 6 months he dated Liu Li, she didn't work a single day. Her meals, clothes, and everything else were paid for by Fang Heng. He treated her like a queen, while she constantly threatened to break up unless she got her way. Every time they fought, their neighbors became spectators, eagerly eating up the drama. Even people from nearby apartments would gather to watch. Inside the apartment, Liu Li was in the middle of a gaming session, chatting with her male best friend, Wang Zhenghao. So annoying, we lost again. It's all Fang Heng's fault, Liu Li grumbled, tossing her phone aside. True, Wang Zhenghao agreed. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have lost so many rounds. When he comes back, if he doesn't kneel and beg me, I'm not taking him back, Liu Li declared proudly. And if he doesn't come back? Wang Zhenghao asked with a grin. I haven't thought that far, Liu Li admitted. She didn't believe Fang Heng would really break up with her. They had countless arguments before, and every time Fang Heng would compromise and beg her to make up. So, this time would be no different. If worst comes to worst, you could just be with me, huh? Wang Zhenghao teased. Just then, the electronic lock of the front door clicked. Liu Li's eyes lit up with confidence. Fang Heng's back. I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind. Catch you later. She removed her headset, crossed her arms, and barked at Fang Heng. Take out the trash. Her desk was littered with empty snack bags, and the floor was covered in fruit peels. Seeing Fang Heng walk toward her, Liu Li smirked with satisfaction. Same as always. He acts tough, but in the end, he's just a softie. Time to show him who's boss. But in the next moment, her face turned pale with shock. She felt her body being lifted off the ground. Fear filled her eyes as she shrieked. Fang Heng, what are you doing? Chapter 2, My wife is 100 times prettier than you. Fang Heng's expression was cold. Didn't you want me to clean up the trash? I'll start by throwing out the biggest piece of trash you. Liu Li struggled with all her might before finally breaking free. Fang Heng, you're still acting like this. Are you really not thinking about getting back together? What's there to get back together for? Isn't it great for you to keep being all lovey-dovey with your male best friend? Are you seriously still jealous? So petty. You don't have an ounce of a man's dignity. Liu Li rolled her eyes. Oh, so you're the one with dignity. I mentioned once that I wanted a female best friend, and you threw a fit. I'm not going to argue with you. Just answer me, do you want to break up for real this time? I'm serious. You should get it straight, we already broke up. You better think carefully. Meeting a girlfriend as beautiful as me might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. The more Liu Li spoke, the more narcissistic she became, even flipping her hair as she spoke. Fang Heng couldn't help but laugh. He took out a marriage certificate, opened it, and held it up in front of Liu Li. Stop being so full of yourself. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Doesn't my current wife look 100 times more beautiful than you? A marriage certificate. A wife. The sudden influx of information overwhelmed Liu Li, leaving her momentarily stunned. When she finally snapped back to her senses, she snatched the certificate from Fang Heng's hand. In the photo, the woman next to Fang Heng was as stunning as a celestial beauty. Even Liu Li was captivated. Although Liu Li had always considered herself the number one beauty in Luo City, she still felt completely outclassed when she saw Ling Yu's face. However, Liu Li quickly reassessed the situation. Fang Heng's phone had no contacts aside from her. How could he possibly know such a gorgeous woman? And getting married so quickly on top of that? Impossible. Liu Li suddenly understood and sneered. Fang Heng, quit joking around. You used AI to fake a marriage certificate just to trick me. Is that supposed to be funny? Fang Heng couldn't even be bothered to spare her another glance, let alone argue. Believe it or not. Take your things and leave. Oh wait, none of these are actually yours since I paid for everything. With that, Fang Heng grabbed Liu Li like a baby chick and tossed her out the door before slamming it shut. Outside the room, the neighbors were dumbfounded. What just happened? Wasn't Fang Heng supposed to be the local softie always under his girlfriend's thumb? How did he suddenly become so assertive? Liu Li felt the awkward gazes from the neighbors and grew self-conscious. Her heart began to race. This was the first time since they'd started dating that Fang Heng had treated her like this. Banging on the door, she yelled. Fang Heng! Open the door. I'll count to 5. If you don't open it, even if you beg on your knees, I'll never get back together with you. 5. 4. 3. As she counted down, Liu Li's confidence gradually dwindled. Could it be that Fang Heng really wasn't planning on reconciling? But just when the countdown hit the final second, the door suddenly opened. Liu Li breathed a sigh of relief. See? Everything's still under control. Fang Heng can't live without me. The neighbors, however, were disappointed. They had been rooting for Fang Heng to stand his ground. Seriously? After all that, you're just going to cave? Pathetic. Liu Li crossed her arms, ready to scold him. But before she could utter a word, Fang Heng snatched the marriage certificate from her hand, shut the door again, and said coldly, Stay one more second, and I'll call building security to have you removed. The neighbors were stunned for a moment but soon breathed a collective sigh of relief. Nice one, Fang Heng. That's more like it. Liu Li was at a complete loss. Everything about Fang Heng's behavior felt foreign to her. It was as if everything was spiraling out of control. Liu Li resumed knocking on the door. First, she tried threatening him, but when that didn't work, she softened her tone. Fang Heng, open up, please. It's almost dark. You wouldn't seriously leave me outside for the night, would you? Heng Heng, I know I was wrong. Heng Heng, please. But no matter how hard she begged, Fang Heng remained indifferent. Before long, several security guards in uniform arrived, looking ready for action. Fearing she'd actually be dragged away, Liu Li had no choice but to leave in disgrace. The next day, Fang Heng went to work as usual. He worked as a regular employee at a company called Lightyear. Lightyear was well known in Luo City, engaged in multiple business ventures and boasting strong financial backing as a family-run enterprise. Every year, graduates from top universities fought tooth and nail for a spot there. Upon entering the sales department, Fang Heng ran into his supervisor, Li Hua, who was just about to submit some files. The two of them walked into the office one after the other. Yo, Fang Heng. You're looking fresh today. Did your girlfriend go easy on you last night? She did, but we also broke up. Wait, what? You broke up? Li Hua was stunned. He and Fang Heng were on good terms, so he knew a bit about Liu Li. With a girlfriend like her spoiled and self-absorbed, he wouldn't have lasted a single day. The fact that Fang Heng endured for over 6 months left Li Hua in awe. Honestly, good for you. There are so many beautiful girls in this company. With your looks, finding a new girlfriend will be a breeze. Back in school, Fang Heng had been the campus heartthrob. When he first joined Lightyear, plenty of female colleagues made advances. But after learning he had a girlfriend, they all backed off. Forget it. I'm not interested in dating. His experience with Liu Li had left him emotionally drained. Besides, he already had a wife. It wouldn't be appropriate to look for a girlfriend. That said, his wife was currently nowhere to be found since he'd forgotten to exchange contact information after their wedding. Don't be so down. You're too young to give up on love just because of a little setback. Li Hua patted him on the back, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Last night, Manager Wang from the marketing department was asking about you. Maybe someone from their department is interested in you. Why would someone from marketing be asking about me? Fang Heng was puzzled. I don't know for sure. Maybe they want to poach you for their team. Or maybe, like I said, one of their girls has a crush on you. As they spoke, the door opened, and a man with a short stature and a middle part in his hair stepped in. Lee's supervisor. Hey, Manager Wang. Speak of the devil. Li Hua grinned and introduced Fang Heng. Manager Wang, this is the guy you were asking about yesterday, our department ace, Fang Heng. Wang Jinghao tilted his head and scanned Fang Heng from head to toe, his gaze unfriendly. So, you're Fang Heng. And you are? Fang Heng asked, sensing something familiar in his voice. You call yourself a man? Yesterday, you threw Liu Li out like that. The mention of Liu Li instantly made things clear for Fang Heng. So, this guy is Liu Li's male best friend. And to top it off, he was also the manager of the marketing department. Well, this is going to be fun. Chapter 3, My wife is actually the CEO of the company. I thought I knew who you were, turns out you're just the shameless one. Watch your words. Who are you calling shameless? Wang Jinghao immediately flared up. Didn't hear me. I was talking about you. You're the one with no shame. The sudden argument between the two left Li Hua completely dumbfounded. Hey, stop arguing. What's going on with you two? Fang Heng spoke up, his Liu Li's new male best friend. Wang Jinghao, you're crossing the line now. Li Hua's expression instantly changed when he looked at Wang Jinghao. I have common interests with Liu Li. What's wrong with having a closer relationship? We're all men here. Don't think I don't know what's really going on. Wang Jinghao, you can deceive others, but don't fool yourself, Fang Heng sneered. You're the one with the dirty mind, Wang Jinghao shot back. Your mouth is tough. But here's a kind reminder, Liu Li is hard to please. She's also a serious beauty enthusiast. With your looks and height, TSK. Fang Heng hit him where it hurt, always aiming for the heart. Of course, if you haven't met her yet, I'd advise you to put on some makeup first, and maybe add some insoles to your shoes for extra height, just so you don't die at first sight. Fang Heng, show some respect when you speak. Wang Jinghao was deeply offended by Fang Heng's words. He had been getting along well with Liu Li, but the moment they met last night, she had completely changed. She had been distant and uninterested, even leaving after only a few words, making excuses to go. He thought it was just because Liu Li had recently broken up and was in a bad mood. But now, he realized Fang Heng was right, his appearance didn't meet Liu Li's expectations. I'm just telling the truth. Wang Jinghao, don't be so thin-skinned. This is the company. You're just a low-level employee acting so arrogantly. You don't want to keep your job, do you? Oh, you're in a hurry, huh? Yes, I am. And very much so. Just so you know, I'm close with the HR department. You'd better watch out. Wow, I'm so scared tilde, Fang Heng mocked, dragging the words in a sarcastic tone. Whether they fired him or not didn't matter to him at all. After all, with the system, as long as he kept freeloading, what was there to fear? Would he starve to death? On Li Hua's side, he could clearly hear the threat in Wang Jinghao's words. His expression immediately hardened, no longer trying to play the mediator. Instead, he stood firmly on Fang Heng's side. Since Fang Heng had joined the company, his performance had been outstanding, and Li Hua had taken a liking to him. He had even considered recommending him for a team leader position. Now, with Wang Jinghao trying to target someone from his sales department, it was essentially a slap in Li Hua's face as a department head. Wang Jinghao, that's a bit much. Fang Heng is part of our sales department. Li Hua, so you're protecting this kid? Wang Jinghao was surprised. I'm not just protecting Fang Heng, anyone who dares to touch someone from my sales department will have to go through me first, Li Hua said firmly. At that moment, the office door swung open. A woman with big, wavy hair, wearing black stockings and an office outfit walked in. Li Hua recognized her immediately. She was Leng Rushue, the HR manager. Li supervisor, you're sounding pretty confident. Do you think I need your approval before I can touch anyone in the sales department? Hello, Manager Leng, Li Hua immediately lowered his tone. Leng Rushue gave a cold hum and glanced at Fang Heng, raising an eyebrow in slight curiosity. In Lightyear, no employee dared to not greet her proactively when they saw her, and Fang Heng was the first. Wang Zhenghao quickly approached Ling Rushue, whispering something in her ear, clearly reporting on Fang Heng. Afterward, Wang Zhenghao silently stepped back, his face wearing a smug look, as if savoring his success. Ling Rushue gave Fang Heng a once-over. "Well, you're quite handsome. But it's a pity Lightyear doesn't have room for you. Pack up and head to the finance department." Li Hua, panicked, quickly spoke up, "Manager Ling, Fang Heng has been performing really well." "Oh, so Li's supervisor doesn't agree with my decision? Well, in that case, why don't you come with him?" Li Hua was stunned, too shocked to speak. Although Ling Rushue appeared to be just the HR manager, she secretly held a more powerful position. Even directors didn't dare to provoke her easily. Li Hua had a wife and kids to support, and this job was the only source of income for his family. At this moment, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and shoot an apologetic glance at Fang Heng. Fang Heng understood. If he dragged Li Hua into this, he'd feel a bit guilty. "It's fine if you want to fire me, but the severance package better be adequate. Don't worry, Lightyear is a big company. They can afford to pay," Ling Rushue replied. Fang Heng shrugged. Losing his job wasn't a big deal, as long as they paid him. After all, with the system, who would want to keep working every day? On his way to work this morning, he had even been considering whether he should quit. The main reason was Wang Zhenghao's actions that had pissed him off. With that thought in mind, he cracked his knuckles and started walking toward him. Wang Zhenghao immediately sensed Fang Heng's intention. He instinctively took a step back and said, "What do you think you're doing? I warn you, this is the company. If you dare to make a move, you'll regret it." "I'll try it, what's the worst that could happen? I'm already fired." "Are they going to fire me twice?" Fang Heng grabbed Wang Zhenghao by the collar and gave him a good beating. Wang Zhenghao shouted, "Manager Ling, help!" Ling Rushue was stunned. She hadn't expected Fang Heng to have the guts to fight someone in the office. She looked at Li Hua and said, "Manager Li, why don't you take care of your people?" "I'm sorry, Manager Ling, you have already fired Fang Heng, I have no right to take care of him." "You?" Seeing this, Ling Rushue had to call the security department. After a while, a group of security guards came to the sales department. The staff were talking about it. What happened in the manager's office? First it was Manager Wang, then Manager Ling. It seems that it's not a small matter. "Look, the president's assistant is here too." Hiss. "I really want to go in and see what's going on." "Don't worry about your life, if you dare to break in, you will be gone tomorrow." At this moment, in the office, Fang Heng was still beating Wang Zhenghao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Seeing that the security guards finally arrived, Ling Rushue immediately ordered, "What are you doing? Why don't you catch this guy?" Just as the security guards were about to take action, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Stop it." Then, a woman in a black suit and a ponytail came in. Li Hua was a little at a loss. It seemed that the matter had become so serious that even the president's assistant Shumu was alarmed. Ling Rushue frowned. "Assistant Shu, what do you mean?" Shumu ignored Ling Rushue, but looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Are you Fang Heng?" "Yes. The president wants to see you." Fang Heng was slightly startled. He has been working for so long, and he doesn't even know who the president of Guangyan is. Why does he suddenly want to see him? However, Fang Heng still followed Shumu and prepared to find out. Just out of the office door, Ling Rushue chased out and said angrily, "Don't leave." Shumu glanced at her and said lightly, "Manager Ling, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can find the president. I'm just doing what he was told." Without waiting for Ling Rushue to speak, Shumu led Fang Heng out of the sales department. Ling Rushue had nowhere to vent her anger, so she had to walk out with Wang Zhenghao one after the other. Wang Zhenghao, who was walking behind, covered his face with a file bag, fearing that others would witness his miserable state. As a result, what he feared came true, and Wang Zhenghao accidentally fell to the ground. The file bag flew several meters away, and his swollen face was exposed. Although the scene was silent, Wang Zhenghao still wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Wang Zhenghao hurriedly picked up the file bag and ran away from here. Finally, at this moment, the entire sales department was completely blown up. "My God, it's so explosive. Who do you think hit Manager Wang in the face?" I guess it was Fang Heng. I think it was Fang Heng too. Damn, Fang Heng is too awesome, he actually dared to hit Manager Wang. Well done, Manager Wang harassed me before, he is not a good person. At the same time. President's office. Xu Mu took Fang Heng to their door and left. Fang Heng knocked on the door. Come in. Fang Heng's heart tightened, this voice. When he walked into the office, he saw the beautiful and cold woman in a black dress in front of the French window, and he held his breath for a moment. Fuck. Wife. It turns out that the president of Guangnian is Ling Yu, who proposed to him yesterday. Chapter 4, Get a chair for Fang Heng. This was the first time they had met since their marriage. As their eyes met, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. However, before they could speak, Ling Rushue, accompanied by Wang Jinghao, stormed into the room with great force. Ling Yu put down her coffee cup and slowly sat down in her office chair. Manager Ling, what's the rush? You didn't even knock before barging in, she said, her voice as sweet and clear as a bubbling spring. Ling Yu, are you deliberately targeting me? Wang Jinghao was shocked. Ling Rushue was only the HR manager, but she dared to be so disrespectful to the president, Ling Yu. He was worried that if Ling Yu got angry, she might kick both him and Ling Rushue out of Lightyear. However, upon realizing that both of them shared the surname Ling, he suddenly understood the situation, and his anxiety eased a little. He felt a bit more confident. Ling Yu gave a slight frown and focused her attention on Wang Jinghao. Who is this person next to you? Wang Jinghao immediately pointed at Fang Heng and began to complain. President Ling, it was this Fang Heng who hit me. Did you hear that? This employee named Fang Heng assaulted me. I just wanted to call security to deal with him, and you stopped me. Ling Rushue complained, clearly dissatisfied. Ling Rushue and Ling Yu were cousins, and their relationship had always been strained. Since Ling Yu had been outstanding from a young age, she had earned the admiration of the family elders, which often led to Ling Rushue being compared to her. Over time, the constant overshadowing by Ling Yu had twisted Ling Rushue's personality, making her resent her cousin. Since joining Lightyear, Ling Rushue's proposals had frequently been rejected by Ling Yu, which only fueled her hatred. Don't think too highly of yourself. I don't have time to focus on you, Ling Yu said, feeling that Ling Rushue's behavior was as incomprehensible as ever. It was clear that Ling Yu had called Fang Heng in for personal reasons. But given that the matter now involved her newly wedded husband, she naturally had to handle it. So, Ling Yu looked toward Fang Heng. Explain why you hit him. Wang Jinghao felt uneasy as he listened. In the company, all the employees greeted him politely as their supervisor. But here, in front of Ling Yu, he didn't even have a name. However, he had no choice. As the president of Lightyear, it was normal for her not to remember someone like him. As for Fang Heng, he couldn't quite understand Ling Yu's attitude. Though they were married, their status and positions were vastly different. He couldn't help but worry that this incident might lead to Ling Yu wanting to divorce him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to keep freeloading, and the system might collapse too. He was still pondering how to respond when Ling Yu suddenly interrupted. Wait. She called for her assistant, Xu Mu. Yes, President Ling. What do you need? Get a chair for Fang Heng. Ling Rushue was a bit confused. She didn't know what Ling Yu was planning. Xu Mu, on the other hand, was uncertain if he had heard correctly. President Ling, are you sure? Just do as I say. Xu Mu brought in an expensive chair. As the group waited, puzzled by what Ling Yu was going to do next, she spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone, There's no rush, Fang Heng. Sit down, and let us take our time talking. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Ling Rushue and Xu Mu, who knew Ling Yu well, had never seen her treat a man with such an attitude before. Wang Jinghao's eyes widened in shock. He had thought that Ling Yu was going to punish Fang Heng in some way, but now it seemed the reality was completely different. He had a bad premonition growing inside him. Fang Heng sat down naturally. Here's the thing, he began. Early this morning, Supervisor Wang came to the sales department to pick a fight. I didn't tolerate it, and he threatened me, saying he had connections in HR and would get me fired. Ling Yu nodded, her gaze shifting toward Ling Rushue. Do you have anything to say? Wang Jinghao, growing increasingly panicked, responded, President Ling, don't listen to Fang Heng's nonsense. I wasn't picking a fight. He hit me first, and I didn't retaliate. Didn't pick a fight, huh? If that's the case, let us get Supervisor Lee in here to clear things up. Ling Yu gestured for Shu Mu to contact Li Huer. A short while later, Li Huer tiptoed into the office. When he saw Fang Heng sitting in the chair while everyone else was standing, he almost thought he was seeing things. This was insane. The head of the marketing department, the HR manager, and even the assistant to the president were all standing, while a lowly sales department employee like Fang Heng was sitting. Li Huer immediately began to blink at Fang Heng. Shu Mu said, "Li Huer, stop blinking and tell the president everything you know." Li Huer, feeling awkward, quickly recounted the entire story. The more Wang Jinghao listened, the more uneasy he became. The more Ling Rushua listened, the tighter her frown became. After hearing the full account, Ling Yu signaled for Li Huer to leave. Before leaving, Li Huer didn't forget to blink at Fang Heng, silently urging him to stand up. Seeing that Fang Heng remained seated, even smiling at him, Li Huer could only sigh and leave the room. Ling Yu looked at Wang Jinghao and said, "I understand now. So, you're the head of the marketing department." Yes, President Ling. "I'm Wang Jinghao," he stammered. "Shu Mu, give me his file." After receiving the file, Ling Yu stood up from her chair and slowly walked to Ling Rushua's side. "Your person has done too many bad things. Should we take a look?" Ling Rushua grabbed the file without hesitation. She initially didn't think much of it, but after reading through it, her face grew serious. She glared at Wang Jinghao and said, "You've been doing all this behind my back." "I swear, I didn't do anything wrong," Wang Jinghao protested. "Open your eyes and look. This is all evidence. How do you explain it?" Ling Rushua slammed the file onto Wang Jinghao's face. He took it and, upon reading it, his face filled with disbelief. The file thoroughly documented his misconduct since joining the company, including embezzling, taking bribes, and harassing employees. There were even incidents he had almost forgotten about. Feeling suddenly weak, the file slipped from his hands, and Wang Jinghao collapsed to the floor. He looked at Ling Yu, the stunning president of Lightyear, and in that moment, she seemed as terrifying as death itself. Ling Yu said coldly, "Shu Mu, have the security team detain him and hand him over to the police." No, Ling Shui, please help me. I don't want to go to jail." Wang Jinghao suddenly became frantic, rushing to grab Ling Rushua's legs. They had been university classmates, and during their college years, Wang Jinghao had always been Ling Rushua's lackey. Thanks to her, he had managed to get into Lightyear and rise quickly to become the head of the marketing department. But Ling Rushua didn't want to clean up his mess. She kicked him away, saying, "Get lost." Seeing no hope left, Wang Jinghao shifted his last glimmer of hope to Fang Heng. He sensed that Fang Heng had a special relationship with Ling Yu. Perhaps if Fang Heng spoke up, Ling Yu might let him go. Chapter 5 Baby. So Wang Jinghao crawled to Fang Heng. "Brother Heng, I was wrong. I really have no face. Please help me. From now on, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse to repay you." Fang Heng would not be so chaste. If Ling Yu had not been there, he would have been fired at this moment, and Wang Jinghao would not have knelt on the ground to beg him. "It's useless for you to beg me. I'm just a small employee. What can I do for you?" Fang Heng spread his hands. Ling Yu suddenly said to Fang Heng, "I can let him go. It depends on your decision." Shu Mu and Ling Rushua were both surprised. They were even more curious about the relationship between Fang Heng and Ling Yu. Ma Shun, the head of the security department, who had just entered the door and heard the words, was also very shocked. He couldn't help but wonder who Fang Heng was. Even the president had to ask for his opinion when making decisions. Wang Jinghao was overjoyed and said, "Brother Heng, you are my real brother. From tomorrow I will change my last name to yours. Please save my brother." Fang Heng did not expect things to develop in this direction. Seeing that everyone's attention was on him, Fang Heng coughed dryly and said, "I don't know him. Take him away." Now it was Wang Jinghao's turn to be confused. "Brother Heng, you can't do this. What's unfamiliar about him? You just beat me up." Ma Shun gave his men a look. Wang Jinghao struggled and was dragged out. "Wait for everyone to leave." Ling Rushua turned around and wanted to leave. "Stop." Ling Yu blocked her way and immediately looked at Shu Mu on the side. Shu Mu nodded and consciously left the office. Leng Rushua asked in confusion. Leng Yu, what do you want to do? Leng Yu's expression gradually became cold. Manager Leng, please call me by my title in the company. Also, you don't think you're fine, do you? What do I have to do? It's just. Leng Rushua just remembered that she had just decided to fire Fang Heng. But she didn't care. He was just a small employee. What's the big deal? At this time, accompanied by a snap, Leng Rushua suddenly felt half of her face burning with pain. She covered her face and said in disbelief, "You actually hit me for him. Fang Heng is my man. If you dare to touch him again, it won't be so simple next time." Leng Rushua's eyes were red, surprised and aggrieved. She glared at Leng Yu fiercely, and then slammed the door and left. Fang Heng, who witnessed everything, was stunned. Never expected that Leng Yu would do this for him. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, congratulations to their host for accumulating 30% soft rice value. The Do Not Disturb function for obtaining small soft rice value has been turned on. Note, you can participate in the lottery when the value of soft rice reaches 100%. Leng Yu can increase the value of soft rice without spending money on himself. It seems that there are many rules for eating soft rice. And you can participate in the lottery when the value of soft rice reaches 100%. Fang Heng began to look forward to what good things he would draw. Come back to his senses. Leng Yu has sat back in the office chair, holding a coffee cup in her jade hands. Don't worry, as long as I am in Guangyan, no one will dare to touch you in the future. Fang Heng was a little flattered. Luckily, he is not a little girl, otherwise his cheeks must be red at this moment. Thinking back to Leng Yu who proposed to him with tears in his eyes yesterday, Fang Heng never thought that the other party would be the rumored vigorous and decisive president of Guangyan. Fang Heng finally couldn't help asking, "You're not marrying me to get my ass, are you? You're thinking too much. Then why did you choose me to marry?" Secret. Okay. Since Leng Yu didn't want to say it, there was no point in asking more. From today on, I'll take care of your food, clothing, housing and transportation. You can ask for anything you want. You just need to do one thing well. Be a good husband to me. Yes. Can you really ask for anything? Yes. After Fang Heng left, Leng Yu recalled yesterday's scenes with interest. She originally proposed to Fang Heng because of impulse. Unexpectedly, Fang Heng really agreed. At this time, Xu Mu walked into the office. "Boss Leng, excuse me, what is your relationship with Fang Heng?" "Husband and wife." Leng Yu reached out and pushed Xu Mu's chin up, helping her close her wide mouth. "Don't be too surprised. It's time to meet the client." Fang Heng returned to the sales department. The staff swarmed around him like they saw a star. Although they didn't know what happened. But they heard about Wang Zhenghao's fate. Most people in the sales department hated Wang Zhenghao. Because of him, the work between the two departments was always difficult to carry out. Even Wang Zhenghao frequently harassed female colleagues in private. Fang Heng was also a disguised way to get rid of harm for everyone. Even those who were jealous of Fang Heng's attentions from female colleagues. At this time, they also cast a look of approval. The appearance of Supervisor Li Hua made everyone return to their work silently. He gave Fang Heng a look. The two entered the office one after another. Li Hua locked the door and said, "You are really careless. I hinted to you just now, don't you understand?" Looking back now, Li Hua still has lingering fears. All those who have a higher position than Fang Heng in the company are standing. As a result, Fang Heng sat there stupidly. Those who didn't know would think Fang Heng was the chairman. "It was President Leng who asked me to sit there." Fang Heng picked up the fruit on the desk and started eating. "Who asked you to sit there?" "You, huh?" "It was President Leng who asked you to sit there." "Yes." "Do you know President Leng?" Li Hua said, picking up the teacup. "Not very familiar." "Then what is your relationship?" "She is my wife." Puff. Li Hua spit out all the water he had just drunk. Fortunately, Fang Heng dodged in time. Li Hua wiped his mouth and said helplessly, "You are so frivolous, and you are teasing me." "Hey, I really didn't lie to you." At this time, the desk phone rang. "Go away, I'm doing business, you should go to work quickly." Fang Heng took another orange and left the office. It was normal for Li Hua not to believe it. After all, if a colleague said this, Fang Heng would also think that the other party was joking. After get off work in the evening, Fang Heng was struggling whether to take the bus or ride a shared Xiaolan to go home. A black Audi S8 stopped in front of him. The car window was lowered, and Ling Yu's beautiful face was reflected. Get in the car. Fang Heng went to open the door of the back seat. Ling Yu said, "You can sit next to me." So Fang Heng sat in the passenger seat. "Boss Ling, what do you want?" "Fasten your seat belt." Fang Heng fastened his seat belt and said, "Then what?" "Your home address." "What are you doing?" Fang Heng asked in confusion. "Take you home." "Oh, thank you, Boss Ling." Ling Yu turned the steering wheel. "Don't call me that after leaving the company." "Then what should I call you?" "It's all right." "Baby, baby." Fang Heng asked tentatively. As a result, when the word baby came out, not only Ling Yu was stunned, but also Fang Heng himself was stunned soon. Chapter 6: Living Together. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became awkward. Ling Yu put her hair behind her ears. "Just call me by my name normally, of course, you can do it freely in special occasions." "I understand." Fang Heng scratched his head. It seems that he doesn't need to work so hard in private. After the two left, Li Hua, who was not far away, was squinting. He was highly myopic and took the wrong glasses when he went out today, so his vision in the distance was a little blurry. After get off work, Li Hua originally planned to send Fang Heng home and accompany him to drink to relieve boredom. After all, Fang Heng had just broken up. As a result, he couldn't find anyone. Just now, he saw a familiar figure leaving in a car, and he was not sure if it was Fang Heng. At the same time, Fang Heng was sighing in his heart that it was different to sit in this car worth millions. Then he received a message from Li Hua. Fang Heng replied with a voice message, "Thank you for the kindness of Manager Li, but I have someone to accompany me." Ling Yu said, "It seems that you have a good relationship with Li Hua. He has always taken good care of me." At this point, Fang Heng suddenly remembered what Ling Yu said in the morning. "By the way, I want to make a request. Want me to promote Li Hua?" Fang Heng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ling Yu to see through his thoughts directly. "Yes." Since joining the company, Li Hua has always treated Fang Heng well. Today, Leng Rushua ordered to fire him, and Li Hua even took the risk to help speak. Fang Heng should also repay the other party. "The phone is in the bag, you call Shumu directly and ask her to send me Li Hua's information." Fang Heng took out his phone. The call was connected. Shumu's voice came soon. "Hello, President Ling." President Ling said that he asked you to send her the information of Li Hua, the head of the sales department. "You are Fang Heng." Shumu was surprised. "It's me." The other end was silent for a moment, and then replied, "Okay." Ling Yu glanced at Fang Heng and asked, "Besides that, what position do you want to go to?" Fang Heng said, "I want to go to an easier position, preferably one where I don't have to do anything, and I can still get paid." "I understand. I'll arrange a clerical position for you later, and the work will be handed over to Shumu. You can come to work or not." "Really?" Ling Yu nodded to indicate that it was true. Fang Heng was so happy. Originally, he just wanted to be a jerk in the company, but he didn't even have to work and got paid. This was so cool. The phone was not hung up yet. On the other side, Shumu heard it clearly. At this time, she was speechless. She really couldn't understand why the president would find a husband like Fang Heng and indulge him in eating gigolo meals. Is it just because he is handsome? Shumu recalled Fang Heng's appearance. He is indeed handsome, with a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. But the president is not the kind of person who loves to be obsessed with flowers. Shumu was puzzled. The Audi S8 stopped at the apartment building. Fang Heng unbuckled his seat belt and said, "Thank you. Be careful on your way back." Ling Yu also unbuckled his seat belt. "No hurry. I'll go up with you." Is it inconvenient?" "No, go this way. There are fewer people waiting for the elevator here." The two got out of the car and walked to the back door of the apartment together. The back door is close to the park. There are many vendors on the roadside. Among them, the one selling fruits is the most conspicuous. Tourists passing by are attracted by the household registration book on his sign. thought it was a new marketing method. What they didn't know was that the fruit vendor was stimulated by Fang Heng yesterday and also wanted to meet a rich and beautiful woman who proposed to him. However, after a day, the rich and beautiful woman who proposed to him didn't meet, but his business was getting better and better. At this time, the fruit vendor happened to see Fang Heng and Ling Yu walking into the apartment. He was so envious that his back teeth were about to break. "We are all men, why can you encounter such a good thing, but I can't?" On the other side, Fang Heng and Ling Yu took the elevator to the floor. They entered the room together. Such a scene. The neighbors who gathered on the balcony to chat were stunned. What is going on? Fang Heng just broke up yesterday, and today he brought his new girlfriend home. The key is that Liu Li is already a rare beauty. And this new girlfriend is many times more beautiful than Liu Li. Some people originally teased Fang Heng for not knowing how to cherish, saying that Liu Li, such a beautiful woman, was not wanted. In the end, it turned out that the clown was himself. Fang Heng didn't know how to cherish, it was clear that he could find a better one. In the room. "It's a bit messy, just find a place to sit," Fang Heng said. It took him a lot of time to throw away Liu Li's things last night. There are still many places that he didn't have time to clean up. Ling Yu looked around and finally his eyes fell on a piece of women's underwear. "Let's move." "Where to move?" "Move to my place." Fang Heng was stunned. "Is this living together? Isn't it a bit too fast? But when I think about it, they have both obtained the marriage certificate, so what's the hurry? Besides, moving in together will make it easier to eat free food and play the role of the system." Fang Heng immediately started to pack. Because all the money was spent on Liu Li before, Fang Heng didn't have much except a computer and some daily necessities. Soon the things were packed, and Fang Heng wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Done." Ling Yu pointed to the underwear he had just seen. "What about this?" "Ahem, you don't need to take this." Fang Heng then realized that Liu Li's things were not thrown away cleanly. After leaving the apartment building, Ling Yu received a call, which seemed to be related to the company's business. She handed the car keys to Fang Heng, opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Fang Heng understood, put the package in the trunk, and walked to the driver's seat. At this time, a voice came from behind. "Fang Heng." Fang Heng looked back and saw that it was none other than his ex-girlfriend Liu Li. He said coldly, "You recognized the wrong person. Is this your car?" Liu Li looked at the car in front of her in surprise. The latest Audi S8. The price starts at least 2 million. Fang Heng ignored her, but opened the door and got in, stepped on the accelerator and left. "Hey, don't go." Liu Li wanted to catch up but didn't catch up, but instead took a mouthful of exhaust gas. She came here today to get back together with Fang Heng in the name of taking things. Because she met Wang Zhenghao last night, the other party's appearance was really too different from what she imagined, which made her lose her appetite and ran away without even eating. Liu Li reflected all night and realized that she was indeed too much. Fang Heng is handsome and willing to spend money on her. No matter how angry he was before, he spoiled her. A man like this is hard to find with a lantern, she should cherish him. The key point is that Fang Heng is still driving a luxury car worth millions. Maybe he deliberately concealed his identity before. He is the eldest son of a wealthy family in a hidden family. Thinking of this, Liu Li was even more determined to get back together with Fang Heng. She immediately contacted Fang Heng with her mobile phone. But the call was not connected and the message could not be sent. It was obvious that he was blocked. Liu Li stamped her feet unwillingly. Woo! Will Fang Heng really not want me anymore? Chapter 7 Perfect Woman. In the car, Ling Yu looked at Liu Li thoughtfully through the rearview mirror. But soon, she looked away and focused on communicating business with the person on the other end of the phone. Fang Heng didn't know the specific address, and it was not easy to disturb Ling Yu, so he deliberately slowed down the car. Ling Yu noticed it and said, "Boss Shan, wait a moment." Then, she reported the address, and Fang Heng accelerated according to the navigation. "Sorry, Boss Shan, let's continue." On the phone, the woman called Boss Shan said, "Hey, Boss Ling, which handsome boy are you talking to?" "My family." "Don't you have only one sister?" If I heard it correctly, that was a man's voice just now, and it sounded like a handsome guy. "Yes, it's my husband." "When did you get married?" "How come I don't know?" The woman was surprised. We just got married yesterday. It was quite hasty. We haven't had time to hold the wedding banquet yet. Oh, our President Ling finally got it. Turn on the video and let me see how handsome your husband is. It's inconvenient for him to drive. Ling Yu looked at Fang Heng and said, "Oh, you have a beautiful woman in a golden house, and you are afraid of me seeing it, right?" "No." "Then it's settled. I'll treat you on Sunday. You bring your brother-in-law over. I need to ask his opinion first. The famous President Lin can't be the master of the house after getting married." Fang Heng said, "I have no problem. I heard my brother-in-law's voice. He said it's okay. It's a deal. See you on Sunday. Bye." "Hey, wait a minute." Ling Yu held the hung-up phone and muttered, "This woman, the business hasn't been discussed yet." She sent another message to the other party. Not long after, the woman replied with a voice message. "Oh, Mr. Ling, you two just got married, what business are you still talking about? A night of love is worth 1,000 gold, hurry home and make a baby." Ling Yu turned off their voice before it finished. The car suddenly became quiet. Fortunately, the destination was not far away. Junyuan is located in the center of Los Angeles and is one of the famous wealthy communities. Fang Heng got out of the car and was a little shocked by the huge villa in front of him. There is also a swimming pool in the courtyard, with all kinds of facilities. After admiring the internal structure of the villa, Fang Heng was even more amazed. Sure enough, the life of the rich is extraordinary. Ling Yu took off her jewelry and said, "There are many empty rooms. Pick one you like. I'm going to take a shower first." Fang Heng nodded. After Ling Yu entered the bathroom, he did not rush to find a room. He first walked around the villa. Fang Heng was surprised to find that in such a large villa, there were only traces of Ling Yu's life, but it was well organized. Many rooms were unoccupied, but they were all beautifully decorated. Finally, Fang Heng chose a room on the first floor near the corner, because there was a large floor-to-ceiling window, and he could see the scenery in the courtyard by opening the curtains. Fang Heng placed the things he brought in the room one by one. Soon, Ling Yu, wearing home clothes, appeared at the door. "Good taste. Did you finish your shower so quickly?" In Fang Heng's impression, Liu Li would take at least an hour to take a shower. "I don't like wasting time in the bathroom." Ling Yu turned around and prepared to leave, and suddenly thought of something. "By the way, there is food in the refrigerator. If you are hungry, you can make it yourself. If you don't want to make it, you can order takeout. I have sent you the address here." "Okay," Fang Heng said. That night, Fang Heng didn't sleep well. Of course it wasn't the bed, but he had developed an old problem of insomnia in a strange environment. When he woke up the next day, it was already noon. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw Ling Yu in the swimming pool. The surface of the pool was sparkling, and she was shuttling back and forth in it like a mermaid. After a while, Ling Yu came ashore, and water drops slowly slid down her body. She was wearing a conservative swimsuit, but it was still hard to hide her hot body, so Fang Heng was stunned for a moment. The four eyes met. Ling Yu said, "You finally woke up. There are still many things to do today. Get up quickly." Walked out of the room. Fang Heng saw breakfast on the dining table. Considerate and capable, it must be said that Ling Yu is indeed a perfect woman. Whoever marries her is really blessed in the previous life. But thinking carefully, it feels weird again. Fang Heng washed and ate breakfast. Ling Yu changed her clothes and walked down from the second floor. She didn't wear a skirt today, but changed into a slim summer dress. Fang Heng asked, "What are the specific arrangements?" "We are going to meet President Shan tomorrow, and we need to make some preparations." Hearing her say this, Fang Heng immediately understood that she was going out shopping, and he couldn't help but feel happy. The rebate from the soft rice king can finally come in handy. Junyuan is in the city center, and there are everything nearby, so you can go to the mall as soon as you go out. The first stop is the clothing store. The English GC on the store immediately awakened Fang Heng's memory. GC is a well-known high-end brand in Los Angeles. When he first started dating Liu Li, she insisted on buying clothes from it. Fang Heng had no choice but to agree. At that time, he only bought a short-sleeved shirt and spent 5,000 yuan. "Sir, are you interested in this one?" A voice brought Fang Heng's thoughts back to reality. He looked at the clothes introduced by the shopping guide, and the price was exactly 10,000 yuan. If it were the past, he would definitely turn around and leave. Clothes worth 10,000 yuan are really unaffordable. But now is different from the past. With Ling Yu paying, he doesn't have to worry about whether he can afford it. Fang Heng has always been used to being poor. The total amount of his clothes is less than 1,000 yuan, so clothes worth 10,000 yuan are naturally enough for him. But when he thought about the rebate from the soft rice king, he decided to choose a more expensive one. Let me take another look. Fang Heng moved forward, and the shopping guide followed him enthusiastically. Ling Yu said nothing, and seemed to be choosing clothes. In the end, Fang Heng chose a 20,000 yuan one. I want to try this one. Fang Heng pointed at the clothes. Okay, please wait. The shopping guide hurriedly began to pick up the clothes. This one costs 20,000 yuan, which is twice as much as the previous one. The shopping guide had just joined the company not long ago. Although she works here, as an office worker, she is reluctant to buy these clothes. After a while, Fang Heng came out of the fitting room and stood in front of the mirror. The shopping guide said in a somewhat infatuated way, "Sir, you are already very handsome, and now you are even more handsome in this dress." Really? Of course, of course. The shopping guide nodded like pounding garlic. She said this because she wanted to sell clothes, but Fang Heng was indeed handsome to her heart. Then how about this one? Fang Heng said tentatively, observing Ling Yu's reaction. Although there is a rebate from the king of soft rice, the more money you spend, the more rebate you get, but after all, it is Ling Yu who pays. Ling Yu walked forward, looked at the clothes, and then looked at the price. She suddenly said, "This one is not good." R. The shopping guide was a little confused. Seeing that the clothes were about to be sold, why did it suddenly become unsatisfactory? This was a bit unexpected for Fang Heng. Could it be that Ling Yu thought it was a bit expensive? If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the one that cost 10,000 yuan just now. Chapter 8. I will help you put it on. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu said again, "This one is too cheap, it doesn't suit my husband's identity." The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, and then she was ecstatic. "Beauty, which one have you decided to take?" Ling Yu picked up a piece of clothing and motioned Fang Heng to try it on. Fang Heng changed into new clothes. Come out of the fitting room again. Looked in the mirror. It feels like this one is even more finely made than the one that cost 20,000 yuan just now. Ling Yu asked, "What do you think of this one?" "Okay. Then I'll take this one." The salesperson swallowed her saliva, suppressed her excitement, and said, "Beauty, are you sure? This dress costs 50,000 yuan. Fang Heng was a little surprised when he heard that. He didn't have time to look at the price. "I didn't expect this dress to cost 50,000 yuan. It's more than twice as expensive as the one he just chose." "Wait a minute." Ling Yu stopped the salesperson who was helping to pack. The salesperson was a little uneasy, guessing that Ling Yu might not want to buy it. Sure enough, I shouldn't have said too much. Otherwise, this dress would have been sold. This is the most expensive dress in the store. 50,000 yuan. The commission alone is quite a lot. Thinking of this, the salesperson was almost crying. Ling Yu said, "I want to take 2 more pieces. Are there any other styles?" The shopping guide was stunned. She had thought so much, and it turned out that the other party didn't want it, but felt that 1 piece was not enough. Yes, I'll go get it now, please wait." The shopping guide was excited and incoherent, and ran to the storage room in a hurry. Soon, she took out a series of styles for Fang Heng to choose. This, and this. Fang Heng chose 2 pieces of different colors to distinguish them. Ling Yu took out her bank card. Swipe the card. Okay. After doing everything and sending the 2 away in person, the shopping guide finally couldn't hold back her excitement. At this time, the store manager came in, saw her like this, and asked what happened. The shopping guide trembled and told the whole story. The store manager had seen a lot of storms, but he was still a little surprised. A young couple who came into the store with the intention of just looking but not buying were very surprised when they heard this. "What kind of family conditions? Did you buy clothes worth 150,000 yuan?" Fang Heng sighed. The system prompt sounded in his mind quickly. Ding, it is detected that the other half is spending for their host, triggering the rebate from the soft rice king. Congratulations to their host for accumulating 70% soft rice value. Fang Heng looked at the balance, which was exactly 500,000 yuan. The 200,000 yuan was given by Ling Yu when they got married. The newly added 300,000 yuan is the rebate generated by buying clothes just now. And with another 30% soft rice value, you can draw a lottery. I don't know what good things you will draw. At this time, Fang Heng had an idea. Since Ling Yu will get a rebate for spending for him, then giving Ling Yu money and letting Ling Yu give it to him, will it also trigger the rebate from the soft rice king? Fang Heng touched his pocket and found that there was exactly $1 in it. So he handed it to Ling Yu. Here. Ling Yu looked puzzled. What are you doing? Fang Heng said, take it first. Ling Yu took $1. Then what? Give it to me. Here you go. Ling Yu put $1 in Fang Heng's palm. Fang Heng expected the system's prompt sound to sound in his mind. But nothing happened. Just when he thought it was hopeless, the system finally said something. Only when the other half consumes for their host can the rebate of the king of soft rice be triggered. Note, there are no loopholes in this system, and all rewards issued are reasonable. Fang Heng sighed that it really didn't work. If the bug could be caught, it would be equivalent to stepping on the right foot with the left foot, and you could go to heaven directly. Ling Yu didn't know what Fang Heng was doing, but he didn't think much about his inexplicable behavior. Then, the two came to DL Jewelry Store. This store is not far from the GC clothing store just now, and it is also a high-end well-known brand in Los Angeles. There are many ladies in the store, as well as young couples who are about to get engaged. As soon as Ling Yu was seen, the sharp-eyed clerk came up to her. Excuse me, are you Ms. Ling? It's me. Ling Yu said calmly. Please come this way, follow me to the private room on the second floor. The manager will be here shortly. The two followed the clerk up the stairs to the second floor. The customers below were shocked when they noticed this scene. Some of them were regular customers. They had never enjoyed such treatment. Second floor private room. Not long after Fang Heng and Ling Yu sat down, manager Yang Huamai appeared in front of them, panting. She was about to go out to do something, but when she heard that Ling Yu was coming, she turned around and rushed back in a hurry. Others may not know, but as the manager of DL, she must know. Ling Yu is the famous president of Guanyin, and she is also a member of the Ling family. The power of the Ling family in Los Angeles is beyond imagination. With just one word, DL can close down on the same day. So when Ling Yu called in person last night to ask for a custom wedding ring, Yang Huamai was flattered and felt very nervous. She told her subordinates to make it overnight and she didn't sleep well all night. Boss Ling, this is your customized ring. Please take a look. Yang Huamai pushed the ring box in front of Ling Yu and carefully observed Fang Heng beside him. You should know that Ling Yu not only has a prominent family background, but also has a stunning appearance. Countless suitors racked their brains to get her, but this cold beauty was not moved at all. Now she is looking at wedding rings with a man, which shows that their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Ling Yu turned her head and asked, Fang Heng, what do you think of this ring? It's pretty. Fang Heng was a little surprised. He thought Ling Yu was here to buy jewelry. But they are both married, so it's a bit strange that there is no ring. Then try it on first. Yeah. Ling Yu was about to take the ring, but Fang Heng got there first. Then, she felt a pair of warm hands under her palms, and the touch of the ring came from her fingers. Ling Yu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. It's quite suitable, Fang Heng said. This was the first time he touched Ling Yu's hand, soft and cool, and felt good. Ling Yu was flustered for a moment, subconsciously withdrew his hand, and then took the ring out of the ring box. I'll help you put it on too. Ling Yu supported Fang Heng's hand, then put the ring on the ring finger and slowly pushed it in. It seems a little tight, Fang Heng said. Maybe the size is too small, Mr. Ling, please try this one again. Yang Huamai said hurriedly. Ling Yu took the new ring and put it on smoothly this time. Well, no problem. The scene of Fang Heng and Ling Yu putting rings on each other shocked Yang Huamai. She didn't think so much at first, but the current situation is enough to show that the two have reached the stage of discussing marriage. Yang Huamai couldn't help but wonder who Fang Heng was. How could he win over Ling Yu, a cold beauty? For a moment, Yang Huamai didn't even dare to breathe. She was afraid that she would offend the two of them if she wasn't careful. If so, DL and she would be doomed. Chapter 9. I'll wait for you to come back. Ling Yu was very satisfied with the ring, so he handed the bank card to Yang. Who am I? Go and check out. Okay, Mr. Ling, Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. Yang Who am I took the bank card with both hands, stepped back a few steps, and then turned around and walked downstairs quickly. After a while, the system prompt sounded again in Fang Heng's mind. Ding, it was detected that the other half was spending for their host, triggering the rebate of the soft rice king. Congratulations to their host for accumulating 90% soft rice value. Fang Heng checked the balance, which was 500,000 more than before, and it had reached 1 million. In other words, this pair of rings is 250,000, and the double rebate is exactly 500,000. Fang Heng felt like he was dreaming. In just a few days, he had an extra 1 million in his hands. When he was with Liu Li, he was a typical moonlighter and couldn't save any money at all. After Yang Who am I came back, she handed over the bank card with both hands. Boss Ling, according to your request, this ring customization costs a total of 500,000 yuan, but after discussing with the boss, I gave you a 50% discount. Yes. Fang Heng. 50% discount. Isn't this a loss of 500,000 yuan? But thinking that Ling Yu saved money, Fang Heng was relieved. To a certain extent. They are a couple who have made a real profit and loss. Then, the two left the mall and returned to Junyuan. Ling Yu got out of the car and pointed to the express box at the door. There is your express in there. I didn't buy anything online. You'll know when you go and see. Fang Heng found a large pile of express in it, and it was almost higher than his head when he held it in his arms. He put down the express and checked the labels one by one. Your name is on it. Open it and take a look. Fang Heng guessed that this was something Ling Yu bought for him. After opening it, it was full of high-end brand men's shoes. Slippers, sneakers, leather shoes, etc. Any pair is worth a lot of money. But the strange thing is, if Ling Yu bought this, shouldn't there be a rebate from the king of freeloaders? Hey, system, what's wrong with you? It's broken, right? Ling Yu said, these are sent by President Shan, she has a factory that makes shoes. It turned out that the woman on the phone yesterday sent them. But this is still thanks to Ling Yu. It's better to say that everything Fang Heng has now is thanks to Ling Yu. Since he agreed to Ling Yu's proposal, his life has changed dramatically. Ling Yu, thank you. Fang Heng said. Don't be so polite. By the way, I'm going to the airport to pick someone up later, and I may be back late at night. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Well. Not long after, Ling Yu drove away from the villa courtyard. Through the rearview mirror, he subconsciously glanced at Fang Heng again. The sudden ringing of the cell phone forced Ling Yu to look forward and speed up the car. On the other side, Fang Heng was trying on shoes, and the system's prompt sound made him cheer up. Congratulations to their host for accumulating 100% soft rice value. Will their host participate in the lottery? Finally, the lottery can be drawn. Fang Heng chose yes, without hesitation. Congratulations to their host for obtaining physical enhancement. The soft rice value has been cleared, and you can continue to draw the lottery by accumulating it again. In an instant, Fang Heng seemed to be injected with a warm current, making him feel full of strength. Fang Heng put on his sneakers, came to the basketball court in the community, and tried to move around. He was surprised to find that his speed, strength, and endurance were all increased several times. It is estimated that with his current strength, it is no problem to kill a tiger with one punch. In addition to being happy, Fang Heng played basketball with a little boy. The little boy's grandfather was leaning on a cane, cheering excitedly on the side, and his momentum was comparable to that of a cheerleading team. Fang Heng was really worried that the old man had passed out, so he returned to the villa not long after the fight. Until the evening, Ling Yu still hadn't come back. Fang Heng looked through the refrigerator and found that there were not many ingredients in it. When closing the refrigerator, he saw the familiar cat sticker again. Fang Heng had seen this sticker several times, even in his room. And Ling Yu's mobile phone lock screen and the ornaments in the car all had cat elements. It can be seen that Ling Yu must like cats very much. But what Fang Heng couldn't understand was that Ling Yu didn't raise a cat on purpose. After closing the refrigerator door, Fang Heng prepared to go out to buy vegetables. Having received so many benefits from Ling Yu, it was natural to reward him. After all, his wife was out earning money to support the family, and it was not appropriate for him, a husband, to just stay at home and be beautiful. Fang Heng arrived at the vegetable market with ease. Before he lived with Liu Li, he did all their housework, so buying vegetables and cooking were easy for him. After Fang Heng picked the vegetables and paid, he found that he was short of weight. He was arguing with the vegetable seller. Something seemed to happen not far away. The vegetable seller simply abandoned her stall and ran to eat melons, and Fang Heng couldn't stop her even after shouting from behind. He had no choice but to chase her and said, "It's no use for you to run. This matter must be solved for me." The vegetable seller said, "Hey, why are you so fussy, young man? Wait a minute, someone is going to jump off the building." Fang Heng turned his head and saw a young girl standing on the opposite building. A beautiful woman downstairs seemed to be the girl's mother, and said, "Nana, mom is wrong, come down quickly." "I won't," said the girl. The girl's name is Wang Nana. She is in her rebellious period. She was out shopping with her mother Wang Maishan. She was lectured a few times and climbed to the railing of the balcony on the 4th floor in anger. Wang Maishan said, "Be obedient, it's dangerous up there. Mom won't say anything to you anymore." "I don't believe your nonsense." Wang Nana regretted climbing up. She was shaking all over and her legs were starting to go weak. But there were so many people watching below that she was embarrassed for a while. Just then, Wang Nana slipped and fell down. The crowd was in an uproar. "Nana!" Wang Maishan's heart suddenly rose to her throat. Fortunately, Wang Nana grabbed the railing quickly and didn't fall directly, but she was hanging in the air, shaky. Wang Nana didn't care about her so-called face and cried, "Mom, save me." Wang Maishan was a woman and knew that she couldn't catch her daughter, so she had to turn to the crowd for help. "Please, who can save my daughter?" The crowd looked at each other. This was the 4th floor, and no one was sure they could catch her. If something unexpected happened, they might even be killed. Therefore, no one was willing to step forward in the face of Wang Maishan's request for help. Fang Heng did not intend to help. He saw someone making a phone call as soon as he arrived, and the rescue team should be here soon. Besides, he was not completely sure he could save the girl. Unexpectedly, the vegetable vendor pointed at Fang Heng and shouted, "Someone can save her." This handsome boy said he can. Fuck! What a pitfall! Fang Heng stared at the vegetable vendor. The vegetable vendor snorted, obviously because of what happened just now. She was deliberately setting a trap for Fang Heng. Chapter 10. Do you have a girlfriend? Others did not know these inside stories. When the vegetable vendor said this, they really thought Fang Heng volunteered, and all their attention was focused on him for a while. This little brother is really handsome and kind. Yeah, I don't have the courage at all. We should learn from him. Wang Maishan stumbled over and grabbed Fang Heng. Thank you, save my daughter, she's about to fall." Fang Heng was a little speechless, and at this moment he really wanted to punch the vegetable seller. But looking at Wang Maishan's anxious expression, he had to bite the bullet and said, "Okay, don't get excited first, I'll try." Woo! Mom, I can't hold on any longer. Wang Nana's hands were almost out of strength, and she was sliding down little by little. The hearts of the onlookers were hanging. It's over, the rescue team hasn't arrived yet, it's too late. This little brother doesn't look strong, and he probably doesn't have much strength. I'm afraid he'll get into trouble even if he catches her. Yeah, this is the 4th floor, it's really no joke. Some people chose to believe Fang Heng, but some people were not optimistic. This naturally includes the vegetable seller. She even thought darkly that it would be best if Fang Heng got into trouble, so that they wouldn't have to argue over the short wait. While everyone was talking about it, Wang Nana was completely out of strength and fell down at a high speed. At the critical moment, Fang Heng rushed down like a shadow. He caught Wang Nana steadily before she landed. At this moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at each other. They didn't even react. Fang Heng had already saved the girl. Par. First, someone took the lead in applauding, and then it quickly spread. The scene soon exploded again. No one thought that Fang Heng saved the girl so easily, and the key was that both of them were unharmed. Even Fang Heng himself was surprised. This physical enhancement was simply so terrifying. Young man, you are really awesome. Brother, I, Marnupi, have never been defeated by anyone, but today I am defeated by you, and I admire you so much. Hero. Husband. Praises came one after another. Fang Heng was like the most dazzling star. However, even the husband was made up. Fang Heng almost thought Ling Yu was also there. At this moment, Wang Nana slowly opened her eyes. The handsome face that came into her eyes almost stopped her breathing. What a handsome little brother. And he was her lifesaver. No. This should be the prince. The moment she fell, she no longer held the hope of survival. It was Fang Heng who gave her a second life. Wang Nana just looked at Fang Heng infatuatedly. Until Fang Heng put her down, Wang Maishan asked her if she felt any discomfort, but she didn't respond at all. Fang Heng said, except for some minor scratches, there should be no other problems. Wang Maishan thought her daughter might have been too stimulated. Then she looked at Fang Heng and began to express her gratitude. Fang Heng indicated that it was nothing, just a small favor. Wang Maishan looked at Fang Heng carefully and suddenly said, "Handsome boy, do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing this, Wang Nana suddenly woke up. "Oh, Mom, what are you doing, Tilda?" Wang Nana was both resentful and shy. She obviously misunderstood Wang Maishan's meaning and thought she was trying to match Fang Heng and herself. Wang Maishan glared at her daughter and said unhappily, "Don't think so much. Are you worthy of him? I'm asking for others." Wang Nana pursed her lips awkwardly. Fang Heng smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm already married." What a pity. It seems that my friend doesn't have this blessing. Wang Maishan was slightly surprised. Wang Nana was a little disappointed. To be on the safe side, Wang Maishan prepared to take Wang Nana to the hospital for examination. So Fang Heng and the mother and daughter parted ways. The rescue team arrived late at this time. They were a little confused when they saw that everyone had dispersed. Where are the people? Aren't they going to save people? The leading rescue team asked others for information. Some enthusiastic people pointed at Fang Heng, who was leaving, and explained the situation. When they heard the whole story, the rescue team was shocked. As professionals, they knew how outrageous this was. Catching a jumper with bare hands is a very low success rate, even almost impossible. If someone else hadn't come to testify, they wouldn't have believed it was true. Therefore, watching Fang Heng's back as he left, they were like looking at a monster. On the other side, Fang Heng turned back to the vegetable stall just now. The vegetable seller was packing up and preparing to run away, but he happened to catch her. Fang Heng said, "Auntie, you want to run away again? Our problem is not solved yet." The market manager also arrived with the rescue team. The rescue team left, but he didn't leave yet. Noticing the situation, the manager immediately stepped forward. "Little brother, what happened?" Fang Heng said, "I just bought vegetables, and she deliberately shortchanged me and refused to return the money." The passers-by were surprised and angry, and they recognized Fang Heng, so they blamed the vegetable seller. "You even cheated good people's money, do you have any conscience? Such a black-hearted stall should be closed directly. If it is not solved, I will never come to this vegetable market next time. That's right, I will also tell people around me not to come." The crowd was indignant. The manager's face turned black. Similar situations have occurred before. The vegetable seller was ordered to make corrections, but she still did it again. This is a huge blow to the image of the vegetable market, not to mention that Fang Heng is a hero who is brave enough to do what is right. He immediately said, "That's too much. Return the money immediately." The vegetable seller acted like a rogue and said, "How can this be? If you want to return the vegetables, you can return them. I won't return them anyway." The administrator slapped the scale and said angrily, "You dare not return the money." The vegetable seller shrank her neck and was really scared. Seeing that many people were scolding her, and even many stall owners were among them, she finally returned the money to Fang Heng reluctantly. "I will only return it this time. I won't return it to anyone next time," the vegetable seller muttered. The administrator snorted coldly, "You still want a next time? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to set up a stall anymore." As soon as these words came out, the vegetable seller was dumbfounded. "I've already returned the money, why do you still treat me like this? My whole family depends on this stall for a living. I gave you a chance before, this is your own fault, don't blame anyone else. You're bullying me, I'm going to fight you." The vegetable seller was furious and stretched out her hand to scratch the administrator. Fortunately, the administrator dodged in time, otherwise there would be a few more blood marks on his face. He immediately ordered the security guard to control the vegetable seller. Clear her stall and throw her out. Yes. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the embarrassed vegetable seller was dragged out of the vegetable market. Then the administrator apologized to Fang Heng. "Sorry, little brother, it's our negligence." Not only that, after some stall owners learned about the situation, they sent fruits, vegetables, chickens, ducks, fish and meat. Fang Heng was flattered. He didn't expect that he was forced to do a good deed and enjoyed such treatment. Chapter 11. Hug Me. When Fang Heng returned, his hands were full of bags. Suddenly, a dark shadow jumped out of the bushes. Fang Heng was startled and thought it was a big black rat, but after a closer look, he found it was a dirty kitten. The kitten kept chasing him and meowing, and Fang Heng couldn't get rid of it. So he took the kitten as a toll and gave it some meat. I thought it was over. As soon as Fang Heng left, the kitten caught up with him again. Obviously, the kitten was dependent on him. He scanned a shared blue car and said, "If you can get on, I will take you away." The kitten seemed to understand human words and really jumped on. Then he tilted his head and looked at Fang Heng, as if to say that he would keep his word. Fang Heng had no choice but to drive the little guy to Junyuan. Passing a pet shop. Thinking of giving it a bath first. When the cat was done, the shop owner took it out again. Fang Heng almost thought he had recognized the wrong cat. The kitten was dirty just now. Now its appearance has directly risen several levels. It seems to have transformed from an ugly duckling into a white swan. The shop owner said, "Sir, you are so lucky to have picked up a purebred ragdoll cat." Ragdoll cat. Fang Heng didn't know much about cats, he just thought this cat was beautiful, and had a little princess feeling. "Yes, this cat is of excellent quality. If it is inconvenient for you to keep it, I am willing to buy it for 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. Fang Heng didn't expect that a cat he picked up casually could be worth 10,000 yuan. "Well, if you think it's too low, I can add another 2,000 yuan, of course 5,000 yuan is also fine." The shop owner has been running the shop for many years, but this is the first time he has seen a ragdoll of this quality. It just so happened that someone asked him to buy a cat recently. He would definitely make a lot of money by reselling this cat. "Forget it, I'll keep it for myself." Fang Heng guessed that Ling Yu liked cats, so he decided to take the doll home and give it to her. The shop owner was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Fang Heng to be unwilling to sell it even though he offered 15,000 yuan. He said, "Well, can you leave me your contact information? If the kitten gets sick or has other problems, you can contact me at any time." "Okay." Fang Heng and the shop owner exchanged contact information. Then, he turned and walked towards the gate of Junyuan. Looking at this scene, the shop owner was a little surprised. No wonder he didn't sell it even though he offered 15,000 yuan just now. It turned out that Fang Heng was the owner living in Junyuan. Junyuan is famous in Los Angeles, and the people living there are not ordinary people. Just then, the shop owner received a message. "How is the cat?" The shop owner immediately typed a reply, "I met a doll with excellent quality, but the other party is unwilling to sell it." He sent the photos he had just taken. Soon, another new message was received. "Give me the contact information of that person." Fang Heng returned home and found that Ling Yu had not returned yet. He first carried the kitten to his room and poured some cat food he had just bought. "Stay here and eat, don't run around, okay?" The kitten meowed at him and then concentrated on eating the cat food. Fang Heng went into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner. During this time, Fang Heng also took the time to look at the cat, fearing that it would mess up the room. Fortunately, the kitten was surprisingly well behaved. After eating the cat food, it lay quietly on the floor and fell asleep. It took nearly an hour to work. Fang Heng brought the last dish to the dining table. There was a car sound outside. Fang Heng was delighted. Ling Yu came back just in time. In the courtyard, Ling Yu got out of the car. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then walked towards the villa. Pushing open the door, the aroma of food and Fang Heng's smile made her a little dazed for a moment. "You are finally back, hurry, sit down and eat." Fang Heng paused for a moment, because he saw Ling Yu's red eyes and tears on her cheeks. This scene seemed to be back to the day they first met. Ling Yu said nothing and turned to go into the bathroom. Fang Heng returned to the dining table silently. He couldn't help but wonder, who on earth could hurt Ling Yu, a strong woman, so badly? Could it be the person she was going to pick up at the airport today? After a while, Ling Yu walked out, as if nothing had happened, everything was the same as usual. She pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Did you prepare this for me?" "Yes, if." Fang Heng hesitated and finally didn't ask. Although she didn't know what happened to Ling Yu, if she wanted to say something, she would tell him sooner or later. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold." "Then I won't be polite," Ling Yu said as she picked up a piece of meat and nodded with satisfaction after tasting it. "I didn't expect you to be such a good cook." Ling Yu was surprised. "It's just so, I just cook often." "That's pretty good." Fang Heng was quite surprised that Ling Yu would praise him. When he was with Liu Li, even if the dishes he cooked were delicious, Liu Li would never praise him. On the contrary, when they didn't do it well, Liu Li would keep ridiculing him. "Thank you." "Thank you again, there's no need to be so polite between us." "Okay." The two finished their meal. Ling Yu vaguely heard the cat's cry, and her pretty face showed a hint of doubt. Fang Heng took the opportunity to ask, "I see there are many cat-related elements in the house, do you like cats very much?" "Yes." "That's perfect, I want to give you a gift." Fang Heng got up and walked towards the room. "You wouldn't." Ling Yu had a vague idea of what the gift would be. No wonder she heard the cat's cry just now. She thought it was an auditory hallucination. Fang Heng took the kitten out and said, "It's for you." "So cute." Ling Yu was immediately fascinated, staring at the kitten with her beautiful eyes. "Hold it and see," Fang Heng said. However, when he handed the kitten to Ling Yu subconsciously took a half step back. "Are you scared?" Fang Heng saw Ling Yu's resistance and couldn't help feeling a little confused. It's very well behaved and won't bite." Fang Heng tried to put the cat in her arms. "Don't." Ling Yu struggled and took a few steps back. My thoughts suddenly jumped to my childhood. The sky was clear, and she happily took the cat home. Her mother also told her not to get scratched. But the scene changed, and a violent storm broke out in the sky, and the cat was no longer breathing. She questioned the man, asking him why he did that, but she got a heavy slap on the face. After the man left, Ling Yu cried loudly in the rain while holding the dead cat. It was all her fault. If she hadn't taken the cat home, it wouldn't have happened. Chapter 12. I've never been in love. Thoughts returned to reality. Ling Yu then realized that Fang Heng was holding her hand, and the ragdoll cat in his arms was calling softly at her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Fang Heng took her trembling hand and slowly put it on the kitten. At this moment, the invisible things that had been blocking her since childhood seemed to disappear in an instant. When Fang Heng came out of the shower, he found Ling Yu still sitting on the rocking chair on the balcony petting the cat. The stars and the bright moon in the sky, coupled with the beauty and the ragdoll, were really a pleasing sight. He asked curiously, "You like cats so much, why did you look so scared just now?" Ling Yu said, "Because of someone. Ex-boyfriend." Ling Yu looked a little speechless. "I have never been in love." Fang Heng seemed to have discovered something incredible. With Ling Yu's looks, she actually has no emotional experience. But it's not surprising if you think about it carefully. Ling Yu has a cold personality and is too outstanding in all aspects. Most people must be discouraged. Who is that? I don't want to talk about him. It seems that I asked something I shouldn't ask. It's okay, you will see him in a while. Fang Heng understood instantly, it seems to be her family. Ling Yu asked, "This doll is in good condition. Where did you buy it?" "I picked it up on the road." "No one usually loses this kind of cat." "You must have spent a lot of money, right?" "I really picked it up." "Don't lie to me." Until Fang Heng told the whole story, Ling Yu finally believed it. "Good luck." "Har har, I may not be good at other things, but I am really lucky." "Thank you anyway. To be honest, I am very surprised and happy tonight." Ling Yu's words came from the bottom of her heart. Because of Fang Heng, she was indeed in a much better mood. Fang Heng said, "Ling Yu, this is your fault." Huh. Ling Yu suddenly didn't understand what Fang Heng meant. "You said it yourself during the meal." There is no need to be so polite between us. She suddenly realized and smiled lightly. It's my problem. Then we are not allowed to say thank you to each other anymore. Okay. It was the first time Ling Yu had laughed in these days, which brought a great shock to Fang Heng. Ling Yu's smile was like a spring breeze, adding a different color to her beautiful face. It was late at night. Fang Heng had just fallen asleep not long ago. A phone call woke him up. The other party said bluntly, "Are you selling the ragdoll cat?" No. Fang Heng realized that the pet shop owner had probably given his information to someone else. Make an offer. I said I won't sell it. Fang Heng was a little upset when he was woken up from his sleep. So he hung up the phone. Room on the second floor. Ling Yu lay on the bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. For many days and nights, she went in and out of here alone. Thinking back to what Fang Heng said before he left, "I'll wait for you to come back, and you're finally back," when he opened the door after he returned. She suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. The weekend was the day they agreed to meet President Shan together. The time was set at noon. Ling Yu left early in the morning. Fang Heng took this time to go back to the apartment to prepare to complete the cancellation procedures. But he met Liu Li. Liu Li saw him riding a shared xiaolan and smiled. "Fang Heng, I thought you were some rich young master. It seems that the bike is not yours." Fang Heng didn't give her a good look at all. "None of your business." "Why is it none of my business? If you are very good, I can brag to others when I go out in the future." Fang Heng ignored her and walked straight to the door of the apartment. Liu Li chased after him like a tail. "Hey, Fang Heng, take me off the blacklist, I can't even chat with you. We broke up, what else is there to talk about?" Fang Heng said coldly. "Why can't we chat? Others can still be friends after breaking up. Why are you so bitter and resentful? Others are others, I can't do it." Fang Heng entered the elevator and wanted to get rid of Liu Li. But Liu Li still followed him in with a thick face. Looking at the cold Fang Heng, Liu Li almost became crazy. Why didn't she find Fang Heng so handsome before? Noticed their GC label on Fang Heng's clothes, and then looked at the shoes on his feet. They were also high-end, well-known brands. Liu Li couldn't help but widen her eyes. She was very familiar with these things. All of them cost at least 100,000 yuan. Liu Li was surprised and said, "Fang Heng, you are not really the young master of a rich family, right?" Fang Heng just glanced at her. Liu Li swallowed her saliva and suddenly stretched out her hand to Fang Heng. "Let me see if it's genuine." Fang Heng grabbed her hand and said, "Don't touch me." "Gently, gently, Fang Heng, you have changed, you didn't treat me like this before, are you in love with another woman?" Liu Li said painfully. Fang Heng snorted coldly, "It's all thanks to you, and I'm married, please don't harass me anymore. I'm so humble, can't you stop throwing a tantrum?" Liu Li wanted to get angry faintly. As for Fang Heng's talk of marriage, she didn't take it to heart at all, just as Fang Heng's excuse for not wanting to get back together. He. While talking, the two of them walked out of the elevator. Fang Heng walked out quickly. Liu Li followed behind with difficulty in her high heels. "R!" Liu Li suddenly screamed, and then fell to the ground. She secretly observed Fang Heng's reaction. "HMPH. You have to force me, right? I don't believe you will remain unmoved." Sure enough, Fang Heng stopped and turned to look at her. "The opportunity has come." Liu Li took the opportunity to apply a few drops of eye drops and said, "Fang Heng, I sprained my ankle, come and help me. If you want to scam me, I suggest you go to the street." Liu Li was almost angry and forced herself to smile, saying, "I really sprained my ankle, and it hurts so much now. Find a way yourself." This scene was seen by the neighbors. They all lamented that Fang Heng and Liu Li's identities had been swapped. Before this, Fang Heng had been trying to please Liu Li. After Fang Heng left, a man who had long had feelings for Liu Li came forward. He smiled and said, "Your boyfriend is so heartless. Let me help you." Liu Li rolled her eyes at him, stood up and said, "Stop meddling in other people's business. Are you pretending?" "Shut up." The man was frustrated, and Liu Li set out to chase Fang Heng again. In the room, Fang Heng took a video and sent it to the landlord, and the checkout procedure was quickly completed. At this time, Liu Li appeared at the door. Fang Heng glanced at her feet and said, it seems that you have the ability to instantly repair yourself. Liu Li was a little embarrassed and immediately changed the subject. You're moving, where are my things? Liu Li thought Fang Heng had moved her things to the new house. This would give her an excuse to follow him. They are all at the garbage station. Go find them there. You actually threw away all my things. Fang Heng, I tell you, this matter is definitely not over. Chapter 13. Ex-girlfriend asks for reconciliation. Fang Heng said with interest, why is it never over? I have plenty of ways to deal with you. If you know what's good for you, just get back together with me, or you'll see. Are you asking me to get back together? Sorry, I won't be with you even if I stay single for the rest of my life. Liu Li finally couldn't stand it anymore. She thought Fang Heng would stop when she lowered her attitude, but he became more and more excessive. She was furious and said, Fang Heng, I've given you a lot of face, don't be ungrateful. Fang Heng smiled and said, are you anxious? Why are you always pestering me? Why don't you go find that male best friend? Then he said with a look of sudden enlightenment, oh, I remember, he went to the sewing machine. Liu Li was stunned for a moment. Speaking of which, Wang Zhenghao really didn't send her any messages recently. But it didn't matter. Since they met, she had no feelings for Wang Zhenghao, and it didn't matter whether he was dead or alive. Liu Li still has feelings for Fang Heng in her heart. She knows very well that it is difficult to find a handsome and considerate man like Fang Heng now that there are more wolves than meat. So she suppressed her anger and said in a mosquito-like voice, I was wrong. I will never look for a male best friend again. What did you say? Your voice was too soft and I didn't hear it. I said I was wrong. I will never look for a male best friend again. Liu Li said aggrievedly. Fang Heng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Liu Li would take the initiative to admit her mistakes one day. It's too late. Liu Li heard the seriousness in his tone and finally realized that Fang Heng was not throwing a tantrum. She was at a loss and stood there woodenly. Just watched Fang Heng leave. The man who had a crush on Liu Li just now thought he had found the right time. He smiled and came forward again, saying, Beauty, the old does not go without the new, it's because he doesn't know how to cherish, be with me, I'm a warm man, I guarantee that you will not suffer any grievances in the future. Liu Li immediately poured all her dissatisfaction on the man. Get out of the way, warm man, warm men are behind dogs, do you know? The man was speechless and his face was extremely ugly. Walnut Western Restaurant. Located in the food city beside Luocheng Lake, it is well known in the city. At this time, it was a private room on the second floor. Wang Maishan was very happy with Ling Yu's arrival. She stood up and greeted him warmly, and then took a look outside the private room. Boss Ling, where is your brother-in-law, why didn't you bring him? Ling Yu said, he has something to do, come over later. That's good. Wang Maishan said to her daughter who was playing with her mobile phone, Nana, call someone quickly. Wang Nana looked up at Ling Yu. She was slightly startled. She didn't expect that the friend her mother was talking about would be so young and beautiful. Her fair skin and delicate face made her, who was rated as the school beauty, feel envious. Hello, auntie. Wang Maishan said, why are you calling her that? Ms. Ling is only a few years older than you. Wang Nana said, then you treat her as your sister, and I call her sister. Isn't the order of seniority messed up? We have our own opinions. Anyway, you have to call her sister. Don't be so rude. Wang Nana said weakly, okay, hello, Sister Ling. Ling Yu nodded. Wang Maishan said, Mr. Ling, please sit down first. Don't pay attention to this stinky girl. She almost pissed me off yesterday. What happened? Wang Maishan recounted what happened yesterday. Ling Yu was a little surprised after hearing this, and said, Mr. Shan, you still need to communicate patiently with children. Nana has a strong self-esteem at this age. Wang Nana instantly had a good impression of Ling Yu and echoed, Sister Ling is right. Unlike some people, she is like a tigress and yells at every turn. It's because you don't listen. I tell you, if you do something stupid again in the future, I will kill you first. Wang Nana shrank her neck. Yesterday, she just wanted to scare Wang Maishan, not really thinking about it, but she never thought that it would backfire. If she does this again, she will never dare to do it again. Her life is more important than anything else. But she still said hard, it doesn't matter. It just happens that no one cares. If I had known yesterday, I wouldn't ask that handsome boy to save you. If you don't ask that little brother, he will definitely save me. Ling Yu was a little helpless about the way the mother and daughter get along. She said, I just heard you say that the guy saved Nana with his bare hands, he's really amazing. Yes, not only is he amazing, he's also so handsome, he's like a prince. Wang Nana was immediately interested. She shared this with her classmates last night. The girls were so excited when they found out, but they kept asking her for Fang Heng's photo. Wang Maishan smiled and said, yes, that handsome boy looks good, I even asked him if he has a boyfriend. Boss Shan, are you trying to find a father for Nana? Ling Yu asked. Wang Maishan, what's going on? Didn't you say you were asking for a friend? Wang Nana said angrily. Wang Maishan immediately explained, oh, you misunderstood, I actually wanted to introduce that handsome boy to Boss Ling. Boss Shan, I'm married. Yes, Sister Ling is already married. Wang Nana said. I just remembered when I asked, luckily that handsome boy is married, otherwise it would be so awkward. Wang Nana looked suspicious. Wang Maishan, you'd better do as you said. I'm old, how can I harm a young handsome boy? And don't be disrespectful and call me mom when you are outside. If you dare to find a stepfather for me, don't expect me to call you mom in the future. You stinky girl. As he was talking, the waiter came in and told him that a dish was out. So Wang Maishan went downstairs to order again. After ordering, she was about to go upstairs. But she saw a familiar figure pushing the door and entering the restaurant. Wang Maishan was stunned for a moment. Handsome boy. Fang Heng was also stunned when he saw the other party. What a coincidence, you are also eating here. Yes, I am entertaining friends today, what about you? Fang Heng said, I am here to accompany my wife and meet her friends. Since we are so destined, why don't our two families share a table? No, we will meet again next time. Okay then. After the two separated, Wang Maishan turned and walked upstairs. Fang Heng asked the waiter about the location of the bathroom. He tidied up his appearance in front of the wash basin. After all, he was meeting Ling Yu's business partner today, and he must not mess it up. After confirming that there was no problem, Fang Heng turned and walked to the second floor according to the box number given by Ling Yu. Chapter 14 What an enviable love. Second floor box. After Wang Maishan sat down, she began to deliberately keep the secret. Guess who I met downstairs just now? The two women were attracted. Wang Nana said, who did you meet? Could it be the little brother who saved me yesterday? You guessed it, what a coincidence. Then why don't you invite him to have dinner together? He came with his wife. I suggested sharing a table, but he refused. What a pity. Wang Nana said disappointedly. It's okay. We came early. We'll go find him after dinner. Great. Sister Ling, you can go with us later. That little brother is really super handsome. Wang Nana said a little crazy. You guys go, I still can't. Ling Yu politely refused. She was not interested in the men mentioned by the two. Even if he is handsome, he may not be as handsome as Fang Heng. While talking, the door of the box was pushed open from the outside. Fang Heng walked in and said apologetically, sorry, I'm late. When the mother and daughter saw him, they were stunned at first and stood up immediately. Wang Maishan said, handsome boy, you are here. Come sit down and have a cup of tea. Little brother, why don't you agree to my mother's proposal and let our two families share a table? Anyway, my mother has money, so let her pay the bill. Fang Heng said, thank you for your kindness, but I think I went to the wrong box. Ling Yu, who had been silent all the time, finally said, I didn't go to the wrong box. I'm here. Fang Heng looked in the direction of their voice and saw Ling Yu in the corner. Just now, he was attracted by the mother and daughter when he entered the door, causing him to think that he had gone to the wrong box. Fang Heng also quickly reacted. It turned out that Wang Maishan was Ling Yu's business partner. It was really Xiao Xiao's mother who opened the door for Xiao Xiao. What a coincidence. Wang Nana was stunned and said, little brother, it turns out that you are Sister Ling's husband. Fang Heng nodded and walked to sit next to Ling Yu. Wang Maishan pressed her daughter to sit down, and then took the initiative to pour Fang Heng a cup of tea. What a coincidence. I was thinking of introducing you to each other and finding a match. Fang Heng joked, har har, you almost put our relationship in crisis. That's right. What if both the little brother and sister Ling agreed? How awkward it would be to meet each other. Wang Nana said. Yes, blame me, blame me. They couldn't help laughing. Ling Yu whispered to Fang Heng, why are you so late? Didn't you get a taxi on the road? There were too many people and there was a traffic jam. Fang Heng was late because he took a taxi. If he had taken a shared Xiaolan, it would have been much faster. Wang Maishan said, what are you talking about? Fang Heng said that there was a traffic jam on the road, so he was late. Nothing, we are all friends, and my brother-in-law is Nana's savior. How can I care about this? Wang Nana said, yes, let alone being late for a while, it would be fine even if he left us alone for a whole day. After a while, the food was served one after another. The people started to eat and chat. Wang Maishan asked curiously, Boss Ling, how did you know your brother-in-law? I haven't heard you mention him before. Ling Yu said, Fang Heng and I knew each other when we were young, but we didn't see each other for a long time. It seems that we are childhood sweethearts and have liked each other since we were young. Yes. Fang Heng responded, subconsciously looking at Ling Yu. This childhood sweetheart identity is not in the script. What if Wang Maishan asked about the childhood? Wouldn't it be exposed at once? Wang Maishan asked again, where is your brother-in-law working now? Ling Yu replied, Fang Heng is also in light years. It's incredible, your brother-in-law is willing to do this for you. Wang Maishan was slightly surprised, and looked at Fang Heng with admiration. Ling Yu is from the Ling family. In her opinion, the status of someone who knew Ling Yu since childhood and married her is definitely extraordinary. Now Fang Heng has definitely given up his job and chose to enter Guangyan for Ling Yu. Wang Nana held her cheek and said, well, what an enviable love. Seeing that the mother and daughter had no doubts, Fang Heng was relieved. Next, Ling Yu and Wang Maishan began to talk about cooperation. Wang Nana secretly took a photo of Fang Heng and sent it to the classmate group. The classmate group instantly exploded. Fuck, Wang Nana, it turned out that such a handsome little brother saved you. Wang Nana, you really deserve to die. I need the contact information of this little brother. Me too, waiting online, very urgent. Wang Nana typed a reply, don't think about it, he's already married. The classmate group instantly wailed. No. Do you have a photo of his wife? Send it out, I want to criticize her severely. Yes, I want to see which woman is so bold that she dares to snatch my man. Wang Nana secretly took another photo of Ling Yu and sent it to the group. Are you sure this is not an online photo? At first glance, it is either beautified or photoshopped. Wang Nana took a photo of the couple and sent it to the group. Do you think my phone has a beautification function? At this time, the classmates group was silent. Wang Nana used an Apple phone, which obviously did not have a beautification function. They had to accept this fact now. Why don't you talk? After seeing the photo, I really don't deserve it. This woman is prettier than you, the school belle, what else can we say? If someone said this in the past, Wang Nana would definitely not accept it. She is the school belle of Los Angeles' #1 high school. But now Wang Nana is convinced, because Ling Yu is indeed prettier than her. After seeing off the mother and daughter, Fang Heng and Ling Yu got in the car. How did the cooperation go? Fang Heng asked. He was aware of the progress of the negotiation. He just washed his hands. When he came back, he found that the negotiation was over. It went smoothly. I owe it to you. Don't flatter me like that. I didn't do anything. No, I owe it to you this time. Ling Yu knew Wang Maishan well. Although they often cooperated in business and had a good relationship, Wang Maishan was a person who clearly distinguished between public and private. She never made any concessions on the issue of interests. She followed up on this business for nearly a whole month. There had been no progress and she didn't have much hope for today's negotiation. But it was unexpectedly concluded. Not only that, Wang Maishan also took the initiative to give up a few points of profit. This would have been impossible in the past. Obviously, this was all Fang Heng's credit. It's just right. I'll give you a gift too. Ling Yu said as he started the car. Fang Heng was a little curious about what gift Ling Yu was going to give him. Chapter 15 Our Home. Finally, the Audi S8 stopped at the dealership. Fang Heng realized that Ling Yu wanted to give him a car. In fact, sharing blue car is pretty good too. There's no traffic jam and you can park wherever you want. Ling Yu said, when you go to my house next time, you can't ride the shared car, right? It's not impossible. You can do it, but I can't. You are mine, so you have to listen to me. Ling Yu pulled Fang Heng inside. This moment. Fang Heng found that Ling Yu was like the overbearing CEO in the novel, and he was like the obedient little wife. Come to the Mercedes-Benz store. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seems that the rebate from Soft Rice King can come in handy again today. After a while, a woman with a manager badge on her name hurried downstairs. Then he took the initiative to step forward to greet the two of them. Boss Ling, this way please. While the manager was speaking, he was also secretly observing Fang Heng. She couldn't help but wonder what the relationship between the two was. When I saw the same style of rings on Ling Yu and Fang Heng's ring fingers, the manager was horrified. Oh my god. They are actually a couple. Ling Yu is the famous president of Light Years. Who is this man? Director of a well-known group? Or the young master of a super family? The manager did not dare to be negligent and immediately added, Sir, you too, please. Ling Yu said, let my husband look around the store, and we can just chat. Understood. The manager immediately shouted to the counter, Foreman son, please entertain this gentleman. No, I can do it myself. When Fang Heng buys things, he actually doesn't like having a salesperson next to him introducing the products. Okay. The manager hurriedly signaled the foreman who came running over to go back. In this way, Fang Heng walked around the huge car showroom by himself. And not far away, a man and a woman were following his movements with their eyes. The two are an engaged couple, but they don't have any actual relationship. Because their families forced them to get married, they just had to live together. Still looking? Your drool is about to fall. The man was a little jealous. The woman was dissatisfied and said, what's wrong? I can't marry a handsome guy, and I can't take a look. What's wrong with a handsome guy? If you marry him, can he buy you a car and a house? He came here to buy a car, too. How do you know he can't afford it? Looking at Fang Heng's dress and temperament, the woman thought he was not an ordinary person. Even if I could afford it, it wouldn't be a very good car. The most expensive one in that area is only a little over 500,000 yuan. The man continued, I just ordered a car worth 1 million. You should be content. Being handsome can't make a living. The woman couldn't refute for a moment. This is Fang Heng. I didn't realize I was being judged. He is still struggling with which car to choose. Isn't 500,000 a bit too expensive? Fang Heng muttered to himself. Not long after, Ling Yu walked over. Okay, let's go through the formalities. I haven't picked one yet. No need to choose. I ordered it for you last night. It's a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The money has already been paid. This. Fang Heng was confused. He was still wondering if 500,000 was too expensive. As a result, Ling Yu directly bought a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It turns out that when Ling Yu asked him to take a look just now, he really meant it as just a look. Instead of letting him choose the model. So Fang Heng and Ling Yu went to handle the formalities. Then the staff moved the car out of the warehouse. In full view of the public, Fang Heng began to inspect and test drive. He touched the steering wheel and felt his blood boiling. Many people are envious. This is the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the dream of many men. The other side. The engaged couple was also stunned when they saw this. The woman said, what else do you want to say now? A Mercedes-Benz G-Class should cost 2 million, right? Are others better than you? The man was immediately frustrated. It's not just amazing, it's a complete slam dunk. He took out a loan and scraped together money from all over to buy a car worth nearly 1 million. But he still couldn't help but say, so what? That guy is so handsome, and he looks like a gigolo at first glance. The woman said disdainfully, even if it's a gigolo, what's wrong with that? If you have the ability, why don't you do it? I can't let go of this face. It's not that you can't let go of your face, it's that you don't have the capital. If I were a rich woman, I would also choose that handsome guy. As for you, har har. I don't even want you to pay me. The man was finally speechless. If he could make a living by relying on his looks, he wouldn't want to work so hard. After everything is done, Fang Heng and Ling Yu drove away from the dealership separately. Passers-by were attracted by it. An Audi S8. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class. They are both million-level luxury cars. Who are these two people? On their way back, Fang Heng took a look at the system. It seems that because of Ling Yu's identity, the manager gave him a discount. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class costs exactly 2 million. Therefore, he received a rebate of 4 million, plus the previous 1 million, his savings have now reached 5 million. The free rice value that was previously reset to zero has now reached 50% again. It is estimated that the lottery will be open again soon. In the evening, Fang Heng received the same call from last night. Brother, are you selling the cat? Didn't I say I wouldn't sell it? Think about it again. Price is not an issue. No, if you call me again, I will block you. Fang Heng hung up the call directly. The cat had already been given to Ling Yu, so how could Fang Heng sell it to someone else? Besides, he had no intention of selling it from the beginning. What's wrong? Ling Yu walked out holding the cat. Fang Heng told her about this. Ling Yu stroked the cat and said, "This little fellow is indeed of excellent quality. It seems that the other party wants him very much. That's not for sale either." Ling Yu said, "By the way, the sales manager has passed the review. I will ask Shumu to arrange a new position for him on Monday." Fang Heng couldn't help but feel happy for Li Huer. Thanks. He subconsciously thanked Ling Yu, but when he thought of what the other party had said before, he immediately covered his mouth. Ling Yu said, "If you really want to thank me, how about you cook tonight?" "No problem, what do you want to eat?" As they were talking, the two came to the kitchen. "It's all fine, as long as you do it. I'll help you out." Ling Yu put the cat down and took the apron hanging nearby. Fang Heng said hurriedly, "No, I can do it alone." "How can this be possible? We are a family of two, so of course we have to help each other." Fang Heng was stunned. Ling Yu stuffed the apron into his arms. "Hurry up, my chef. Do you like potatoes?" Fang Heng asked. "I like it very much," she said. "I actually like it, too." "Then let's make something potato-related as the first dish." "Good." As it got darker, the two of them started to get busy in the kitchen. Ling Yu cooks almost every day, but for some reason, she is particularly happy tonight. Chapter 16. You're going to be lucky today. Inside a high-end club, the man was holding a charming woman in his arms. At this time, the younger brother came in, groveled, and said, "Master Shu, the other party still doesn't want to sell the cat. Give me the phone, I'll call myself." The younger brother hurriedly handed over the phone with both hands. Shu Kuan immediately made the call. However, as soon as the call was connected, before I had time to say anything, the other party hung up. "I couldn't get through when I called again, obviously I was blocked." Shu Kuan cursed, "How shameless." The seductive woman's hands were circling the man's strong chest. "Master Shu, please think of another solution." Shu Kuan slapped the woman, and there was a pop sound, and the woman screamed immediately. "Mr. Shu, you are so bad tilder." Shu Kuan said, "You are such a troublemaker, woman. I have money and I can get you a tiger, but you just want that cat. It looks a lot like a cat I used to have. The cat Chen Ting used to have has gone to the Meow planet, and she recently wants to get a new cat." Shu Kuan searched almost every pet store in Los Angeles, but she was not satisfied until she saw the photo of the ragdoll cat yesterday. She felt that the two cats were so similar, as if they were the ones she used to have. "Okay, I will definitely get it for you," Shu Kuan vowed. There is nothing that Shu Kuan can't do in Los Angeles. If you can't even handle a meerkat, wouldn't people laugh at you if word got out? Chen Ting happily kissed Shu Kuan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Shu. I knew you were the best." Shu Kuan hugged Chen Ting and said with a wicked smile, "I'll let you experience something even better later." On Monday, Fang Heng got up and walked out of the room. The kitten came forward on its own initiative. Fang Heng patted its head perfunctorily and then left it aside. At the dinner table, he saw a breakfast and a sticky note next to it. "I'm going to work, remember to have breakfast." Fang Heng grabbed the pen beside him and replied to Ling Yu on it. After washing his face, brushing his teeth and eating breakfast, he prepared to go to work at light years. "I've thought about resigning before. But since President Guangnian is his wife, it would be nice to hang out with her occasionally. Moreover, Ling Yu promised to arrange a position for him where he could slack off. Walk out of the villa. Fang Heng always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It wasn't until I saw the car keys that I realized what was going on. I almost forgot that I am a car owner now. So Fang Heng turned back to the villa. Drive a Mercedes-Benz G out of the garage. Leave Junyuan. Fang Heng saw a group of people gathered at the pet shop he had visited before. The store was in a mess, even the signboard was smashed. The shop owner had bruises on his face and was pushed around by the crowd. Although it's not clear why. Fang Heng felt inexplicably relieved. After all, it was the store owner who leaked his contact information. As a result, I was harassed by that person by phone again while I was cooking last night. In the end, he got so angry that he blocked the other person. Arrived light years away. Fang Heng was stopped at the door. The guard said, "Hello, sir. Outsiders need to register." Fang Heng flashed his work badge through the car window and said, "I am from Light Years." Looking at the words "Sales Department Staff" on the work badge. The guard was amazed. An ordinary employee drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to work. This doesn't make sense. Besides, I have never encountered it before. Could it be some suspicious person? It happened that Ma Shun, the head of the security department, passed by at this moment. He asked, "What's wrong?" The guard explained the situation. Ma Shun walked forward and saw that the person sitting in the car was Fang Heng. He was deeply impressed by Fang Heng. I remember that when I went to the president's office, leaders of several departments were there. Everyone was standing except Fang Heng, who was sitting alone. Moreover, even CEO Ling Yu would ask for Fang Heng's opinion when making decisions. Therefore, Ma Shun silently took note of Fang Heng, knowing that this person's identity and status were definitely extraordinary. Now that Fang Heng drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to work, Ma Shun is even more convinced that his guess is correct. So he pushed the guard aside, smiled at Fang Heng, and said very respectfully, "Mr. Fang, I'm sorry, it's my negligence." The guard looked confused. Ma Shun is the head of the security department, but judging from his work badge, Fang Heng is just an ordinary employee in the sales department. Although the two are not from the same department, there is a difference in their status. Why is Ma Shun so respectful to the other party? What are you standing there for? Why don't you let Mr. Fang pass? Following Ma Shun's scolding, the security guard came to his senses and immediately raised the lifting rod with the remote control. Watched Fang Heng leave. Ma Shun patted the guard on the head and said, "You really have no sense. If you make that gentleman angry, both you and I will be kicked out." The guard adjusted his hat and asked in confusion, "Manager Ma, who was that gentleman just now?" "Don't ask so many questions. All you need to know is that even the president has to ask for his opinion before making a decision." Hiss. The guard gasped. Even the president has to consult Fang Heng before making a decision? How terrifying is the other party's true identity? Think of this. The guard couldn't help but feel a little scared. Sales department office. Fang Heng put a grape into his mouth and said, "Manager Li, I just counted with my fingers and you are going to have great luck today." Li Huer sorted out the documents and said, "Come on, I fell into a pit when I went out today, and I almost got late." Through the window, I saw Shumu walk into the sales department. "Look, good luck is coming," Fang Heng said. "What the hell is good luck?" Li Huer felt vaguely uneasy. Shumu serves as the president's assistant. Generally, they don't move around departments easily. Once they appear in a department, it means there are special circumstances. Li Huer couldn't help but think, "Did I do something wrong?" At this time Shumu came in. "Manager Li, come with me." As Shumu spoke, his eyes subconsciously looked towards Fang Heng. Li Huer's hair suddenly stood up. Finished. Although I don't know why. But my intuition told me that it was probably not a good thing. Li Huer glanced at the office reluctantly, then patted Fang Heng on the shoulder. Then he left with Shumu. President's office. Ling Yu was checking the documents meticulously. Shumu said, "President, the person is here." "Hello, Mr. Ling." Ling Yu put down the pen in his hand and said slowly, "Manager Li, are you willing to pay more for Guanyin?" Li Huer felt uneasy. "Does this mean that you feel you are not making enough progress in your work?" Boss Leng, I will do my best in the future. I hope you will show some leniency. Shumu interrupted Li Hua and said, Manager Li, you only need to answer yes or no, there is no need to say anything else. Yes, of course I am willing. I am willing to give everything for Guanyin, even my life. Leng Yu noticed Li Hua's nervousness. She said calmly, don't be so exaggerated. Congratulations. From now on, you will serve as the sales manager and continue to work hard for Guanyin. Chapter 17 She is my woman. Li Hua's mind went blank. Sales department, manager? Did I hear that correctly? Is this a promotion? When Li Hua reacted, he was so excited that he couldn't express it in words, and he even stuttered when he spoke. He never dreamed that he would be promoted to sales manager. I don't know how many people are drooling over this position. Given his qualifications and background, he had never had any expectations before. It seems that just as Fang Heng said, I am very lucky today. Leng Yu said, okay, Shumu, take manager Li to hand over the work. Clear. Until the moment before the door closed, Li Hua was still expressing his gratitude to Leng Yu. After the two left, Leng Yu took out his cell phone and found the number. After the call was connected, her tone unconsciously became a little gentle, and she said, come to my office. Not long. Fang Heng walked into the office. Leng Yu stood up and asked, have you had breakfast? I ate it. I also saw the sticky note and replied to the message on it. What did you write? Leng Yu asked curiously. Fang Heng kept the secret on purpose. It's a secret. You'll know when you get home from get off work. Leng Yu was somewhat helpless, and said with a resentful look in his eyes, you are still teasing me. Fang Heng chuckled. Leng Yu said again, by the way, I thought about it and found a position that meets your requirements. What do you think of the position of secretary in the president's office? As long as I can fish. Shumu sometimes does secretarial work. It's very leisurely, so you can slack off as you like. Then this one. Fang Heng never expected that one day he would openly discuss the issue of slacking off with the president. This is also a great spectacle. The two just finished chatting. Leng Rushua rushed into the office aggressively. She said angrily, Leng Yu, what do you mean, why did you touch my people again? Leng Yu casually picked up the documents from the desk. You mean the former sales manager, right? Here's his profile. You'll understand after you read it. Leng Rushua took a look at the information and her face suddenly turned pale. She tore the documents into pieces in a few seconds and said, don't go too far. Even rabbits bite when they are angry. I will definitely report you to Grandpa. If you like this 3-year-old game, I don't mind playing with you forever. Leng Yu regained his usual aura and continued with a serious face, but you also have to think carefully about whether what your subordinates did will cause you to burn yourself if it gets to Grandpa. Leng Yu's words awakened Leng Rushua. She could only accept it as a loss. So he glared at Fang Heng fiercely and left with a lot of anger. Fang Heng was completely confused. No. We may be quarreling, but why are you suddenly glaring at me? What have I done to offend anyone? However, from what the two had just said, Fang Heng realized that they were actually sisters. Fang Heng said, Manager Leng is your sister. She is my cousin. My sister just came back from studying abroad and is a freshman in college. Oh. I guess Leng Yu went to the airport that day to pick up his sister-in-law. I just don't know what happened afterwards. As a result, Leng Yu came back looking very hurt. Leng Yu said, Leng Rushua is a weird person. If she does anything to you, you must tell me. Fang Hengzi was not panicked at all, as he had just gained physical enhancement. With one kick, even a tiger would call him Big Brother. It's okay. If Manager Leng dares to provoke me, I will kick her away. Leng Yu was so amused by Fang Heng that she covered her mouth and smiled. Fang Heng was a little stunned. This seemed to be the second time Leng Yu smiled in front of him. Leng Yu is beautiful enough in herself, and her smile is even more stunning. Leng Yu lifted the hair beside her ear with her hand, subconsciously avoiding Fang Heng's burning gaze. There was a knock on the door at an inopportune moment. Shumu walked in alone. Boss Leng, everything has been arranged. Leng Yu nodded gently and asked, is there any vacant office? What do you mean? From now on, Fang Heng will serve as the secretary of the president's office and will cooperate with you and me in our work. Shumu was speechless for a while. What coordination works? It's obvious that he's here to slack off. No more. Some. Although it is not clear why Ling Yu did this. But as the president's assistant, Xu Mu had no choice but to follow orders. So she led Fang Heng to an empty office. Secretary Fang, this will be your office from now on. Fang Heng took a look and found that it was bigger than the sales department's office, so it would not be a problem for doing anything inside. Thank you, Assistant Xu. We will be colleagues from now on. Please give me your guidance. Xu Mu asked curiously, what is your relationship with Mr. Ling? Didn't she tell you? Fang Heng asked back. Of course Xu Mu learned about it from Ling Yu. In fact, when they talked on the phone before, Fang Heng and Ling Yu happened to be together. But she still couldn't quite believe the fact that they were married. Are you two acting? Xu Mu suddenly had an idea. Fang Heng was a little surprised that Xu Mu was qualified for the position of president's assistant. It turned out that Xu Mu had sharp observation skills. But he remained calm and said, Ling Yu and I have been living together. This is our wedding ring. Yesterday we went to meet with President Shan to discuss cooperation. She even made breakfast for me this morning. Do you think we are acting? The series of information shocked Xu Mu. But I have known President Ling for so many years, and I have never heard her mention you. Moreover, you have not had any contact with President Ling in the past 6 months since you joined Guanyin. She and I knew each other when we were kids, but we didn't keep in touch for a long time until we recognized each other recently. Although it was full of loopholes, Fang Heng could only use Ling Yu's previous lie and embellish it slightly to deceive Xu Mu. What surprised Fang Heng was that after saying this, Xu Mu seemed to believe it completely. The look she gave him suddenly softened. You must treat President Ling well and never let her down. Xu Mu said, slowly moving his gaze away from the teardrop mole at the corner of Fang Heng's eyes. Of course, she is my woman. After Xu Mu left, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. It's almost time to get off work. The news that Li Huer was promoted to sales manager spread. At the same time, the addition of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Lightyear parking garage also caused quite a bit of discussion. Everyone was guessing which executive had bought the new car. At this moment, Li Huer returned to the sales department with a beaming face. All the staff rushed forward. Boss, congratulations. Why call him supervisor? He should be called manager. Manager, there's a new Mercedes-Benz G in the garage today. Could it be that you bought it to celebrate your promotion? Yes, manager, is that car yours? Li Huer had also heard about this matter. He said helplessly, I have to support my family, how can I afford such an expensive car? Seeing that Li Huer denied it, everyone started discussing who the car belonged to. Soon, they started to urge Li Huer to treat them to a meal. Li Huer agreed happily and scanned the faces one by one, but he didn't see Fang Heng. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. Chapter 18, Failed Confession. President's Office. Fang Heng was talking to Ling Yu about Xu Mu's inquiry into their relationship. It was a bit thrilling. Xu Mu was suspicious at first, but when I told her that we knew each other when we were kids, she believed it instantly. Ling Yu remained calm, it's okay, as long as she believes it. Then if someone asks me about this in the future, I will still say this. Can. Just then, Fang Heng received a call from Li Huer. How come you disappeared right after get off work, kid? Let me guess, Brother Li, are you going to treat everyone to a meal? Yes, you are right, I got lucky and got a promotion. I'll send you the address. You must come tonight. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Fang Heng put away his phone and asked Ling Yu, Li Huer is inviting us to dinner tonight. Do you want to come with us? No, it's not appropriate for me to appear. Fang Heng imagined the scene. Really? If Ling Yu had arrived at the scene, everyone would have been so restrained that they probably wouldn't even dare to speak. That's all. After get off work, the two went their separate ways. Ling Yu returned to the villa. At the dining table, she saw the sticky note left in the morning. What's different from the previous ones is that there's a cute little cat drawn on it with 2 words left next to it. Okay. Ling Yu smiled faintly and murmured, it's a pretty good painting. The ragdoll cat in her arms seemed to understand and meowed at the sticky note. The other side. Fang Heng arrived at his destination and subconsciously looked back. Although the room was empty and there was nothing there, Fang Heng always had a vague feeling that someone was following him. Enter the hotel. The atmosphere in the box was hot. As soon as he saw Fang Heng, Li Huo immediately came up to him with a glass of champagne. You are finally here, everyone is waiting for you. There's a bit of traffic on the road. Because it was rush hour, Fang Heng was worried about traffic jams, so he took a long DT and ended up running into other drivers. A female employee said, speaking of cars, there's a new G-Class in the garage today. You all know about this, right? Of course I know. Even other departments are discussing this matter. Someone nearby said. I heard from the security department that the owner of this G-Class seems to be from our sales department. Is this true? Everyone from our sales department is here today, right? Come out and tell us who it belongs to. Everyone looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to admit it. At this time Fang Heng sat down quietly in the corner. After all, this was Li Huo's promotion party, so he decided not to steal the limelight. No one has admitted it, right? In my opinion, this car must still belong to Manager Li. Yeah, except for the manager, where can we afford it? Li Huo said, oh, it's really not mine. I haven't even paid off my mortgage yet. How can I get so much money to buy a G-Class? Manager, if the car isn't yours, then whose could it be? I don't know either. I guess it's all just rumors. How can the people in our sales department have the ability to do this? Several people were still discussing the car. A woman in a short skirt and white stockings slowly walked up to Fang Heng. The woman is Chen Shui from the next group. She is good looking and there are usually many male employees around her who are courting her. However, Chen Shui often asked Fang Heng for help, which made the male employees jealous and therefore hostile towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng looked at Chen Shui and asked, what's the matter? Chen Shui took a deep breath, tilted her head back and drank all their wine in the glass. This move was obviously intended to give him courage. Ever since Fang Heng joined the company, Chen Shui has had feelings for him. Before, because Fang Heng had a girlfriend, Chen Shui had been reluctant to express her feelings. Recently, she heard the news that Fang Heng broke up, so after get off work, Chen Shui went home to change out of her work clothes and dressed up specially, just to take this opportunity to confess to Fang Heng. Chen Shui clenched her fists and said, Fang Heng, I like you, can you be my boyfriend? The originally noisy box suddenly became quiet because of these words. Everyone's attention immediately fell on the two of them. Li Huo came over and helped to bring them together, saying, yes, Fang Heng, you broke up, right? Xiao Chen is a nice girl, you two can try dating. After this was said, many people agreed with Li Huo and even shouted the slogan, promise her. Only a few male employees looked increasingly unhappy, and one of them almost crushed their wine glass in his hand. Chen Shui was expectant but also nervous. With so many people helping her confess her love, she felt the chances of success should be very high. You are a good girl, but I'm sorry. Fang Heng said lightly. Because of his appearance, Fang Heng has experienced too many similar scenes since his student days. So it's easy to say no without any pressure. Hearing this, everyone sighed. Chen Shui is so beautiful, they thought Fang Heng would definitely agree, but he refused without hesitation. Chen Shui seemed unable to accept this result, and asked a little excitedly, why, can you tell me the reason? I'm married. Fang Heng showed the wedding ring on his ring finger. For a moment, Chen Shui was speechless. How could Fang Heng suddenly get married just a few days after their breakup? Obviously, this wedding ring was used to reject others. After all, she had used similar tricks before. Many people had the same idea as Chen Shui, but Li Huo looked at the wedding ring with a thoughtful expression. Li Huo always felt that he had seen it somewhere, but for a moment he couldn't remember where. Chen Shui, whose confession failed, sat down on the sofa like a deflated ball, feeling lost. The male employees who liked her were relieved. One of them, named Xiao Kangpeng, stopped holding their wine glass and suddenly stood up to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, I see you are so interested in cars. To be honest, the Mercedes-Benz G in the garage today is mine. Oh my god, it turns out it's yours. Why didn't you admit it just now? I just don't want to steal the limelight from Manager Li. Xiao Kangpeng said. There was a burst of discussion in the box. Awesome, Brother Xiao, has your family become rich? Brother Xiao, I will rely on you from now on. Boss Xiao. Many people complimented Xiao Kangpeng. This undoubtedly satisfied his huge vanity. Xiao Kangpeng thought that it felt so damn good to show off. Anyway, one of his relatives does have a G-class, so he can borrow it to fool this group of people. Besides, my house is going to be demolished soon, so I can't hide it any longer. At worst, I can ask the old man for gold coins and buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Xiao Kangpeng's purpose in doing this is very simple. Of course, it's to get Chen Shuai. Xiao Kangpeng said, "Shuai, after the dinner, can I take you home?" Chapter 19, Strange Girl. Many people saw through Xiao Kangpeng's thoughts. They started to make a fuss immediately. "Boss Xiao, are you going to personally send Chen Shuai off in a G-Class? It's dark and the road is slippery. A scratch would cost a lot of money. I parked the G-Class and took it home after get off work. Of course, if Shuai is willing, she can come to my house and take a look at it slowly," Xiao Kangpeng said. "Then it won't just be about looking at the car, right? Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Kangpeng said this, but he was thinking the opposite. He was really hoping something would happen between him and Chen Shuai. Chen Shuai frowned. Fang Heng just watched Xiao Kangpeng show off quietly. The dinner was almost over. Fang Heng saw that it was getting late and prepared to go back early. Seeing this, Li Hua walked him downstairs, and Chen Shuai, Xiao Kangpeng and others followed him down. Fang Heng didn't drink, but Li Hua was a little drunk. He burped, patted Fang Heng on the shoulder, and said, "Where have you been today? I haven't seen anyone in the sales department all day." Fang Heng said, "Brother Li, I almost forgot to tell you that I was transferred to the president's office as a secretary." As soon as these words came out, Li Hua and others were shocked. Although the career prospects of a secretary are somewhat limited, you will be in contact with company senior management every day, so everyone has to be polite to them. Surprised, Li Hua was also happy for Fang Heng. After all, it was definitely a promotion from an ordinary clerk to a secretary in the president's office. Chen Shuai felt a little disappointed. In her opinion, Fang Heng's leaving the sales department seemed like he was deliberately avoiding her. Xiao Kangpeng and others were happier. Once Fang Heng left, their opportunities to interact with Chen Shuai would decrease, and they would have more opportunities. Fang Heng walked towards the parking space and several people waved goodbye to him. A male employee suddenly said, "Hey, Mr. Xiao, didn't you say you didn't drive a G-Class? Why is there a G-Class parked there?" Xiao Kangpeng was stunned for a moment. Only then did I notice that there was a large G-Class parked quietly in the parking space. Could it be that this G-Class is really from the sales department? The others also started discussing it. Between words, Fang Heng drove a G-Class in front of the group of people. He said through the car window, "Brother Li, there's no need to send me off, everyone just get in." This moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Xiao Kangpeng was more exaggerated, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. They felt a shock they had never felt before. It turns out that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class belongs to Fang Heng. Until this moment, Li Hua finally understood why Fang Heng's ring looked familiar. Because when he went to the president's office today, he also saw the same style of ring on Ling Yu's ring finger. Recalling Fang Heng's inexplicable words before, Li Hua suddenly understood and sobered up. It turned out that Fang Heng had not lied at all. He and Ling Yu were husband and wife, and his promotion was probably due to Fang Heng's help. The truth of the matter suddenly overturned Li Hua's cognition. He looked at Fang Heng with fear. The man in front of him was truly terrifying. Could it be that I have been deliberately undercover in the sales department for the past 6 months? Think of this. Li Hua suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. At this time, Fang Heng said to him again, "Brother Li, see you tomorrow." Li Hua was horrified and said, "Don't. I don't deserve it." Fang Heng chuckled, looked at Xiao Kangpeng again, and said, "Drive the G-Class to the company later. I want to see your car just like everyone else." After saying this, Fang Heng drove away. Xiao Kangpeng was extremely embarrassed. Several people's eyes were suddenly focused on him. Since the big G belongs to Fang Heng, it means Xiao Kangpeng must have lied. Li Hua said angrily, "You are so young, but you are telling lies all the time. If you dare to treat customers like this, I, Li Hua, will never tolerate it." Chen Shuai said coldly, "Xiao Kangpeng, stay away from me in the future, I don't like you at all." The few people who had just called Xiao Kangpeng Mr. Xiao also immediately changed their way of addressing him. Xiao Kangpeng, it's boring if you do this. You're wasting everyone's enthusiasm. That's right, after all this time you turned out to be just bragging. I thought you were so great. If I were Chen Shui, I would never fall in love with you in my life. You and I kept talking, and Xiao Kangpeng was so embarrassed that he didn't want to stay any longer. Manager Li, I have something to do and I have to leave first. After saying this, Xiao Kangpeng left angrily with his tail between his legs. After a few people returned to the box, the others soon learned of the situation. They were deeply shocked that Fang Heng was the owner of a G class. Fuck, it turns out Fang Heng is a very capable person. It seems like he comes from a wealthy family. That's right. He's so handsome. You can tell at a glance that he's not an ordinary person. I guess he was sent by his family to experience life. At the same time, they discussed Xiao Kangpeng with contempt. Speaking of which, Xiao Kangpeng is too funny. She said she didn't want to steal Manager Li's limelight, but what she said and what she did were completely different. Indeed, Fang Heng is the real owner of the car and has never deliberately stolen the limelight from Manager Li. He is a fake, but he is pretending to be one. It can only be said that this is a clown among clowns. The joke about Xiao Kangpeng will probably be passed down for light years. On their way back, Fang Heng saw many food stalls on the street. So he decided to bring Ling Yu a midnight snack. On their way back after shopping, Fang Heng keenly noticed something was wrong. The next moment, a whip kick came towards him. Fang Heng raised his hand to block it, and his whole body remained motionless like a mountain. The masked girl showed surprise in her eyes, but she was not ready to give up. She turned around and kicked back again. Fang Heng dodged it easily and kicked the girl. With a cry of ouch, the girl staggered and fell to the ground. She quickly got up, a little flame burning in her beautiful eyes, and gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you hit me?" Fang Heng looked puzzled and asked, "Do you think I'm a wooden stake? You can only hit me but not me. I'm going to fight you today." The girl was about to take action angrily. At this moment, a group of people suddenly surrounded us. "Are you the guy who refuses to sell the cat?" said the bald man in the lead. Fang Heng recognized them at a glance. These guys were the same group of people who smashed the pet shop that morning. He looked at the masked girl again, subconsciously thinking that the two were accomplices. Is it necessary to call so many people just for a cat? There are so many pet stores in Los Angeles. Even if you have money, you still can't buy a cat. What cat or no cat? I don't even know these people, said the girl. The younger brother next to the bald man whispered, "Boss, something seems wrong." "Who is this little girl?" The bald man looked at the girl and said, "Don't worry about it. Catch them all and send them to Master Shu together." "Okay." The younger brother responded and immediately signaled the people behind him to take action. The bald man lit a cigarette, sat down and prepared to watch the show. If you have any sense, don't resist, or you'll get beaten. Ouch. Before he could finish his words, Fang Heng kicked the bald man in the face. There was a big shoe print on his forehead, and he fainted immediately. Chapter 20, Teaching My Wife to Cook. Fuck. The younger brothers were immediately confused. What's going on? This kid is too fast. He just slipped out and his boss was knocked to the ground. The masked girl also looked at Fang Heng with a little surprise. So fast. When the group reacted, they were all furious. In their opinion, Fang Heng dared to take the first step when there were so many people around, which meant that he didn't take them seriously at all. Soon a group of people rushed forward. Fang Heng and the girl were originally hostile, but at this moment they united tacitly. With the support of the system, Fang Heng had no pressure in dealing with them. One punch, one kick, he was just bullying. Although the girl seemed to be struggling, her boxing and kicking skills were also very good. The people she knocked to the ground had blood in their mouths and their front teeth were all lost. Suddenly, a dwarf got so angry that he pulled out a knife and rushed towards the girl. Just when the cold light was only a few centimeters away from the girl, a pair of strong hands grabbed the dwarf's wrist. Fang Heng just applied a little force, and the dwarf immediately felt like his bones were about to break. With a click. As the knife fell to the ground, the girl turned around. Looking at the scene in front of her, she was slightly stunned, and immediately realized that it was Fang Heng who saved her. Otherwise, I would have fallen in a pool of blood. Fang Heng teased, "Why are you hitting them so hard on their front teeth? Are you afraid they won't be able to keep their mouths shut in the future?" "It's none of your business," said the girl. Fang Heng couldn't help but laugh. You wouldn't have thought he was such a little tsunder. This group of small fry was obviously no match for the two of them. Soon they all fell to the ground in pieces, and even those who were still conscious began to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. "I can't beat him. I can't beat him at all. Especially that man, he was like a strong man. One punch from him made me vomit out all the food I had last year. It's so scary, Mom, I want to go home." Finished cleaning up the last person, Fang Heng clapped his hands and said, "Done. Next, we should continue to solve the problem between us." After the words fell, the girl did not respond. Fang Heng turned around and saw that the other party had already run away. He was speechless for a moment. The girl was wearing a mask so he couldn't see her face clearly, and he didn't know where she came from. Since he is not in the same group as the people on the ground, then who sent them to cause trouble for him? Fang Heng didn't think too much about it, but prepared to pick up the midnight snack on the stone bench and go home. When I looked over, I found that the midnight snack had been dropped at some point, and the soup was spilled all over the floor. Damn, he bought this specially for Ling Yu. Fang Heng kicked the guy lying next to him, thinking of buying another one. However, all the snack stalls have been closed. He was so angry that he turned back and kicked the guy again. After Fang Heng left, the group of people lying on the ground sat up in pain. The most depressed person among them was the one sitting next to the stone chair. "No, what's wrong with me? Why did you have to kick me 2 more times?" In the viller's living room, Ling Yu was watching TV with a kitten in her arms. She was wearing a white nightgown, lying on her side on the soft sofa, her slender legs and small feet clearly visible from under the hem of her skirt. Fang Heng was stunned by the scene as soon as he entered the room. I have to say that Ling Yu's legs are indeed long and beautiful, as if they have magical power, making him unable to take his eyes off them. Fang Heng felt that Ling Yu was almost 175 centimeters tall. If he was not tall enough, the pressure would be doubled when they went out together. Noticing Fang Heng's gaze, Ling Yu put the cat aside, sat up, and subconsciously pulled down the hem of her skirt. "Why are you back so late?" Her pleasant voice was mixed with a hint of laziness. "I originally brought you a midnight snack, but something went wrong on the way. By the way, are you hungry now?" "A little." Ling Yu put on his slippers and stretched. "How about I make you something to eat?" Ling Yu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you teach me? I think you're better at cooking than me." "Yeah, sure. I'll change my clothes first." Fang Heng walked past the sofa and petted the kitten, then went back to his room and changed out of his work clothes. When I entered the kitchen, Ling Yu was already preparing the ingredients. Fang Heng asked, "What dish do you want to cook?" "Chicken and potato nuggets, just watch me make them. If you have any questions about any step, you can directly raise them." "No problem." Fang Heng began to watch Ling Yu cook. Ling Yu takes cooking as seriously as she does her work, and she exudes a unique charm. Fang Heng was lost in thought as he watched, his attention shifting from the cutting board to Ling Yu. "Fang Heng." Ling Yu turned around with a puzzled look on his face. Fang Heng reacted and said, "Oh, what's wrong? Do you think there is something wrong with the way I cut this potato?" Fang Heng was about to say that there was no problem, but after taking a look, he actually found a problem. The potatoes should be cut into moderate pieces, not too big or too small. "Let me show you how to cut them. This is probably how you should cut them." Fang Heng demonstrated it himself. "Oh, I see." Ling Yu nodded and seemed to understand, but actually his hands were still cutting exactly the same as before. "No, this is it." Fang Heng demonstrated it several times in succession. Ling Yu never learned it. The president, who usually looks so high and mighty, looks cute and silly in the kitchen. Fang Heng really had no other choice, so he stepped forward and stuck behind Ling Yu, putting his hand on the back of Ling Yu's hand that was holding the knife handle. "That's right, try again." Fang Heng held Ling Yu's hand and demonstrated again. Ling Yu was suddenly enlightened and finally understood. "Is that right? I succeeded." "Yes." Fang Heng sighed secretly, lowered his gaze, and his eyes widened instantly. "So big." Ling Yu saw that he was in a daze, and then he realized what was going on. She covered her collar with her hands, stepped back from Fang Heng's embrace, and said, "I have something to do, please wait a moment." When the cold rain comes down from the second floor again. She had changed her nightgown into home clothes. Their eyes met, and the two avoided each other's gaze. Ling Yu said, "Okay, let's continue." Ahem. Okay. After the ingredients are prepared, the next step is to heat the oil in a pan. There was a timer in the kitchen, and Fang Heng told Ling Yu the steps and time. Ling Yu followed his instructions and quickly made potato chicken nuggets. The food was served on the table. Ling Yu let Fang Heng taste it first, and then asked expectantly, "How is it?" Fang Heng remained silent and motioned Ling Yu to have a taste as well. Ling Yu first tasted a piece of potato, and then tasted the chicken. "Well, although it's not as good as what you made, it's much better than what I made myself before." Fang Heng said, "It's already very close, and you don't have to be the same as me, just find your favorite flavor." "The flavor you make is my favorite." Fang Heng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chapter 21 I'll teach you how to swim. After having supper, the two of them took a walk in the courtyard. Fang Heng said, "I have something to do tomorrow, so I may not go to the company. As we agreed before, it's okay if you don't come to work, and you don't have to report to me specifically." Fang Heng saw the curiosity in her expression, so he explained, "I need to go home." "Are you going back to your parents' house?" "I guess so." "Understood. If there is anything you need cooperation with, you can inform me in advance." Between words, the two came to the swimming pool. Fang Heng squatted down and touched the water in the pool with his hand, and asked in surprise, "This water is actually warm. The temperature is kept constant for 24 hours. There is a device inside that will automatically adjust according to the weather." "I see, it seems like you swim every day." "I love the feeling of floating in the water." Ling Yu added, "I haven't seen you go swimming these days." "It's okay. You can use whatever you want at home." "I cannot swim." "How, can't you swim?" Ling Yu seemed particularly surprised. "I used to be able to swim, but I haven't been in the water for many years, so I probably can't swim well anymore." Fang Heng suddenly felt very heavy. Many years ago, he not only knew how to swim, but he even saved people several times. But ever since that incident, he developed a traumatic experience with swimming and never went into the water again. Ling Yu said, "As long as you know how to do it before and get used to the water, you will soon be able to get the feeling back." "I will teach you when I have time." "You teach me?" "Yes, let's reciprocate. Let's set the time for this weekend. I will teach you how to swim." Fang Heng thought about it for a while. "It's been so long. I really should move forward. Otherwise, he would definitely be unhappy seeing me like this." So he smiled and said, "Okay." Night comes quietly. First floor corner room. Fang Heng suddenly woke up from the bed, his face covered with sweat. He sat on the bed, staring blankly at the stars in the sky through the floor-to-ceiling window. Watched for a long time. And it's right above in the room on the second floor. Ling Yu lay on the bed, his thoughts jumping back to 10 years ago. The Ling family has very strict education, and the holidays at home are boring. So she sneaked out of the Ling family and went traveling with her classmates. As a result, an accident happened at the lake. When her classmate fell into the water, she rushed into the water to rescue him, but was pulled into the deep water as well. Two girls who couldn't swim were struggling painfully in a lake deep in the mountains and dense forests. Just when they were in despair, a father and son found and saved them. Ling Yu clearly remembered that it was a boy who carried her ashore. The boy had a teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. His father said to him, "Fang Heng, is the little girl you saved okay?" In the sunshine, water was dripping from the boy's chin and there was a bright smile on his handsome face. "Dad, she's still breathing, she should be fine." That's right, the boy was none other than Fang Heng when he was a teenager. Therefore, Ling Yu was particularly surprised tonight when he heard Fang Heng say that he couldn't swim. After all, if it wasn't Fang Heng, she might have lost her life. Ling Yu couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Fang Heng that caused him not to swim for so many years. The next day, Fang Heng woke up and saw breakfast and sticky notes on the dining table again. "Remember to eat well when you wake up." Carrot received. Fang Heng put down his pen, feeling that Ling Yu was being too nice to him. Apart from him, no one would probably believe that the high and mighty President Guanyin actually has a feminine side behind the scenes. Pack everything up. Fang Heng drove to his uncle's house. Since his father died 10 years ago, Fang Heng has been living in his uncle's house. His uncle treated him well, like a father figure, and took care of him until he grew up. It was not until he graduated from college that Fang Heng moved out of his uncle's house. I haven't been home for a while, so Fang Heng thought about going back to see his uncle and buying him some gifts. At the same time, inside a slightly dilapidated residential building, Fang Dehui put down the dishes in his hand and said, "Wife, Xiaoheng is coming back today, hurry up and cook these dishes." His wife Zhao Fang glanced at him, threw the melon seed shells in her hand onto the coffee table, and said, "You've already graduated from college, why are you back? Do you want to stay here?" His son Fang Yulong, who was tapping his toes and playing mobile games, said, "He probably came back to ask for money." "Dad, let me tell you, our family just bought a car, but we don't have money to help outsiders." Fang Dehui said, "Yulong, be careful with your words, Xiaoheng is your cousin. Then he is not your and my mother's son, so what else can he be but an outsider?" Zhao Fang stood up and said, "Don't tell your father about this. He's just not smart enough. He cares more about other people's children than you, his own son. That's enough, you too. Xiaoheng is so pitiful. I'm his uncle, can't I be nicer to him?" "What happened to the uncle?" "His father drowned while swimming in the sea. You didn't kill him. Why are you meddling in his business?" "I don't want to argue with you." Fang Dehui simply stopped talking, knowing that the argument would continue endlessly. Zhao Fang grabbed the food and said unhappily, "You think I want to argue with you? I really owe you, the Fang family." Passing by Fang Yulong, she also started to criticize him. "Mom, what did I do to you?" Fang Yulong said. "You just play games all day long. Do you think you can make me worry less? What's wrong with me playing games during my vacation? Besides, I bought a car and was promoted to team leader in the company. No matter what, I am definitely better than someone, right?" The someone Fang Yulong was referring to was naturally Fang Heng. Zhao Fang said, "You can only compete with Fang Heng." Seeing this, Fang Dehui went straight back to his room. On one side is his younger brother's son, and on the other side is his own wife and children. He was in a dilemma and found it difficult to handle their household chores. Not long. Fang Heng came to the door carrying some things. Fang Dehui took a look and immediately went to meet him. "Xiaoheng, are you back?" Upon seeing this, Zhao Fang immediately changed her expression and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Xiaoheng, you're back, so just come back, why bring any gifts?" she said and took the gift from Fang Heng's hand. The last second he was still talking bad about people behind their backs. The next second they met, they were extremely enthusiastic. Zhao Fang's acting skills were so smooth that even his son Fang Yulong was amazed. Fang Heng replied to his uncle Fang Dehui with a smile, but when it came to his aunt Zhao Fang's turn, he seemed much colder. After so many years of getting along, Fang Heng knew that Zhao Fang didn't like him, which was why he moved out of his uncle's house immediately after graduating from college. As he spoke, Fang Dehui invited Fang Heng to sit down at the dinner table. My cousin Fang Yulong helped pour a glass of water and deliberately asked, "Fang Heng, how are you doing in Guanyin?" Chapter 22. Uncle's family was shocked. "Not bad," Fang Heng said. Fang Yulong and Fang Heng are of similar age and have been attending the same school since childhood. After the college entrance examination, Fang Heng was successfully admitted to the University of Los Angeles. Fang Yulong chose to work in a factory because his grades were too poor. Over the years, Fang Yulong has changed one factory after another, but was not satisfied with any of them. "It was not until recently that I was preparing to find a partner and get married that I settled down in a garment factory. I happened to be promoted to team leader a few days ago." Fang Yulong said, "If it's okay, it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not okay." "What does okay mean?" Zhao Fang brought out a dish and said, "Xiaoheng, your cousin was promoted to team leader in their factory a few days ago. He just graduated from high school. You, a college student, must be better than him, right?" Their mother and son sang the same tune, obviously trying to deliberately squeeze Fang Heng. Fang Dehui's face darkened and he said, "Just eat, why are you talking about these things?" Zhao Fang pulled a chair and sat down, saying, "If we don't chat, then we're just going to eat. Besides, there's nothing wrong with what I said. Xiaoheng graduated from university, how could he be doing worse than our Yulong? Xiaoheng is already doing just as well as Yulong. He joined a big company in Luo City, while Yulong only joined a slightly bigger factory. What's so great about being promoted to a team leader? As soon as these words came out, both mother and son were unhappy. This is clearly boosting others' morale and destroying one's own prestige. Zhao Fang said, "What do you mean by a slightly larger factory? The factory our son works for is at least one of the best in Los Angeles. Besides, being a team leader is at least a leader, which is better than being an errand boy in some big company, right?" Fang Yulong echoed, "That's right, my mom is right, Dad, if you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Fang Dehui wanted to refute, but was afraid that the argument would get out of control, so he picked up the glass and drank it in silence. Zhao Fang looked at Fang Heng and asked with a smile, "Xiao Heng, do you think what your aunt said is right?" Fang Dehui finally couldn't stand it anymore. He put the wine glass heavily on the table, and angrily said, "That's enough, Xiaoheng just came back to have a meal, is it necessary for you to be like this?" Zhao Fang immediately became excited and replied, "Hey, Fang Dehui, I think you are going crazy after a few drinks. I was just chatting with Xiaoheng, what's wrong with you?" Fang Heng was quite helpless. He just wanted to come back and have dinner and chat with his uncle. But the result turned out like this. Fang Heng had no choice but to speak up and smooth things over, saying, "Okay, stop arguing. I think what my aunt said makes sense. My cousin's current situation is definitely better than that of an ordinary employee in a large company. Look, Xiaoheng has already said this, but you are the only one who insists on arguing with me." Fang Dehui looked at Fang Heng, sighed deeply, and could only drink in silence with a heartbroken look on his face. Fang Yulong asked, "Fang Heng, what about you? You have been in Guanyin for a while, so you must have been promoted, right?" "Well, it should be considered a promotion." The three of them were stunned. "Really promoted?" Zhao Fang said. Fang Dehui looked delighted and asked, "Xiao Heng, tell me quickly, what position are you working in now?" "Working as a clerk in the president's office." Hearing this, the three were shocked on the spot. If she was just an ordinary clerk or secretary in a company department, she wouldn't be considered that great. But the content in the president's office is completely different. You know, Lightyear is a well-known large company in Los Angeles. Working in the president's office, you get to meet the company's top executives, as well as many big shots from outside. In the eyes of Fang Dehui and others, if Fang Heng performs better over time and is favored, his future will be limitless. Compared to being an ordinary salesperson before, this is not just a promotion, but a meteoric rise to the sky. Fang Dehui was very pleased. Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong were unwilling to believe this was true for a moment. Suddenly, Zhao Fang remembered that Guanyin has a public account, and the company's employee transfers are usually announced on it. So she immediately used her mobile phone to check the latest article, but found that Fang Heng's name was not on the staff transfer list at all. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Xiao Heng, if you really have this ability, your uncle and I will definitely be happy for you, but you deliberately lied to us, which is wrong of you." Fang Dehui said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Xiaoheng lie to us? How is this impossible? If someone gets into trouble outside, they will come home and brag about it. Isn't this a common thing?" Then, Zhao Fang told them about her recent discovery. Fang Dehui took the phone and found that it was indeed the case. He frowned and said, "Hey, Xiaoheng, how can you make fun of your uncle?" Zhao Fang continued, "Young people should be down to earth. Xiaoheng, don't do this again next time." Fang Heng, "Look, my dad is unhappy." Fang Yulong secretly held back his laughter. He really thought Fang Heng had become a huge success, but it turned out that he was just a complete clown. So funny. After he said that, he also prepared to search and watch Fang Heng's fun. When he saw the staff transfer list above, his eyes widened instantly. What do you mean Fang Heng's name is not there? How did he see it? And looking at the job transfer, he is definitely a secretary in the president's office. Fang Yulong asked, "Mom, where did you search? How did I find Fang Heng's name?" No, there's none on mine." The mother and son put their phones together and compared them carefully, only to find that Zhao Fang had made a mistake. He was checking Lightyear's branches in other regions, so he didn't see Fang Heng's name on them. As for Fang Yulong, he checked and found that not only was Fang Heng's name on it, but it also clearly indicated Fang Heng's current position as a secretary in the president's office. After all this trouble, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Fang Dehui immediately laughed heartily, patted Fang Heng on the shoulder, and said, "I knew, Xiaoheng, you wouldn't really make fun of your uncle." Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong's faces turned green, and they even lost the mood to eat. After the dinner, Fang Dehui was a little drunk because he was so happy. His face was red. He hugged Fang Heng and walked downstairs. Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong followed silently behind. Fang Dehui said, "Xiao Heng, on such a happy day, you don't even want to have a drink with uncle." Zhao Fang hurriedly continued, "Yes, Xiao Heng, Yulong can't drink because I'm going to drive you back later. Logically, you should have a couple of drinks with your uncle." Fang Heng said, "I don't drink much, and I drove here today, so I won't bother my cousin." Fang Yulong was surprised and asked, "Did you drive here?" "Yes, it's parked downstairs." Fang Yulong couldn't help but wonder where Fang Heng got the car from. Bought it? Rented? Borrowed? Shared blue? But no matter what, it will definitely not be more stylish than your own car. In order to find a partner to marry, he entered his family's savings and took out a loan to buy a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan. Chapter 23. This big G actually belongs to Fang Heng? Downstairs in the community, a group of old men and women gathered in front of a Mercedes-Benz G. An old lady asked, "What kind of car is this? Why does it look different from other cars?" Another old man said, "Look at the logo, it should be a BMW, it's quite cool." The young man who was admiring the car on the side was speechless. "Fking BMW, this is the latest model of Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the whole package costs at least 2 million, do you know anything about cars?" "Oh my god, more than 2 million. Is this made of gold?" A group of old men and women who knew nothing about cars wanted to touch the car, but when they heard the price, they were so scared that they stepped back several meters and didn't even dare to look at it. If such an expensive car loses paint or something, you can't afford to pay for it yourself. At this moment, Fang Heng, Fang Dehui and others went downstairs. Fang Yulong looked at the Mercedes-Benz G parked in the distance and felt a little unbelievable. I didn't expect that there is someone with such strength in their old and dilapidated community. However, the car owner definitely has nothing to do with his family. Zhao Fang didn't know much about cars and didn't know what the group of people were doing over there, so she didn't pay much attention. "Yulong just bought a car, Xiaoheng, why don't you let him take you home?" After learning that Fang Heng had become a secretary in the president's office of Guangyan, Zhao Fang's attitude towards him had changed. "It's not a good car, just a broken Mercedes-Benz, only over 500,000 yuan. I hope you don't mind it." Fang Yulong said deliberately. "I can't win in other competitions, but I can at least win in the car competition, right?" With a Mercedes worth more than 500,000 yuan, Fang Yulong couldn't figure out how Fang Heng could beat him. What happened just now was tantamount to having his face stepped on, so he wanted to use this opportunity to save some face. Fang Heng said, "That's already pretty impressive, but I still don't need my cousin to send me there, otherwise I'll have to come back to get the car in the evening." "Okay, where is your car parked?" "We'll take you there." "Over there." Fang Heng pointed to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class not far away. Fang Yulong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. Could this Mercedes-Benz G-Class belong to Fang Heng? No, Fang Heng has only graduated for less than a year, it is impossible for him to have such ability. There were other cars parked next to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and I thought one of them was Fang Heng's. That's all. Several people walked towards the crowd. In the crowd, the young man saw that the old men and women didn't know much about cars. It can be said that he is disappointed with his friend. So he patiently explained the car to everyone. When Zhao Fang heard this, she thought she had misheard. What the hell? This car and Yulong's car are both Mercedes-Benz, how can there be such a big price difference? Is this guy talking nonsense? The young man was somewhat dissatisfied. He knew that Fang Yulong had just bought a Mercedes-Benz worth more than 500,000 yuan. But in front of this Mercedes-Benz G-Class, it is just a younger brother. People are like cars. There are differences between them. The car your son bought is worlds apart from this one. Fang Yulong didn't know what to say, his car really couldn't compare. He was worried that the young man was related to the owner of the G-class, so he hurriedly stopped Zhao Fang, who was about to lose his temper. Fang Dehui said, "Okay, Xiaoheng, I'll take you here. Come home often when you have time." "Okay, uncle." In the sight of everyone, Fang Heng slowly walked towards the Mercedes-Benz G. However, the young man continued to talk about the vehicle's performance. Fang Heng interrupted him and said, "Please make way." "What are you doing? Aren't there roads nearby?" "Why do you have to go here?" asked the young man. "You blocked my way into the car." The group's puzzled looks instantly turned into shock. The young man shuddered. It turned out that the person in front of him was the owner of the car, and he was asking him what he was doing without knowing the consequences. The young man quickly took a few steps back, his face flushed red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it on the spot. Sorry, it's my problem." Fang Dehui and others widened their eyes. "What? This Mercedes-Benz G-Class actually belongs to Fang Heng? How is it possible?" After the young man vacated his seat, Fang Heng walked to the driver's seat and reached out to pull the door. "Hey, why isn't it open?" Only then did he remember that the car lock was still unlocked. However, from Zhao Fang's perspective, she thought Fang Heng might be crazy. So Zhao Fang quickly pulled Fang Dehui aside and said, "Husband, please take care of Xiaoheng. If he breaks the car, we won't be able to afford the compensation even if we sell Yulong's new car." Fang Yulong was shocked and said speechlessly, "Mom, what are you talking about? Fang Heng has already got in the car." When Zhao Fang looked again, Fang Heng had really gotten into the car. At this moment, she was shocked to the extreme. A car worth more than 2 million yuan actually belongs to Fang Heng? Where on earth did he get so much money? The Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped beside the three people. Fang Heng said, "Uncle, there's no need to send me off. Go up quickly." "Okay, go slowly on the road." Fang Dehui and the others stared blankly at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class going further and further away. The young man walked up to Fang Yulong and said apologetically, "So the owner of the car is your relative?" "Sorry, I take back what I said just now." Fang Yulong waved his hand and said, it's okay. After the young man said this, Fang Yulong felt even more complicated. From childhood to adulthood, he was not as good as Fang Heng in study, not as good as Fang Heng in appearance, and now he is not as good as Fang Heng in work, and even his car is not as good as Fang Heng's. When he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had no advantage over Fang Heng. Fang Yulong's mentality collapsed for a moment. He felt that he lived just to serve as a foil to Fang Heng. After they went upstairs, Zhao Fang saw that her son was listless and asked, "Yulong, what's wrong with you?" "Mom, where did Fang Heng get so much money that he could even afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class?" Zhao Fang was just as confused as Fang Yulong. She suddenly had an idea and said, "Could it be that your father made a lot of money without telling us and then secretly gave all the money to Fang Heng?" Under normal circumstances, Fang Yulong would definitely not believe it, but today he inexplicably felt that there was some truth in what Zhao Fang said. It's possible. After the discussion, the mother and son immediately went to find the drunk Fang Dehui to argue. Zhao Fang cursed directly, "Fang Dehui, you are such a shameless bastard. You are willing to spend so much money to buy a car for Fang Heng, so our Yulong is not your biological child." "Dad, you're going too far," Fang Yulong said. Fang Dehui was lying on the bed, preparing to rest, when he felt that the relationship between the mother and son was inexplicable. "What nonsense are you talking about? Where can I get so much money for Xiaoheng? If it wasn't you who gave it, then who else could it be?" Zhao Fang pressed. "Yes, Dad." Fang Dehui thought that the two of them were deliberately looking for trouble and didn't want to bother with them. "Go out and don't disturb my sleep," he said and turned over. Zhao Fang went up to him and pulled him aside, saying, "You still want to sleep? If you can't explain what happened today, you won't be able to live like this anymore. Try to touch me again." Fang Dehui tried hard to suppress his anger. Zhao Fang was not afraid of death at all, and said, "What's wrong with me touching you?" Fang Dehui could no longer tolerate it. Under the influence of alcohol, he stood up and started fighting with Zhao Fang. "I have tolerated you for many years. Xiaoheng is my brother's son. Once or twice is fine, but you bitch must be so inhumane. I will beat you to death today." Zhao Fan was beaten so hard that he screamed and started running around the room, saying, "Yulong, save me, your dad has gone crazy. Dad, stop it. Fang Yulong tried to stop the fight. As a result, both mother and son were beaten by Fang Dehui and ran around the room. Chapter 24 I'm Attracted to You. Love Club. As Shu Kuan and Chen Ting were about to go out, they ran into the bald man under his command. Shu Kuan immediately kicked the bald man and cursed, "Why haven't you been seen all night? How did you deal with the cat issue?" "No. I didn't succeed. I did find the person, but that guy is quite skilled, and he also had a little girl helping him. I was unconscious for a night, and I came to see you, Master Shu, as soon as I woke up." The bald man touched his shiny forehead awkwardly. He disappeared for a whole night on purpose just to play the victim in front of Shu Kuan so as to avoid being punished for failing to do his job well. Chen Ting was amused by the shoe print on his forehead and said, "What do you mean you were unconscious for a night? I think you slept for a night." Shu Kuan said, "You are such a loser. You can't even handle such a small matter. I can't count on you. I'd better go directly to my family." The bald man smiled on the surface, but in his heart he had already greeted Chen Ting's family 100 times. Shu Kuan made a phone call and said, "Ask Lao Mo to come to the Love Club to find me." After leaving his uncle's house, Fang Heng turned around and went to a nearby shopping mall. "I made an appointment with Ling Yu to go swimming this week, so of course I had to prepare my swimsuits in advance." After buying a swimsuit, a girl wearing a mask stopped him. The girl deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Brother, can you leave me your contact information? It's you. You slipped away really fast last night." Fang Heng recognized at a glance that this was the mysterious girl from last night. The girl said awkwardly, "That shouldn't be the case. I changed my clothes on purpose and spoke differently than yesterday. How did you recognize me so quickly? Instead of doing that, you might as well just take off your mask. I might not have recognized you so quickly." After Fang Heng said this, the girl finally realized what was going on. Fang Heng asked, "Who are you? Were you sent by Ling Rushue?" The girl seemed to have sensed the message and asked instead of answering, "What is your relationship with Ling Rushue?" "Oh, it seems not." Fang Heng understood after seeing her reaction. "You haven't answered my question yet. What is your relationship with Ling Rushue?" "I have nothing to do with her. Instead, you are like a little follower. What do you intend to do to me?" The girl smiled, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes. She pretended to be shy and said, "To be honest, you are so handsome, I am attracted to you. I'm not interested in brats." Ling Yunluo suddenly became anxious, and said with her hands on her hips, "Who are you calling a brat? I'm already an adult. That's incredible." Noticing Fang Heng's gaze, Ling Yunluo felt both embarrassed and angry. There's nothing we can do about it, since she has her own airport at such a young age. She covered her chest with her hands, smiled and said, "Think about it again. If you stay with me, I promise you will have endless money in the future. I'm not interested in you. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife." Ling Yunluo felt like he was shot by an arrow. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "In other words, if you meet someone you are interested in, you will agree, right?" "No, I'm already married, so please don't harass me anymore." Fang Heng showed the ring on his ring finger, then turned and left. Even though it was just a test and Fang Heng performed perfectly, Ling Yunluo still felt inexplicably unhappy. She took out her cell phone and immediately sent a secret message. "Sister, not only did your man hit me, he also teased me for having a flat chest." Soon the other end replied to the message. "Stop messing around, and what Fang Heng said is true. Am I your biological sister? That should be it." "What do you mean by should be? You are such a jerk, I will never let you go." Ling Yunluo sent a lot of messages frantically, but the other party ignored her. At the same time, the other side. As Fang Heng arrived at the parking lot, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. When he looked, he saw a big shoe print right on his forehead. Who else could it be but the bald man from last night? "Mr. Shu, this is the guy." Along with the bald man came Shu Kuan, Chen Ting and Lao Mo. Lao Mo is tall and thin, with long hair and a beard, and looks a little sloppy. The bald man said to Fang Heng again, "You were unlucky yesterday. Today, Master Shu will personally take action. You will suffer." Shu Kuan looked Fang Heng up and down and said, "Brother, you are quite handsome. Let's discuss and sell the cat to me. My girlfriend likes it very much." Shu Kuan was right, Chen Ting really liked it. But now what I like is not the cat, but Fang Heng's extremely handsome looks. Just by looking at Fang Heng, she felt her cheeks getting slightly hot. Oh my god, how could there be such a handsome man in Los Angeles? Fang Heng said coldly, I gave the cat to my wife. I have said many times before that I will not sell it. At first Shu Kuan thought Fang Heng was just a little karami. But the bold man sent so many people but failed to gain any advantage, which shows that the other party might not be an ordinary person. He also heard from the bold man that Fang Heng was the owner of Junyuan. Therefore, Shu Kuan still wanted to use courtesy before force, and said, give me some face. Chen Ting said, handsome guy, please. I don't want to waste time talking to you guys. Fang Heng said. Shu Kuan was somewhat displeased. As the eldest son of the Shu family, he had never spoken to anyone in such a nice tone before. I am from the Shu family. Are you really not going to give me any face? The bold man said, brother, I advise you not to ask for trouble. Master Shu is not someone you can easily mess with. Chen Ting followed up and advised, yes, handsome boy, if such a handsome face of yours is bruised, it would be a waste of God's gift. Shu Kuan glanced at Chen Ting. Chen Ting shrank her neck and said, of course, Mr. Shu, you are the most handsome in my heart. This time Fang Heng simply ignored the three people. Shu Kuan saw what he meant and immediately became furious. You really don't want to drink the wine, so don't blame me for being rude to you. The bold man said, you are in trouble. Do you see the man next to Master Shu? He is called Old Mo in the underworld. He is more than capable of dealing with you. Have you watched too much TV drama? Fang Heng said. Since you don't appreciate it, then you have yourself to blame. Lao Mo, knock him down first. Shu Kuan changed his previous attitude and looked at Fang Heng directly with his nose. Unlike the bold man and other small fry, Lao Mo is a member of the Shu family and has extraordinary skills. As long as Lao Mo makes a move. Within a minute, Fang Heng was lying on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, begging for mercy. Not only Shu Kuan thought so, the bold man, Chen Ting, and even Lao Mo himself held the same view. No one present thought Fang Heng would be a match for Lao Mo. Chapter 25. He is so fierce. Lao Mo moved his joints, his bones crackling, and he slowly approached Fang Heng like a beast in the forest. The young master has given you a lot of face, you shouldn't be so ungrateful. Fang Heng laughed, I don't want to sell my things to you, so I don't know what's good for me. Yes, master, you could have just let me take action directly, and there is no need to waste so much time talking to you. Then should I thank you too? You are right. It seemed that Lao Mo was really going to take action. Chen Ting was the first to get anxious and said, handsome, if it doesn't work out, just sell the cat to me. I can pay twice the price. Chen Ting not only loves money, but also loves handsome guys. Imagining the miserable state of Fang Heng and the others, Chen Ting couldn't bear it. Seeing Shu Kuan staring at her, Chen Ting quickly argued, Mr. Shu, I just want to try again. I don't want you to do this unless you have no other choice tilde. Then I'll give you a chance. Please persuade him one last time. Okay, thank you, Mr. Shu, you are indeed my favorite man. Chen Ting blew Shu Kuan a kiss, then walked towards Fang Heng with a charming step. Seeing this, the bold man slapped his thigh and greeted Chen Ting directly in his heart. Damn it, that bitch is always causing trouble. If we just beat this guy up as soon as possible, wouldn't everything be solved? The bold man suffered a setback at the hands of Fang Heng yesterday, so he was hoping that Lao Mo would teach him a lesson. Chen Ting's appearance made Lao Mo slightly dissatisfied. But since Shu Kuan agreed, he had to give up for the time being. Chen Ting looked straight at Fang Heng and said, handsome guy, name a price and I will buy your cat at double the price. You don't understand what people say. Chen Ting took a breath and almost screamed. So cold. Oh no. What if I like it more? She forced herself not to be infatuated with him and tried to talk it out with Fang Heng. 3 times. Seeing that Fang Heng didn't say anything, Chen Ting continued to raise the price. 5 times. 10 times. 20 times. Shu Kuan's face turned black. So my money is not money, right? He also realized that Chen Ting might have some feelings for Fang Heng. Even if he was just playing around with Chen Ting, he couldn't accept it. Shu Kuan said angrily, no need to talk, Lao Mo, just do it. Mr. Shu is wise. The bold man stepped forward first and pushed Chen Ting away. It's such a waste of time to talk about this for so long. Mr. Shu, give me some more time. I almost succeeded. Shu Kuan hugged Chen Ting into his arms and said through gritted teeth, "You think I'm your enemy and you're using my money to flirt with handsome guys, right?" Chen Ting was horrified and said, "No. No, Master Shu, even if you give me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to do this." "Then just shut your mouth." Okay. Chen Ting knew that there was nothing she could do, so she could only pray silently for Fang Heng in her heart. Lao Mo slowly clenched his fist and said, "You should thank the young master's woman, otherwise you would be lying on the ground now." Shu Kuan's grip on Chen Ting suddenly increased, and the latter was in so much pain that she didn't dare to say a word. "Lao Mo, I told you to just do it and stop talking nonsense with him, okay? Clear?" The words fell. Lao Mo rushed towards Fang Heng with a punch as fast as lightning. Shu Kuan raised a confident smile. "How shameless! Wait a minute, I'll see you kneel down and beg me." Shu Kuan secretly made up his mind that when Fang Heng begged for mercy later, he would definitely humiliate him severely to vent his anger. The bold man did not hide his hatred for Fang Heng at all, and shouted, "Come on, Lao Mo, let this kid know how powerful you are." Chen Ting couldn't bear to look at it, as if she had already seen Fang Heng's end. The grass not far away. The girl held branches in her hands, disguising herself as a tree on the street. At this moment, a pair of smart eyes showed worry. Can he really do it? He won't be beaten into a pig's head soon, right? Ling Yunluo murmured to himself. However, the next moment, a scene appeared that no one had imagined. Fang Heng moved as fast as an afterimage. He stepped back to avoid Lao Mo's fist, then punched Lao Mo on the chin with his backhand. Lao Mo spun around like a tire for several times, and finally fell to the ground, losing consciousness. This scene shocked Ling Yunluo so much that the branch in his hand flew across the airport and fell to the ground. He is so fierce. Over there with 3 people. Chen Ting covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. The bold man was so scared that he stepped back and finally sat down on a sharp stone. He didn't care about the pain at this moment. There was only one thought in my mind. Devil. This guy is definitely a devil. Lao Mo is very famous in the circle. I don't know how many people who claim to be masters have to admit defeat when they see him. As a result, such a powerful Lao Mo was knocked out by Fang Heng in one fell swoop. What else could this be but the devil? Compared to others, Shu Kuan was not as shocked, but he also felt unbelievable. Although Lao Mo's skills are not the best in the Shu family, few people have been able to defeat him in a head-on fight over the years. Now that it was easily solved with one move, it was enough to show how powerful the opponent was. Shu Kuan couldn't help but wonder who Fang Heng was. He had to re-examine Fang Heng again. Who are you? Don't worry about who I am. I don't sell cats. And don't harass me anymore. Fang Heng said this, got into the Mercedes-Benz G and drove away. Shu Kuan stood there in a daze and frowned. When did such a powerful existence appear in Los Angeles? The key point is that he still can't figure out where the other party came from. Chen Ting didn't dare to speak along the way. Until returning to the Love Club. She then asked cautiously, "Master Shu, can the cat issue be resolved?" Chen Ting is obviously talking about something that is not relevant. Shu Kuan was so angry that he pushed her down and leaned over to strangle her neck. "Cat? Are you still a cat? Huh? Why aren't you talking?" "No. I don't dare anymore, Mr. Shu, please forgive me," Chen Ting said breathlessly. "That's good to know. What's so special about a broken cat? If you mention it again, I'll kill you." Shu Kuan vented all his anger on Chen Ting. Although he felt a little aggrieved, he would never dare to act rashly before investigating Fang Heng's identity clearly. After all, the Shu family is currently electing the next head of the family. Shu Kuan knew very well that if he offended the wrong person at this time, he would have no chance of becoming the head of the family. Chapter 26 Sister-in-law Ling Yunluo. It was still early when Fang Heng returned to Junyuan, and there was still some time before Ling Yu got off work. So he went to the basketball court and played for a while. Coincidentally, I met the little boy and his cheerleader grandfather again this time. Today the old man worked as hard as ever, and the cane in his hand almost poked a hole in the court floor. After playing ball, Fang Heng drank half a bottle of water in one breath, looked at the little boy who was wiping his sweat, and said, "You played well." The little boy nodded heavily and was very happy with Fang Heng's praise. Fang Heng was a little confused because he hadn't heard the little boy say a word since the last time they met. Qian Fuhao walked forward with his cane, stroked the boy's face, and said, "My grandson is a mute." Fang Heng suddenly realized. He thought the little boy was introverted and didn't like to talk, but it turned out that he was mute. The little boy looked a little lonely all of a sudden, and seemed to care that he couldn't speak. "Thank you for playing with him." "You're welcome. I'm just bored and it's fun to play ball together." After chatting for a while, Fang Heng parted ways with the grandfather and grandson. Return to the villa. Ling Yu just got out of the car. Seeing him sweating profusely, Ling Yu asked curiously, "What did you do?" "I played basketball with someone on the court for a while." "I see. Then go take a shower. We'll go out for dinner tonight. I'll take you to meet someone." Fang Heng's sweaty clothes were sticking to his muscles, and Ling Yu's eyes glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally while he was speaking. "Who are you meeting?" Fang Heng asked. "You'll find out soon. Is this a deliberate revenge against me?" After all, Fang Heng deliberately kept Ling Yu in suspense last time and didn't tell him what he replied on the sticky note. "Yes, but not completely." "All right." Not long after, Fang Heng came out of the shower and ran into Ling Yu coming down from the second floor. Ling Yu tied her hair up high, changed into a long skirt, and her every move showed her dignity and elegance. Seeing that she was wearing high heels, Fang Heng said, "How about I drive? You're a little tired after a day's work, so I'll drive you when you get back." "No problem." After Fang Heng changed his clothes, the two officially set off. Shinju Lake Restaurant. Located in the center of Los Angeles Lake. Unlike the restaurant in the nearby Food City, it is actually on the lake, and the meals are prepared on the shore and then delivered by boat. Therefore, Shinju Lake receives very few visitors every day and the prices are relatively expensive. In the private room, Ling Yunluo was scrolling through her phone in boredom, muttering, "Why hasn't Sister Cho come yet?" She couldn't help but call, and suddenly a ring rang outside the door. The next moment, Ling Yu and Fang Heng pushed the door open and walked in. Ling Yunluo puffed her lips and said dissatisfiedly, "Sister, you are finally here, the daylily is getting cold." Ling Yu put her bag down on the dining table, and Fang Heng sat down one after the other. "Usually I'm the one waiting for you, so what's wrong with asking you to wait for me today?" Ling Yu said lightly. Fang Heng subconsciously looked at the girl in front of him. She is a little beauty, and her eyebrows are somewhat similar to Ling Yu. They even call each other sisters, which means that she should be my sister-in-law. Ling Yu shouldn't have kept the secret. He was totally unprepared and would be in trouble if he faced his sister-in-law's mistake. The key is to look at her face. The girl is quirky and obviously not someone who would settle down. The voice sounded strangely familiar, but Fang Heng couldn't tell where he had heard it before. Without thinking much, he opened his phone and secretly sent a message to Ling Yu. "You should have told me in advance." "It's okay, I've done my job well, you don't have to worry." After sending the message, Ling Yu glanced at Fang Heng. Ling Yunluo looked at the couple in front of him suspiciously. "What do you mean, you're playing with your phone when we meet, and you're saying bad things about me behind my back, right?" Ling Yunluo said as she was about to snatch Fang Heng's phone to find out what was going on. Fang Heng dodged it easily and came into close contact. The faint fragrance from the girl immediately reminded him of the past. "It's you again," Fang Heng said in surprise. Ling Yunluo chuckled, "Finally you remembered me." Seeing this, Ling Yu calmly drank his tea. Fang Heng said, "When you took off your mask, I almost didn't recognize you. Don't get me wrong, everything I did before was to test you. Congratulations on passing the test. I reluctantly accept you as my brother-in-law." Fang Heng finally understood why the girl had been so confused before. He couldn't help but ask Ling Yu, "Is your sister really an adult?" Ling Yu said, "I'm an adult now, and I'll be a freshman when school starts again." "That's really incredible. Yunluo does look small." When Ms. Shan first saw her, her reaction was similar to yours. Although the two were just having a normal chat, Ling Yunluo was still inexplicably hurt. "Please change the wording. I mean young, not little. I don't want to hear the word little again. Don't be so sensitive," Ling Yu said. Ling Yunluo gnashed his teeth and said, "Stinky sister, you are so great just because you are big, right? Just wait, I will surpass you sooner or later. Then you may have another chance in your next life." Soon, their waiter brought the dishes one after another. The three of them began to eat. During the break, Fang Heng went to the bathroom to wash his face. In the box, Ling Yunluo said, "Sister, just because he saved you when you were a child, you marry him so easily, won't you regret it in the future?" No. After spending some time together, Ling Yu felt very comfortable with Fang Heng, and she did not regret her decision that day at all. That's true. No matter what, he's definitely better than the guy our dad forced you to marry. I heard he's a playboy and has always had women around him. Don't talk about him while eating. Okay. Ling Yunluo knew that her sister and father had a bad relationship, so she tactfully kept her mouth shut. The other side. Fang Heng turned off the faucet and just turned around when he heard a surprised voice from the side. "Fang Heng, why are you here?" Ren Yinxiao asked. "Xiao Ren, do you know this person?" asked the pot-bellied man who was hugging Ren Yinxiao. "Oh, Mr. Wu, he's my best friend's boyfriend." "Okay, then you guys chat, I'll go to the box first." The man called Mr. Wu let go of Ren Yinxiao, glanced at Fang Heng and left. "Fang Heng, I heard everything from Lily. Are you really not going to get back together?" Ren Yinxiao looked at Fang Heng as she spoke. Her eyes swept over the labels on his clothes and she was stunned for a moment. It was exactly the same as Liu Li said. "Yes." Fang Heng said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of his best friend Liu Li. The reason why Liu Li became unreasonable was partly due to Ren Yinxiao's instigation. Moreover, Ren Yinxiao often wandered between men. Even not long after Liu Li introduced the two of them to each other, Ren Yinxiao confessed her love to him in private. From then on, Fang Heng no longer had any good feelings towards her. Chapter 27 Brother-in-Law. Ren Yinxiao said, "Lily just found a male best friend, nothing happened, and they are not in contact now. As a grown man, do you have to be so extreme? I won't buy it. Tell Liu Li to give up as soon as possible. I can't possibly get back together with her." Fang Heng was about to leave after saying this. "Hey, wait." Ren Yinxiao stopped him. "Anything else? Are you really a rich young man?" Fang Heng was wearing all branded clothes and appeared in Xinju Lake, which was totally inconsistent with his previous identity. Ren Yinxiao began to believe Liu Li's words. Fang Heng was most likely a rich young master who deliberately concealed his identity. Fang Heng was a little amused, but before he could answer, Ling Yunluo appeared in front of them. "Brother-in-law, my sister and I have been waiting for you for a long time, what are you doing here?" "It's okay, let's go." Fang Heng and Ling Yunluo returned to the box together, leaving Ren Yinxiao standing there in a daze. "Brother-in-law? Is Fang Heng married?" Moreover, the little girl who just called Fang Heng brother-in-law was not dressed like an ordinary person at all. Just the bracelet on her wrist might not be enough for her to afford with several years' salary. Ren Yinxiao was very surprised. "Who is Fang Heng?" In the box. Ling Yu saw Fang Heng and his sister come in. "I'm finally back." Ling Yunluo said, "Sister, let me tell you a secret. Your man was just out there picking up girls. Eat your food and stop talking nonsense." Ling Yu picked up the food and stuffed it directly into Ling Yunluo's mouth. Ling Yunluo turned his head and spat it out, saying, "Par, this tastes a bit fishy and is so unpalatable." Ling Yunluo's embarrassing appearance made Ling Yu smile slightly. Fang Heng looked at Ling Yu, but suddenly said, "Don't move yet." "What's wrong?" Ling Yu looked bewildered, only to see Fang Heng reaching out and gently stroking the corner of her mouth. There was a grain of rice in the corner of his mouth, which has been removed. Hum. Ling Yu's heartbeat seemed to speed up a beat. Ling Yunluo on the opposite side was stunned. "Sister, you think that what you did just now was not enough, and you want to force feed me dog food, right?" Ling Yu tidied the hair by her ears with her hands and deliberately changed the subject. "Yunluo, do you want me to take you home after dinner?" "No need. I finally came back home, so I'm going to have fun. I've made plans with my friends to go shopping and play games all night long. Does your family agree?" "Hey, Mom agreed anyway." "Then you better be careful. Don't worry, I've never flipped over." "After dinner." Several people left Shinju Lake and went ashore on a boat. The couple watched Ling Yunluo get into the car. Ling Yunluo waved goodbye through the car window. Goodbye, stinky sister. And brother-in-law, don't let me catch you picking up girls next time. After Ling Yunluo left, Fang Heng slowly put down his hand. This little girl is really difficult to deal with. You? Ling Yu looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Fang Heng said helplessly, you don't really believe what your sister said, do you? Of course not. I met someone I know and had a brief chat with him. Fang Heng took the initiative to explain. Oh. Aren't you curious about men and women? He asked again. Not curious. Ling Yu doesn't look like he isn't curious. Fang Heng smiled faintly and said, it's a woman, my ex-girlfriend's best friend, who came to persuade me to get back together. What exactly do you think? Ling Yu knew the reason why Fang Heng and Liu Li broke up. Being forced to get married by her father at the time, she impulsively ran to the Civil Affairs Bureau and happened to witness the entire process of the quarrel between the two. What else could I be thinking? We've already gotten married, so it's impossible for her and I to get back together. There is a special relationship between us. You still have a chance to regret it. Forget it. I'm not that generous. Ling Yu suddenly fell silent. Fang Heng asked, you married me because your family forced you to, right? Although Ling Yu had not revealed it before, this was the only reason Fang Heng could think of. That's definitely part of the reason. Fang Heng was not surprised to see Ling Yu admit it. After all, it is unreasonable for the president of Guangyan to fall in love with him and propose to him just because he is handsome. Don't worry, since I've received the money, I will definitely do my best to fulfill my responsibilities. Well, you performed very well today. My sister didn't have any doubts at all. Of course, I'm a professional. Fang Heng patted his chest. Have you done this before? Ling Yu asked. Well, not really. Then why do you say you are professional? Because it shows that I am more reliable. The two came to the front of the car. Fang Heng was about to sit in the driver's seat. Ling Yu stopped him. Didn't we agree that I'll drive when we get back? I didn't drink, and you were wearing high heels. Maybe next time. It's okay, I brought some flat shoes. Seeing that Ling Yu was so well prepared, Fang Heng no longer insisted. The two got in the car. Fastened their seat belts. At this time, Ling Yu received a call from Ling Yunluo. Didn't you just leave? Why are you calling again? Did you leave something behind? Ling Yunluo wailed, no, sister, my plan to go out and play has been discovered, and now I am forced to rush home. You're just showing off. Didn't you just swear that you wouldn't fail? I don't know either. Wow, so unlucky. Although he couldn't see Ling Yunluo's expression, Fang Heng had already imagined the funny scene. He couldn't help laughing out loud. On the other end of the phone, Ling Yunluo naturally heard it clearly and said, sister, I heard someone laughing. Is your man gloating over someone else's misfortune? You heard wrong. I couldn't have heard it wrong. Give him the phone. I want to talk to him. Fang Heng isn't here. I'm hanging up now. I have something else to do. Without waiting for Ling Yunluo to reply, Ling Yu hung up the phone. Ling Yu started the car, turned his head to look at Fang Heng, and said, if you laugh too loudly, she will easily notice you. Then I'll laugh secretly next time. Yeah, that's usually how I am. Between words. The Mercedes-Benz G drove away from its original location. But Ren Yanqiao, who was far away, had a look of shock on her face. Who is the woman next to Fang Heng? And what about the Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Even though it's confusing. But these scenes made Ren Yanqiao even more convinced that Fang Heng was a rich young man. Ren Yanqiao had just taken some photos and was about to leave to look for Liu Li. At this time, the fat man hugged her, his mouth full of alcohol, and said, Xiao Ren, come to my place tonight, and I will show you a big treasure. Ren Yanqiao felt a chill, but still smiled and said, okay, Mr. Wu. Arrived at Mr. Wu's house. About 10 minutes later, Ren Yanqiao came out again, tidying up her clothes. You stinky man, why are you still looking at the big baby? The small one is almost as big as a toothpick. Ren Yanqiao cursed and stopped a car before setting off to look for Liu Li. Chapter 28 Then divorce her. Since being kicked out of the apartment by Fang Heng, Liu Li has been living at her best friend's house. Ren Nianqiao walked in and saw the garbage on the ground. She said speechlessly, "Lily, isn't there a trash can next to it? Be careful next time, be careful next time." Liu Li said perfunctorily, rubbing the screen of her mobile phone quickly with her hands. Ren Nianqiao picked up the garbage helplessly. This kind of thing happened every day since Liu Li moved in. After a game is over, Liu Li saw Ren Nianqiao changing clothes and smelled her scent. She smiled evilly and said, "Nianqiao, are you going on a date with a handsome guy again? Don't mention it. Mr. Wu from our company is making me sick to death." Recalling her experience at Mr. Wu's house, Ren Nianqiao frowned, her face full of disgust. "By the way, I just met Fang Heng," she added, and then told Liu Li everything she saw at Xinju Lake. "Oh my god, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class." After exclaiming, Liu Li said again, "Nianqiao, I didn't lie to you, Fang Heng is the young master of a rich family. But he seems to be married." "Impossible," Liu Li said without thinking. She would rather believe that Qin Shi Huang was still alive than believe that Fang Heng would get married so soon. "I just happened to take a picture, you can take a look." Ren Nianqiao opened the photo album and handed the phone to Liu Li. When Liu Li saw it, she was stunned. The woman in the photo is exactly the same as the woman on the fake marriage certificate that Fang Heng showed her. Could it be that Fang Heng was not lying and he was really married? Liu Li was so confused for a moment that she deleted the photo directly. "It's fake, it must be fake. Fang Heng and I broke up only a few days ago. There's no way he would marry someone so soon." Ren Nianqiao saw that Liu Li was unwilling to believe the facts. So he said, "You should ask Fang Heng in person tomorrow." "I will go find him tomorrow, but I still have to say that Fang Heng is definitely not married." Liu Li emphasized it repeatedly, seemingly speaking to Ren Nianqiao, but also like she was speaking to herself. Off work the next day, Fang Heng and Ling Yu went out to buy cat food and toys for Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was the little ragdoll cat that he picked up and gave to Ling Yu. After discussing last night, the two unanimously decided to give the little guy this name. After buying things for Tang Yuan, pass by the ladies section. Ling Yu stopped and said, "Go back to the car first, I'll be there later." Obviously, Ling Yu wanted to buy some underwear, so it was indeed a bit awkward for Fang Heng to stay next to her. So he went out of the mall first, carrying a lot of bags. "Just put my stuff in the trunk." Suddenly someone came up and took his arm. "You bought it so quickly." Fang Heng subconsciously thought it was the cold rain, but soon felt something was wrong. "When I turned around, I found it was Liu Li." "Fang Heng, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me?" Liu Li said with a smile, her eyes sweeping over the Mercedes-Benz G in front of her intentionally or unintentionally. Fang Heng suddenly felt uncomfortable and shook off Liu Li's hand. "Don't touch me." Liu Li didn't care about Fang Heng's attitude at all, and looked at the Mercedes-Benz G with shining eyes. "This should cost 2 million. Really? You didn't even tell me you bought a new car." Liu Li acted like a hostess, touching and looking around the car, and even wanted to sit in the driver's seat. Fang Heng pulled him aside and asked coldly, "Why did you come to see me again?" Liu Li smiled ingratiatingly and tried to step forward and hold Fang Heng's arm again, but this time he avoided her directly. "It's been going on for so many days, and you still don't want to calm down. Don't be so sentimental. I'm not making trouble with you. Okay, don't be angry with me anymore. I promise to be a good boy in the future. If you say to face east, I will never face west. Do you think this is okay?" Liu Li said coquettishly. Fang Heng laughed, "You seem like a different person. You're like a different person. I've already admitted my mistakes to you, but why are you so heartless? What should I do to make you willing to get back together with me?" Liu Li couldn't help but complain. "I've said it before, there's no way we can get back together. Give me a reason. I don't like you anymore, and I'm married now." Fang Heng said seriously. "Don't lie to me. If you really got married, given your personality, you should at least have a photo of that woman in your car and on your phone lock screen. We just haven't had time to put it in the car yet." Fang Heng frowned. "Where's the lock screen of your phone? Do you dare to show it to me?" Fang Heng showed the ring on his ring finger. "Is this convincing?" Liu Li was slightly startled and said, "It's just a ring. What can it prove?" I can go buy one and wear it on my ring finger and tell others that I'm married. If you're pretending to be stupid, there's nothing I can do. I'm not pretending to be stupid. You just have too many flaws. You can fool others but not me. Liu Li's voice became louder and louder. Just when the two were arguing, a beautiful figure appeared in front of me. Ling Yu said calmly, Fang Heng didn't lie to you. He and I are indeed married. Ling Yu's appearance was like a bolt of lightning, striking the deepest part of Liu Li's heart. She seemed to have all her strength drained away at once, and she forced a smile and said, Fang Heng, where did you find these actors? They are quite efficient. Fang Heng ignored Liu Li and took Ling Yu's hand. Have you finished shopping? He asked gently. Then let's not waste time, we should go back. Fang Heng took the things in Ling Yu's hand. Then I'll drive. Good. The two of them walked around Liu Li and got into the car at the same time. Liu Li rushed to the car window, her eyes already red without her knowing. Fang Heng, let me ask you a question. Where did you find these actors? Ling Yu glanced at Liu Li, then turned to Fang Heng and said, Forget it, I'll wait for you at the door. You'd better talk to her clearly. Fang Heng unbuckled his seat belt and got out of the car. Seeing the cold rain stop not far away, he slowly turned around and looked directly at Liu Li. Liu Li asked excitedly, Why don't you answer me? Are you feeling guilty? How about I take you to the Civil Affairs Bureau and let the staff tell you in person whether I am married or not? I don't. So what do you want? I don't want anything, I just want to get back together with you. I regret breaking up with you, okay? You are totally kidding. I can't do both like you. Then you divorce her and we can get back together. You don't seem to understand the situation yet. You want to tear up the last bit of your dignity, right? Well, then it's as you wish. Liu Li, listen to me, I don't love you anymore. Please get out of my life as soon as possible. Do you understand? I don't want to. Why? Why should I leave if you tell me to? What's the point of our relationship then? She shouted, tears streaming down her face. Fang Heng finally couldn't help but roared, If you knew all this, why did you still flirt with that male best friend? Do you really think that I am your toy and you won't get angry or hurt no matter what I do? Okay, I admit I was wrong, but I've changed and apologized to you. Can't you just give me another chance? No, in this world, not everything can be made up by apologizing and admitting mistakes. Liu Li, remember, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance, but you destroyed our relationship with your own hands and completely blocked your own way out. Chapter 29 I Hate You. In the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Ling Yu watched the two people's every move through the rearview mirror. The heated argument attracted many passers-by to watch and discuss. Seeing that he couldn't convince himself, Fang Heng didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Liu Li. Liu Li suddenly rushed over and grabbed him, saying, You are not allowed to leave. Fang Heng pushed Liu Li away and said, I told you not to touch me. I'm going to touch you. Liu Li came up and grabbed him again. Fang Heng pushed Liu Li away again. Liu Li continued to pull, but Fang Heng pushed her away again, and the two repeated this cycle over and over again. It was unknown how long this went on until Liu Li burst into tears, tears falling like beads from a broken string. Fang Heng, please consider it as a plea from me. I've gotten used to your presence and can't live without you. Liu Li sobbed, more humble than ever before. Fang Heng stood there for a long while, took a deep breath, and finally ruthlessly shook off her hand. It's meaningless to say this now. This sentence was like a sharp blade, completely cutting off Liu Li's thoughts. She collapsed on the ground and screamed at the back of Fang Heng. Why won't you give me another chance? How can you be so heartless? Fang Heng, I hate you. Fang Heng stopped and said with his back to her, It doesn't matter what you want to do, just don't disturb my life again in the future. The words fell. In the afterglow of the sunset, amid the gossip, he left alone. On their way back, there was silence in the car. Fang Heng was about to speak, but Ling Yu asked before him, What do you want to eat tonight? It will be all right. Return to the villa. Ling Yu entered the kitchen and started tying her apron. Fang Heng wanted to help, but she pushed him out of the kitchen. Ling Yu said, Go take a shower first and calm down. I will cook tonight's meal by myself. Fang Heng forced a smile, Thank you for your hard work. Go quickly. Fang Heng entered the bathroom and let the shower wash over his face. The relationship between him and Liu Li is not fake. What happened just now undoubtedly made him feel depressed. It was unknown how long it had been before Fang Heng came out of the bathroom. Looking at the table full of dishes, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. How did you manage to do so much so quickly? Ling Yu said, some are cooked, and some are just delivered from takeout. I don't know what you like to eat besides potatoes, so I can only make more to suit your taste. Fang Heng took a closer look and found that at least half of the dishes on the table were potato-related. When the two chatted before, he revealed that he likes to eat potatoes. Fang Heng felt Ling Yu's intentions. Thanks. Ling Yu said helplessly, have you forgotten the agreement between us again? Fang Heng patted his mouth lightly and said, it's my fault. I forgot again. The last dish happened to be chicken nuggets with potatoes. As a punishment, you will be the one to supervise me and see if I have improved since last time. Good. Fang Heng and Ling Yu entered the kitchen together and supervised her as instructed. All the ingredients were prepared, so it came out of the pot quickly. Fang Heng picked up the chopsticks, took a small sip, and then nodded with great satisfaction. Well, there has been obvious improvement compared to last time. I feel like it's almost as good as what I did. According to what you said before, I have made a lot of summaries. Even during the morning meeting today, I suddenly thought of the relevant ingredients and stopped to make a note. A group of company executives were having a meeting, and Ling Yu was giving a speech when he suddenly stopped to take notes. Most of the people probably looked at each other in confusion, probably thinking that something big had gone wrong. Fang Heng imagined that scene and was speechless for a moment. After coming out of the kitchen with the dishes, the two sat opposite each other at the dinner table. Ling Yu held his chin with his hand, thought for a moment, and said, is there something missing? Fang Heng took a look and saw that all the bowls, chopsticks, spoons and other items were available. You're not missing anything. No, the most important thing is missing. While talking, Ling Yu stood up and walked towards a cabinet. When I opened the cabinet door, I saw a wide variety of wines inside. Fang Heng was dazzled. He never thought that Ling Yu had collected so many fine wines. Ling Yu selected for a while and finally took out a bottle of red wine. She put the wine on the table and said, this is what's missing. As if they had telepathic thoughts, Fang Heng and Ling Yu came up with the same idea. Although I don't like drinking much, I really want to have a little at this time. This looks like Lafite. What year is it from? It's from 1982. Most of the 1982 Lafite on the market are fake, but don't worry, this one is absolutely genuine. None of the wine in the house was bought by Ling Yu. Most of them were gifts from business partners. She doesn't drink them normally, but over time, they filled up a whole cabinet. It looks like I'm going to enjoy a feast today, but it's a pity that I'm not very good at drinking. Fang Heng said. Usually Shumu drinks for me during social events, and I'm not very good at it, but it's okay, I still learned a little bit. Just teach me. Well, it's generally divided into 6 steps: sinking the wine, pouring the wine, observing the wine, warming the wine, sobering up, and finally tasting the wine. Under the guidance of Ling Yu, the two of them tasted the 1982 Lafite and ate the sumptuous meal. Afterwards they realized that they had been eating until very late and had chatted about a lot of random things. When he woke up the next day, Fang Heng was in his room, but what was outrageous was that he was sleeping on the floor. Fang Heng had a splitting headache, and when he stood up he found that he was not the only one in the room. At this time, there were a person and a cat lying on the bed. The cat at home only has Tang Yuan. And people and naturally the cold rain. She was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks and corners of her mouth. Looking down, one can see the fair and delicate collarbone, while the strap of the nightgown playfully falls on one side of the shoulder, revealing a hint of spring. Fang Heng was stunned by such a scene. He couldn't help but wonder whether he should cover Ling Yu with a quilt or help her pull up her nightgown straps. After hesitating for a while, Fang Heng bent down and somehow chose the latter. However, just as he grabbed the soft suspenders, Tang Yuan, who was lying in Ling Yu's arms, suddenly woke up. Then the little guy meowed. It was this sound that unfortunately woke up Ling Yu. She moved her eyelids and slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Then, the most embarrassing thing happened. Fang Heng was seen grabbing Ling Yu's nightgown straps with his hands, while Ling Yu, who was half asleep and half awake, was staring at him blankly. This scene lasted for about half a minute. Afterwards, Fang Heng pretended to be calm and helped to lift it up. Just in time for you to wake up. Your head must be hurting. I'll make some hangover soup. The words fell. Without waiting for Ling Yu to answer, Fang Heng left the room first. When she came to her senses, Ling Yu pursed her lips and subconsciously pressed the strap of her nightgown on one side of her shoulder with her delicate hand. She sat on the bed for a long time, not knowing what she was thinking, but her cheeks seemed to be a little hot. At the same time, in the kitchen, Fang Heng was absent-mindedly making hangover soup. Awkward. He shouldn't have meddled in other people's business. He should have just helped cover himself with a blanket. It was really hard to explain what happened just now. I was just being kind. Chapter 30. Is this still the president I am familiar with? Fang Heng prepared the hangover soup and brought it to the table. It happened that Ling Yu came out of his room holding Tang Yuan. Fang Heng was about to speak when he saw Ling Yu put down the dumplings and ran upstairs. After a long time, she came downstairs, with light makeup on her face and changed into a clean and neat work outfit. The soup is still warm. You'll feel better after drinking it. Ling Yu avoided Fang Heng's sight and said, I have something urgent to do. I need to go to the company first. After she said this, she fled as if there was a flood or a beast behind her. Fang Heng stood there in a daze. Meow. A soft cat meow was heard beside him. Fang Heng looked down and saw Tang Yuan looking up at him with an innocent face. Fang Heng squatted down and stroked its little head. Look, you, why did you yell at that time? As a punishment, you will have one less cat food to eat today. Sweet dumpling. After packing the hangover soup, Fang Heng set off to go to the company. He drank a lot of wine last night and his head still hurts a bit. Ling Yu is in a similar condition. Lightyear Corporation. President's office. Ling Yu sat at his desk, rubbing his temples with his hands. Xu Mu said, Boss, are you feeling unwell? I drank a little too much last night. Xu Mu had almost never seen Ling Yu drink, and she was usually the one responsible for blocking the drinking at social gatherings. So I was very surprised to hear that. The president is actually drinking? And you drank a bit too much. What is going on? Could it be that she was trapped in love and hurt by Fang Heng? Do you need my help to buy some medicine? No thanks. Ling Yu shook her head, regretting not drinking the hangover soup made by Fang Heng. Just then, Fang Heng pushed the door and walked into the office. Xu Mu was just about to open his mouth and scold who was so bold as to break into the president's office without even knocking. But as soon as he saw the person coming, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. She looked at Fang Heng and couldn't help but frown. I agreed so readily before and promised not to let the president down. As a result, within just a few days, the president was so sad that he drank to drown his sorrows. Har har, man. Ling Yu, seeing Fang Heng appear, couldn't help but recall the scene in the morning. She asked somewhat unnaturally, Why are you here? Fang Heng said, You must be having a headache now since you are in such a hurry to leave, right? I have something important to take care of, so. Xu Mu on the side was slightly stunned. Ever since she came to the company, she saw Ling Yu sitting in front of the desk in a daze, not busy with work at all. I brought it to you, drink it quickly. Fang Heng put the packing box on the desk. Good. He has come to the company and now she has no way to refuse. Ling Yu opened the takeaway box and drank the hangover soup with a spoon. I heated it up when I came here, drink it slowly and be careful not to get burned. Seeing Ling Yu, who was always decisive and resolute, being timid like a little woman in front of Fang Heng, Xu Mu could hardly believe his eyes. Is this still the president I am familiar with? While being shocked, Xu Mu also realized that he had wronged Fang Heng. It seems that Ling Yu was not trapped in love, but drank for other reasons. Maybe, the couple was having a candlelight dinner and was so in love that they couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Xu Mu didn't want to stay here and continue to be a light bulb. So he said, Boss, I'm going out first. Xu Mu, wait a moment. Ling Yu suddenly called her. Just when Xu Mu was confused. Fang Heng said, You should talk about work, so I'll leave first. After Fang Heng left, Xu Mu asked, President, what's wrong? Nothing. Nothing to do. Fang Heng went to the sales department. When the employees saw him talking, their attitude became much more polite than before. One reason is that Fang Heng has now been transferred to work in the president's office. Second, everyone knows that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class in the garage is his. Li Hua walked into the sales department. I wasn't surprised to hear everyone talking about Fang Heng. After all, this has been happening almost every day since the promotion banquet that day. But when he opened the office door and saw Fang Heng sitting at his desk eating fruit, he was so scared that he almost dropped his briefcase on the ground. Li Hua asked cautiously, "Secretary Fang, what brings you here?" Fang Heng smiled and said, "Brother Li, it's fine if they are polite to me, but why are you like this?" Li Hua was flattered and said, "Don't. Secretary Fang, please don't call me that. I don't deserve it. You can call me Xiao Li or something else. I just became the sales manager and I haven't even started the new job yet." If the president knew that Fang Heng called him like that, who knows what would happen? Li Hua couldn't bear it and was really scared. Fang Heng said helplessly, "Forget it, I will still call you Manager Li from now on." "Okay, as long as you don't call me brother, anything else is fine. By the way, do you like this fruit? If not, I'll ask my wife to bring some fresh ones over. It tastes good. If it were in the past, I probably wouldn't have had this experience." Li Hua felt embarrassed. The past was the past, and the present is the present. If he had known that Fang Heng's wife was the CEO of Guangnian, he would not have dared to make decisions. Not to mention eating some of his fruits, even if he was asked to stand on the table and dance, he would definitely not dare to complain. Although he knew the relationship between Fang Heng and Ling Yu, Li Hua did not reveal it to anyone. He still believed as before that Fang Heng had deliberately been undercover in the sales department for the past 6 months, perhaps to observe the working conditions between departments. That is why Wang Zhenghao's fate was so miserable. In order not to affect Li Hua's work, Fang Heng did not stay in the office for too long. When coming out, he bumped into Xiao Kangpeng, who was walking out with a box in his arms. Because of what happened at the promotion banquet, Xiao Kangpeng became the laughingstock of the entire sales department. Every day when he came to work, he could hear people talking about him. Xiao Kangpeng regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He should not have been so obsessed as to pretend that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was his. Finally unable to bear this invisible pressure, Xiao Kangpeng submitted his resignation and decided to leave Lightyear. Now I meet Fang Heng again. Xiao Kangpeng suddenly became filled with hatred and glared at the other person fiercely. If it weren't for Fang Heng, Chen Shui might have liked him. If it weren't for Fang Heng, he wouldn't have deliberately said that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was his, and he wouldn't be facing his current situation. So it's all Fang Heng's fault. Fang Heng glanced at Xiao Kangpeng and saw him staring at him. He felt puzzled and did not take it to heart. Leave the sales department. Fang Heng went downstairs to the supermarket again to buy some things. When he turned back to wait for the elevator, he didn't know that he was already being stared at by a pair of eyes. Chapter 31 Framed. Ren Nianqiao works for a daily chemical product company called Mingliang. Due to work requirements, I came to Guangnian today to make an appointment to discuss cooperation. I finally persuaded the front desk to help me make a phone call. While waiting for news, she turned around and accidentally caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. After a closer look, Ren Nianqiao discovered that it was Fang Heng. When I think of Liu Li's distraught look when she came back yesterday, Ren Nianqiao was so angry with the other party that she couldn't get angry at all. This damn scumbag. So she immediately set out to chase after him. Ren Nianqiao observed the floor where the elevator stopped, and then took another elevator to the same floor. As soon as you exit the elevator, she was startled when she saw the security guard standing at the door. The security guard looked at her and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Ren Nianqiao asked nervously, "I'm looking for Fang Heng. Is he on this floor?" The two security guards turned around and talked for a while. Only then did he let down his guard. "Oh, you are looking for Secretary Fang. Go in and walk to the right. He is in the secretary's office." "Thank you." Ren Nianqiao followed what she was told and quickly found the secretary's office. She hesitated, then knocked on the door. In the secretary's office, Fang Heng was eating leisurely. I heard someone knocking on the door and couldn't help feeling a little confused. Is it the cold rain coming? He moved and opened the door. I was a little surprised to see the person coming. "Why is it you?" Ren Nianqiao confirmed that Fang Heng was the only one in the office and took the opportunity to walk in. Fang Heng frowned. Ren Yanqiao, what are you doing here? Of course I came to you to reason with you, Fang Heng. Thanks to you, our Lily cried her heart out last night and even threatened to commit suicide. Ren Yanqiao deliberately exaggerated. Liu Li didn't attempt suicide last night. Although I was very sad when I first got back, I soon calmed down after her guidance. Even before going to bed, she was happily playing games with the handsome guy she introduced to her. Fang Heng chuckled. He knew very well who Liu Li was. It is simply a fantasy to say that she committed suicide because of love. So what? What do you mean? Lily is so sad because of you, but you are still so calm. You are really a scumbag. Ren Yanqiao said contemptuously. Come on, everyone you look at looks like a scumbag. If you're not a scumbag, what else could you be? You probably started dating your current wife behind Lily's back before you broke up with her, right? Fang Heng knew that it was useless to reason with Ren Yanqiao. Just follow her and do the opposite. Yes, you are right. I am a scumbag. Liu Li was being affectionate with her male best friend, and when I first started dating her, you, her best friend, confessed your love to me behind her back. There is nothing wrong with that. You two are the real good girls. Fang Heng, what do you mean? Are you trying to find ways to scold me and Lily? Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'm clearly praising you. Is there anyone who praises others like you? Don't be anxious. Since you think what you did was fine, why can't you accept what I said? Fang Heng deliberately said in a sarcastic tone. Stop disgusting me. I don't need your praise. Look at you, you're anxious again. You? Ren Yanqiao was so angry at Fang Heng. You forced me to do this. The words fell. Ren Yanqiao ruffled her hair and unbuttoned her clothes. Fang Heng frowned and said, What are you doing? Are you trying to be a hooligan? Ren Yanqiao smiled darkly. It's you who wanted to be a hooligan to me, Fang Heng. You can just wait for your reputation to be ruined and be criticized by everyone. Immediately afterwards, Ren Yanqiao rushed towards Fang Heng and began to shout for help in an inconsistent manner. Help! This is indecent assault. Can anyone save me? In this situation, Fang Heng was obviously the weaker party. He could only walk around the sofa, forced to avoid Ren Yanqiao. In the end, Ren Yanqiao just wouldn't stop and kept chasing him like a dog's skin plaster. Fang Heng was so angry that he kicked her. Fuck you! Ren Yanqiao fell to the ground and said in disbelief, How dare you hit me, Fang? I will skin you alive. As she spoke, she was about to stand up and fight back. But when she heard hurried footsteps coming from outside, Ren Yanqiao suddenly lay down again and deliberately ruffled her clothes a little more. The next moment, Xu Mu opened the door, followed by 2 security guards. She saw Ren Yanqiao lying on the ground with her clothes disheveled, and her brows furrowed for a moment. Secretary Fang, what happened? Fang Heng said, I didn't do anything. She was just acting for you guys. Ren Yanqiao said with tears in her eyes, Woo, don't believe him, I was molested, please save me. The 2 security guards looked at each other, obviously believing Ren Yanqiao's words. After all, which girl would be willing to joke about her innocence? Xu Mu couldn't tell the truth from the false for a moment, and looked at Fang Heng feeling torn. At this time, she received a phone call. President. The person who called was Ling Yu. Bring everyone to my office, she said. Clear. Xu Mu was surprised how Ling Yu knew about it so quickly. But he still did as she said and prepared to take Fang Heng and Ren Yanqiao with him. Ren Yanqiao pointed at Fang Heng and asked Xu Mu, What are you doing? Why don't you let the security guards take this guy under control? Come with me to see the president first, and then make a decision after understanding the true situation. Ren Yanqiao couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. Meet President Lightyear? Wouldn't it be possible to exaggerate the matter? Once the other party believes it, Fang Heng will be completely finished. At the same time, Ren Yanqiao was also somewhat curious as to whether President Guanyan was a man or a woman. She had never paid attention to it before. If it were a man, maybe this would be an opportunity for him to marry into a wealthy family. Arrived at the door of the president's office, Ren Yanqiao adjusted her emotions. So looking forward to it. What would President Lightyear look like? However, when Ren Yanqiao followed Xu Mu in and saw Ling Yu, she was completely stunned. Isn't this the woman who was with Fang Heng at Xinju Lake that day? If I was not mistaken, the other party was Fang Heng's newly married wife. Mr. Ling, everyone has been brought here, Shu Mu said. Ling Yu's face was frosty. He first glanced at Fang Heng, and then focused all his attention on Ren Yinxiao. Tell me about the situation at that time. Only then did Ren Yinxiao recover from her shock. She deliberately said, Mr. Ling. Mr. Ling, I know the relationship between you and Fang Heng. You won't deliberately protect him regardless of the facts just because he is your husband, right? Don't worry, I won't cover up for anyone, you can speak boldly. If you put it that way, I'm relieved. This is what happened. Just like that, Ren Yinxiao began to make up lies in an attempt to ruin Fang Heng's life. Chapter 32 How dare you frame my man? Seeing Ren Yinxiao crying and speaking exactly as if it were the truth, Fang Heng couldn't help but mock her. Har har, with your acting skills, it's a waste of your talent that you didn't apply for the acting department in college. Ren Yinxiao wiped away her tears and said, What do you mean by acting? What I said is clearly true. Do you dare to deny that you hit me? Fang Heng is not stupid. Ren Yinxiao is trying to lead him into a trap. It is true that he kicked Ren Yinxiao. But if he admitted it now, Ren Yinxiao would immediately interrupt what he was about to say and take the opportunity to pin the fabricated lie on Fang Heng. This makes it even more difficult for him to defend himself. Fang Heng replied, Don't confuse the two. You forced yourself on me and tried to frame me for doing something bad to you. I had no choice but to kick you. Ren Yinxiao suddenly cried louder and said, Would I deliberately make fun of my own innocence just to frame you? Isn't that what you are doing now? Fang Heng, you really go too far. Fang Heng was about to refute. Ling Yu said, Wait a minute, let her speak first. So, Ren Yinxiao started crying again about what Fang Heng did to her in the office, things that actually didn't happen at all. Accompanied by Ren Yinxiao's words. Ling Yu's complexion became worse and worse. Fang Heng was vaguely worried. Firstly, he had no evidence to prove his innocence, and secondly, because of the misunderstanding in the morning, Ling Yu might really think that he had done something to Ren Yinxiao. Ren Yinxiao didn't stop until she said she was tired. Ling Yu crossed his hands, rested his arms on the desk, and asked, Anything else? Ren Yinxiao was stunned for a moment. She has said so much, but it feels like the other party hasn't heard enough. If it were the woman in an ordinary couple, she would probably be furious by now. Ren Yinxiao felt a little uneasy about Ling Yu's calmness. Oh, there's more, but I'm a little thirsty. Ren Yinxiao was crying and saying that she was indeed a little thirsty. Ling Yu said to Shu Mu, who was standing beside him, Assistant Shu, pour her a glass of water and put some of the flower tea that Manager Ling gave me before in it. Hearing this, Shu Mu was slightly startled, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Ling Rushue and Ling Yu have a bad relationship. The flower tea she sent was fine, but also had problems. No problem means that the tea itself is normal and is a very rare specialty. The problem is that the tea is extremely bitter. Shu Mu was deeply impressed by this because she tasted it and spat it out immediately. Obviously, Ling Yu discovered Ren Yinxiao's weakness and wanted to use it to retaliate against her to vent Fang Heng's anger. After a while, Shu Mu made the tea. She brought it to Ren Yinxiao and said, Please enjoy. Ren Yinxiao couldn't slow down at all. She had been honking for a long time and was almost dying of thirst. So the moment he took the water, he tilted his head back and drank most of it. But soon, she realized something was wrong. Bitter. So bitter. It's so bitter that it's hard to describe. Ren Yinxiao wanted to vomit on the spot. What's wrong? Are you not used to drinking it? Ling Yu asked. Shu Mu cooperated with her and deliberately stood in front of Ren Yinxiao. Ren Yinxiao wanted to vomit but didn't dare to. The person in front of her was President Guang Yan's assistant. If she vomited on him, the consequences would be unimaginable. She had no choice but to swallow it down and laugh dryly, It's okay, it's okay. Ren Yinxiao didn't think much about it. She just thought it was the peculiar taste of rich people. After all, in her opinion, coffee was quite bitter. Of course, this tea is thousands of times more bitter than coffee. Ling Yu looked at the half-empty cup and said, Why don't you finish it? Do you still dislike the scented tea in it? No. Ren Yinxiao had no choice but to drink up the rest. Immediately, her expression began to distort, as if she had eaten the sourest lemon in the world. She endured the discomfort, returned the cup to Shumu, and said, "Boss Ling, I'll continue." "Wait a minute, I'm a little curious why you appeared in light years. Are you here to discuss business?" "Yes, I am the secretary of the general manager of Mingliang Daily Chemical Products Company. My name is Ren Yinqiao. I came to your company today to discuss business." "I didn't expect this to happen." Ling Yu interrupted her and said, "No need to talk about the rest. What I'm going to talk about next is still about your husband." "That's not necessary. I have collected enough evidence." "Evidence? What evidence?" Ren Yinqiao was a little confused. "Of course it's evidence that you framed my husband." Ren Yinqiao was horrified. "Discovered? It shouldn't be like this. She performed so perfectly, there shouldn't be any flaws." Ren Yinqiao continued to be stubborn and said, "It's unfair. Mr. Ling, I really didn't frame your husband. He did have bad intentions towards me. Look at my clothes and the wounds here from his kicks. They can prove that I didn't lie. My husband is right. It's a waste of your talent that you didn't study acting." Ling Yu said this and pressed the remote control in his hand. The surveillance footage was played on the display on the wall. The scene was none other than Fang Heng's office. From the moment Ren Yinqiao entered the door until Shumu and the security guard arrived, the sounds and images were recorded clearly. This scene stunned everyone present except Ling Yu. The most surprised person was Fang Heng. "There are surveillance cameras in his office. Is that so outrageous?" "Fortunately, I didn't do anything weird, otherwise I would have been broadcasting live in front of Ling Yu." Ling Yu said, "Ren Yinqiao is right, the evidence is all here, what else do you have to say now?" Ren Yinqiao took a step back and looked at Ling Yu with eyes filled with surprise and fear. I saw her hesitating for a long time. Ling Yu said again, "It seems that you have nothing to say." Then she put away the camera on the desk and handed it to Shumu. "Edit the surveillance footage and hand this over to the Ministry of Justice, and sue Ms. Ren Yinqiao directly." "Okay. Also, notify others to terminate any cooperation with Mingliang Daily Chemicals Company, blacklist the company, and synchronize the information with business partners." "Clear." Shumu immediately started to handle the matter, and when he passed by Ren Yinqiao, he glanced at her with contempt. Ren Yinqiao was completely dumbfounded. Not to mention how to deal with the upcoming lawsuit, she simply cannot afford the possibility of her company being blacklisted by Guanyin. She fell to her knees with a plop and said tremblingly, I'm sorry, President Ling, I shouldn't have done this. Please give me a chance, I know I was wrong." Ling Yu snorted coldly, "Do you think it's too late to admit your mistake now? Dare to frame my man, this is the price you must pay." At the same time, the office door opened from the outside. Ma Shun, the head of the security department, led a group of security guards into the building. Ren Yinqiao knew that she didn't have much time left. If she didn't do something, it would be too late. Therefore, she placed all her hopes on Fang Heng. Chapter 33 The CEO is his woman. Ren Yinqiao got up and rushed to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, help me. If this continues, I might die." "Why should I help you?" Fang Heng sneered. "If there is no evidence, even if he is innocent, he will definitely be criticized in the future. Ren Yinqiao is a vicious person. She doesn't feel guilty about his mistakes, but she regrets that her plan was not careful enough and revealed a flaw. I am Lily's best friend. For the sake of our relationship, please help me. You are the only one who can save me. You can't harm me, but you want me to help you when something happens. What do you think of me?" I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment. Just give me a hand and I'll do anything for you in the future." "Come on, even if you tell this to a dog, I'm afraid the dog won't believe it." Seeing Fang Heng's firm attitude, Ren Yinqiao was completely panicked. "Fang Heng, you can't do this, you really have to help me." Ling Yu said, "Take the person away." "Got it." Ma Shun nodded in understanding. A group of security guards immediately rushed over, grabbed Ren Yinqiao and dragged her out. Ren Yinqiao struggled and shouted at Fang Heng. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were torn to shreds, she looked like a mad woman. Ren Yinqiao was unwilling to give up this last remaining hope, but Fang Heng remained indifferent until the person was dragged out of the door. In the corridor, Ma Shun walked in front, with a line of security guards behind him dragging the screaming Ren Yinqiao. One of the security guards was the doorman who had stopped Fang Heng before. He moved closer to Ma Shun and said, "Manager Ma, it seems that Mr. Fang and the president have a very special relationship." As he said this, he secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, I didn't make Fang Heng angry at the beginning, otherwise I would be in trouble. Ma Shun said, "Shut up and don't talk nonsense here." "Yes, yes." On their way to the elevator, the two security guards stood up immediately when they saw Ma Shun. "Hello, Manager Ma." Ma Shun stopped, pointed at their noses one by one, and angrily said, "How on earth do you two good-for-nothings guard the personnel?" The two were the security guards who had just heard the call for help and rushed to the secretary's office with Xu Mu. When he saw Ren Nianqiao at this moment, he immediately realized that he had caused a big disaster. The woman gave Secretary Fang's name, so we let her go. "You guys don't have any brains, do you? Do you know that it's because of you that Mr. Fang was framed?" In other words, what this woman said about being molested was false. "Nonsense, do you think Mr. Fang would do such a thing?" The two security guards looked at each other and could only greet Ren Nianqiao's family in their hearts. "All of you get out, you stay here. I'm warning you, if something like this happens again, don't blame me, Ma Shun, for being ruthless." No one dared to speak. Different from those small companies, in such a huge company like Lightyear, Ma Shun is qualified to be the head of the security department, and his identity and background are self-evident. A pot-bellied man rushed to the Lightyear's gate in a hurry. The man's name is Wu Dazhuang, and he is the general manager of Mingliang Daily Chemical Products Company. At this time, he saw his secretary Ren Nianqiao being thrown out. He immediately rushed forward and slapped Ren Nianqiao. This scene made Ma Shun and others stunned. Wu Dazhuang said angrily, "You bitch, I asked you to come to discuss business, but you blacklisted the company. Do you want to kill me?" He was well aware of Lightyear's power in Los Angeles. Once the company was blacklisted by him, it would be difficult to do anything in the future, and bankruptcy would be a matter of time. Ren Nianqiao covered her face and said aggrievedly, "Boss Wu, I don't want to do that either." Without saying anything, Wu Dazhuang slapped Ren Nianqiao hard in the face again. "You don't want to do it, but it has already happened. When you get back, I will kill you." Wu Dazhuang cursed and temporarily put Ren Nianqiao aside. Then, he walked up to Ma Shun, handed him a cigarette, and said with a smile, "Brother, can you give me a favor? I want to go in and talk to your president." Ma Shun was speechless. Two security guards on the side first knocked away the cigarette, and then each of them pushed Wu Dazhuang back. They were the two security guards who had just been scolded because of Ren Nianqiao. Naturally, he took his anger out on Wu Dazhuang. "Who do you think you are to deserve our supervisor's respect? Do you know how big a mess your people have made?" Wu Dazhuang looked embarrassed. He was a big shot in the company, but when he came here and was bullied by two young security guards, he didn't even dare to fart. Ma Shun finally said, "Pick up the cigarette." "Good." Wu Dazhuang thought Ma Shun was ordering him, so he hurriedly bent down to pick up the cigarette, but was beaten to it by two security guards, which made him even more embarrassed. "Remember, this isn't the past, don't be so rude to others next time." Ma Shun instructed the two security guards, then took the cigarette and handed it to Wu Dazhuang. He then said calmly, "Your people have angered the president and Mr. Fang. If I give you face, I will suffer with you." Although Wu Dazhuang didn't know who the Mr. Fang that Ma Shun mentioned was. But obviously this is also an existence that he cannot afford to provoke. He took a deep breath, knowing that there was nothing he could do. So he nodded and bowed to Ma Shun, turned around, grabbed Ren Nianqiao's hair, and forcibly dragged her towards the car parked on the side of the road. "Mr. Wu, don't do this, it hurts." "Fuck, you feel the pain now, but why didn't you feel the pain when you were causing trouble?" Ren Nianqiao was speechless. She had never expected that Fang Heng was not only a rich young man, but also so powerful that even President Guanyan was his woman. The other side. President's office. Fang Heng asked curiously, "When was the surveillance camera installed in my office?" "It wasn't installed recently. If you mind, I'll have someone take it down right now." "Forget it, keep it." If it had been before, Fang Heng would definitely have demolished it. But after what happened just now, he felt that it was a good idea to keep it, otherwise some things would be hard to explain. "Don't worry, I'm the only one who has the authority to view the surveillance in this area." Although this sentence is normal, Fang Heng still feels a little weird. But there is really nothing to worry about. He usually just takes it easy. If Ling Yu wants to watch, he can watch. It doesn't matter. Fang Heng turned his attention to the scented tea on the desk. By the way, what does this taste like? I just saw Ren Yanqiao drink it and she looked like she was in pain. It's actually okay. Maybe she's not used to it. Do you want to try it? Really? You're not kidding me, are you? He couldn't help but doubt the truthfulness of Ling Yu's words. Think back, when have I ever lied to you? Fang Heng thought about it carefully. Ling Yu had indeed never lied to him once during this period of time. Okay, let me try what it tastes like. Okay, I'll make it for you myself. Chapter 34 Bad Woman. Ling Yu took a cup of water and put the scented tea in it. After soaking it, she handed it to Fang Heng. Give. Fang Heng took the cup and asked, Are you really not fooling me? You don't believe me? That's not the case. I just have a bad feeling. You'll know if you try it. Okay. Fang Heng finally couldn't resist his curiosity and took a sip of the brewed scented tea. As soon as I took a sip, a bitter taste spread. He vomited it out immediately. Oh shit. Fell into a trap. Why is it so bitter? Ling Yu suddenly laughed, and her smile was brighter than before. Fang Heng, you are so easy to deceive. Fang Heng was speechless and even began to admire Ren Yanqiao. She actually gulped down this bitter-scented tea. No wonder her expression was so distorted before. Fang Heng said, Bad woman, I am not easy to deceive. This is out of trust in you. From this moment on, the bridge of trust between us has begun to crack. Ling Yu gradually stopped smiling and said, Then what should I do to get back to normal? Unless you take a sip too. Okay, I'll drink it. You really want to drink? Fang Heng was just talking, he didn't expect Ling Yu to really agree. Of course, just consider it as my punishment. I shouldn't have teased you. It's okay if you don't drink. I'd better drink it. As he spoke, Ling Yu took the cup of water from Fang Heng and slowly brought it to his mouth. Her thin pink lips touched the rim of the cup, and Ling Yu tried to take a sip. But after just one mouthful, her pretty eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and she choked and started coughing, covering her chest. It's really hard. You've drunk it before, why do you look a little surprised? It was Shumu who tasted it for me before. This is the first time I've experienced this flavor. From this point of view, it can be regarded as harming others and yourself. Yes, if I had known, I would not have teased you. It made us suffer together. Har har. Looking at her slightly resentful expression, Fang Heng couldn't help but laugh. Ling Yu was slightly startled. This was the first time she saw Fang Heng smile so happily after many years. After Fang Heng left the office, Ling Yu was just about to pour the floral tea in the cup. However, when she saw the rim of the cup, she suddenly thought of something. Fang Heng just took a sip from this cup. And she then took a sip as well. Isn't this an indirect kiss? As soon as Shumu entered the room, he saw Ling Yu looking dazed and asked, Boss, what's wrong with you? Ling Yu reacted as if he was caught doing something bad. She said in a slightly flustered tone, No. It's okay. Shumu tactfully did not ask any more questions, but his inner thoughts were already playing out like an Oscar. She was gone for so long. What exactly did this newlywed couple do in the office? Could it be that? Oh my god, this is crazy. Shumu thought about it and subconsciously closed his legs, even his face turned red. Seeing this, Ling Yu, who had just adjusted his mood, was a little confused and asked, Assistant Shu, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Shumu shook his head. Question mark. It's almost time to get off work. Fang Heng drove his Mercedes-Benz G home in advance. Halfway through the journey, a car suddenly came out and forced him to stop. A man then got out of the car. The man was none other than Xiao Kangpeng, who had just resigned from Light Years. Xiao Kangpeng felt that it was completely hopeless to pursue Chen Shuai. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he hired someone to block Fang Heng here. Fang Heng discovered that the person who cut off the car was Xiao Kangpeng, and he immediately became furious. Xiao Kangpeng, are you sick? Xiao Kangpeng said, Fang Heng, I am sick because of you. If it weren't for you, Chen Shuai would be my girlfriend now. Fang Heng was so angry that he laughed and said, You don't have the ability to chase women, and you can blame me for it. If Chen Shui didn't have you in her heart, how could I have pursued her for so long without being able to catch up with her? Look for the reasons in yourself. If you understand this, maybe you were the one that Chen Shui confessed to at the promotion banquet that day. Fuck you, you are just making fun of me. If I were as handsome as you and as rich as you, would I have to go through so much trouble? Fang Heng shrugged and said, that's good. To put it bluntly, it's your own problem. If you don't want to improve yourself, what's the point of coming to trouble me? I'm happy to do that. Aren't you handsome? I'll beat you into a pig's head later and see if Chen Shui will still like you. Don't be like a clown. Go away. I don't have time to play around with you. Har har, Fang Heng, at this point, do you still think I'm joking with you? As he was speaking, a burly, dark-skinned man got out of the car. Xiao Kangpeng came up to him and said, Brother He, this is the guy. I'll leave the rest to you. Sun He often fights underground boxing and is well known in the underground world of Los Angeles. Xiao Kangpeng was attracted by these and believed that the other party could teach Fang Heng a lesson. Don't worry, now that the money is in place, I will naturally handle the matter clearly for you. Sun He stretched his muscles and glanced at Fang Heng, not taking him seriously at all. In his opinion, a guy like Fang Heng, who has delicate skin and tender flesh, is no different from a woman except that he is taller. Sun He said, Boy, if you know what's best for you, just let me beat you up. This will be more efficient for everyone. It's indeed efficient, but why can't you just let me beat you up? Fang Heng asked back. Sun He was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and then it was filled with ferocity. Okay. You're the first one who dares to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that just beating you up is not enough. I should tie you up and let my brothers play with you. It just so happens that they like your style. When Xiao Kangpeng heard this, he immediately clapped his hands and cheered. Just beating Fang Heng into a pig's head is certainly not enough to vent my anger. According to what Sun He said, Xiao Kangpeng felt that this move was ingenious just by imagining it. Maybe from now on, Fang Heng will be completely useless. Not to mention that Chen Shui doesn't like him, other women probably have no interest in him either. 6R, Brother He, why didn't I think of that? After the matter is done, I will give you another 100,000. It's a deal. That's a must. This is Fang Heng. I suddenly felt a chill. What a weird thing, he is a pure straight man. These two people really disgusted him, so without waiting for Sun He to rush over, Fang Heng took the initiative. So fast. Noticing Fang Heng's actions, Sun He immediately became alert and prepared to fight back. However, as soon as he raised his arm, Fang Heng pressed it down. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it up. It was as if the thing pressing down on his arm wasn't Fang Heng's hand, but a mountain. Chapter 35. Today is your end. With a snap. Sun He was slapped on the left cheek first. It's fine if you're just looking for trouble, but why are you so disgusting? Fang Heng said coldly. Sun He was about to speak when Fang Heng slapped him on the right cheek again. What me? You? Sun He wanted to say something else, but ended up hearing two loud claps. This time he got slapped on both sides of his face. You what? Xiao Kangpeng, who was standing aside, was stunned. Damn, what's going on? He paid someone to beat up Fang Heng, not to pay someone to be beaten up by Fang Heng. Brother He, why don't you fight back? Xiao Kangpeng asked. Sun He couldn't even speak, let alone fight back. Based on his many years of boxing experience, he knew that he had encountered a master and he would definitely not be the opponent on his own. The only correct choice is to take advantage of the opportunity to shake people. So Sun He just lay down. Now Xiao Kangpeng was even more confused. Damn, why are you still lying on the ground? Did I spend so much money just to scam you? Wouldn't it be more cost-effective and professional to just find an older man? Seeing that Sun He was pretending to be dead and refusing to resist, Fang Heng turned his attention to Xiao Kangpeng. Xiao Kangpeng realized the danger and immediately retreated slowly. But before he could take a few steps back, the car behind him blocked his retreat. What, you want to run away? Xiao Kangpeng waved his hands and laughed dryly. No, Fang Heng, let's talk it out. Speak nicely to your uncle. Fang Heng punched Xiao Kangpeng directly in the face. Xiao Kangpeng felt like his nose was about to break, and blood slowly flowed out of his nose. Please listen to my explanation. I really didn't mean it, he said anxiously. If you didn't mean it, then why did you find someone to stop me? Fang Heng asked with interest. Xiao Kanpeng's brain was working rapidly, and he said, I was just teasing you. You saw that the man I found doesn't know how to fight at all. Fang Heng raised his leg and kicked Sun He, who was lying on the ground. Hey, stop playing dead, this guy said you can't fight. As soon as these words came out, Sun He stood up suddenly as if he had come back to life. Who says he can't fight? Just because he can't beat Fang Heng doesn't mean he can't beat Xiao Kanpeng. Xiao Kanpeng was stunned and asked, Brother He, didn't you faint? Fang Heng provoked, he said you can't fight, why don't you show him your skills? Then I must prove my strength. Sun Hechong suddenly smiled at Xiao Kanpeng, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. Xiao Kanpeng leaned his back against the car body and said anxiously, Hey, what do you want to do? I am your employer. Isn't this inappropriate? There's nothing inappropriate about this. It's just a good opportunity for me to prove my strength to you. Don't be like this. It's okay, just bear with it. The words fell. Sun He also punched Xiao Kanpeng directly in the face. With a click. This time the bridge of his nose was really broken, and the unstoppable nosebleed flowed like a waterfall. TT. Hiss. Xiao Kanpeng groaned in pain. Fang Heng was amused. It was really interesting to watch dogs fight each other. The people Xiao Kanpeng invited were more severe than him. Fang Heng was just watching the fun and said, I feel like this isn't enough to fully prove your ability. Enough. Xiao Kanpeng shouted. Using him to prove one's strength, how can one resist this? Stop talking nonsense. If this gentleman says it's not enough, then it's not enough. Sun He said this and punched without hesitation. With a bang. The back of Xiao Kanpeng's head hit the car window, making a dull sound. He slowly collapsed to the ground, his consciousness becoming blurred. Now you know how powerful I am, right? Sun He said deliberately to Xiao Kanpeng, blinking his eyes at the same time. Sun He did this to send a signal to Xiao Kanpeng, meaning that he had called for help, so brother, please be patient. Xiao Kanpeng couldn't understand any of this. He thought Sun He was provoking him and was almost furious. He cursed, fuck you, I will definitely give you a bad review and file a complaint against you. Fang Heng joked, why are there so many bad reviews? How do you accept orders? Is this the legendary DD beating people? Between words. A group of vehicles came speeding, led by a Land Rover, followed closely by a number of Wuling Hongguang vehicles. The tires rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. As one car after another stopped, Sun He's expression changed in an instant. Now that all the people who shook hands are here, I can reveal my cards now. I'm going to stop pretending. Sun He pulled Xiao Kanpeng up with his hands and said, Brother, you have worked hard. I was just stalling for time. Xiao Kanpeng was a little confused, but he reacted quickly. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so scared. Xiao Kanpeng's eyes were filled with tears. Seeing so many people coming, he suddenly felt safe. If I told him, wouldn't he just run away? That's true. Xiao Kanpeng understood that Sun He had no choice but to do this, and it was hard for him, but as long as he could successfully take revenge on Fang Heng, it didn't matter. He glared at Fang Heng and said, You are completely finished now. Fang Heng smiled slightly, not panicking at all. He had long seen through Sun He's little tricks, but he didn't expose them just to have more fun watching. At the same time, a group of people walked towards the three people in a mighty manner. The leader was a bald man with a faint shoe print on his forehead. Sun He immediately greeted him with a smile and said, Boss, you're here. Hey, what's wrong with your face? Don't mention it. I was helping Master Shu with something and met a powerful guy. Even you are no match for him. Not only me, even Lao Mo is no match for that guy. How is this possible? Sun He was extremely shocked. Lao Mo was very skilled. Many masters, both above and below the ground, had been defeated by him. Even Lao Mo is no match for that man, so who exactly is that person the boss is talking about? The bald man said, Nothing is impossible. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's deal with the person you want to deal with first. Over there. Sun He pointed at Fang Heng's back. The bald man couldn't help but frown. Why does this look familiar? Returned to Fang Heng. Boy, you are indeed good at fighting, but you can't stand up to our numbers. Today is your end. Sun He pointed at the bald man and others and showed off his power. Xiao Kangpeng stepped forward to flatter him and asked, Brother He, may I ask who this person next to you is? This is my boss. Xiao Kangpeng immediately flattered, Hello, boss. However, he found that the bald man was in a daze, as if he had seen something strange, and he didn't react for a long time. Chapter 36, Why don't you admit your mistake to Mr. Fang? Xiao Kangpeng didn't think too much about it. After all, the boss is the boss. What if he could understand his words and actions? He just felt that Sun He's people had arrived, and Fang Heng was completely finished. There is such a huge group of people. No matter how powerful Fang Heng is, he can't fight against so many of them alone. Brother He, hurry up and do it. I've tolerated this guy for a long time. Xiao Kangpeng subconsciously touched the bridge of his nose, and immediately withdrew his hand in pain. Don't worry, my boss is here, and he will definitely get the job done for you, but more people will be mobilized, and you know about the money aspect, Sun He hinted. I understand, don't worry, money is not a problem. Xiao Kangpeng has gone crazy. If he doesn't have money, he can ask his old man for gold coins, but he will definitely deal with Fang Heng. Otherwise, he couldn't swallow this anger and felt that life was meaningless. That's all right. Sun He was also humiliated just now. Fang Heng slapped him quite a few times, so he must slap back. So he turned to look at Fang Heng and said, Do you remember how many times you slapped me just now? Fang Heng ignored Sun He and looked at the bald man. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that he met the bald man here again. Are you trying to persuade me to sell the cat again? Fang Heng asked. Cat? What cat? Sun He and Xiao Kangpeng were stunned. They didn't understand what Fang Heng meant by suddenly saying this. Xiao Kangpeng asked with a smile, Fang Heng, are you too scared and talking nonsense? But just as he finished speaking, Xiao Kangpeng was slapped in the face, and was knocked dizzy. He covered his face, looked at the bald man blankly, and said, Boss, why are you hitting me? I'm the one who hired Hige. Sun He continued, Yes, boss, he is the one who hired me, and the guy opposite is the one we need to deal with. With a snap, the bald man also slapped Sun He. Now Sun He also covered his face with his hands, looking confused. Boss, why did you hit me? The bald man shouted angrily, Shut up, you really want to kill me? Immediately afterwards, the bald man came up to Fang Heng and bowed. Mr. Fang, you misunderstood. Today we are not here to talk about cats. Even Lao Mo was no match for Fang Heng, and the bald man didn't even dare to provoke him. The key point is that Shu Kuan also issued an order, asking him to behave himself and not cause trouble during this period of time when he is running for the position of head of the family. So when facing Fang Heng, whom even Shu Kuan was a little afraid of, the bald man was naturally polite. Fang Heng said, Since it has nothing to do with the cat, if your people want to attack me, how are you going to solve it? Seeing this, Sun He and Xiao Kangpeng were completely stunned. All of a sudden, Sun He understood that Fang Heng might be the mysterious master who defeated Lao Mo as the bald man mentioned. Xiao Kangpeng was very shocked. What was going on? Wasn't this man Sun He's boss? Why was he so humble when seeing Fang Heng? At the same time, he had a bad feeling. The bald man said, Mr. Fang, leave it to me. I guarantee you a satisfactory result. Then start your show. Fang Heng crossed his arms across his chest, ready to start watching the show. Learn. The bald man turned around and immediately raised his hand to angrily slap Sun He. The sound was crackling, just like firecrackers. How dare you provoke Mr. Fang? Sun He felt very aggrieved, but dared not say a word. After all, Fang Heng's identity is there. He provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked today, and this is indeed the outcome he deserves. After the bald man beat Sun He, he forcibly dragged him in front of Fang Heng. Why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake to Mr. Fang? Sun He knelt on the ground, trembling, and said, Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. I was blind. I hope you can forgive me and not bother with a dog like me. Well, your attitude is quite sincere. So how do we solve the remaining problem? Fang Heng nodded and looked at Xiao Kangpeng. Don't worry, Mr. Fang, I promise to make this guy realize his mistake. He actually paid me to cause trouble for you. He must be tired of living. Sun He stood up and wanted to redeem himself for meritorious service, and now Xiao Kangpeng seemed to have become a trophy. Seeing that the situation is not good, Xiao Kangpeng ran away without saying a word. He should never have thought of causing trouble for Fang Heng today. Not only did he not gain any advantage, but he also lost money and got beaten. Someone, catch him. A group of people rushed forward and captured Xiao Kangpeng. Run! Do you think you can run away? Sun He said. Xiao Kangpeng struggled and said, Brother He, you can't do this to me. I paid you to do this. It's totally unreasonable. How dare you say that? I was almost screwed by you, don't you know? Sun He cursed and immediately started to order the people around him. You guys, loosen up his muscles first. Yes. Xiao Kangpeng was pushed to the ground, and several people kicked him rudely as if they were playing football. He held his head and yelled, You are a bunch of sons of bitches, you have no credibility at all. I spent money, and you turned around and beat me, your employer. Hey, you still dare to curse me, you guys haven't eaten yet, work harder. Sun He didn't want to ruin his reputation, but Fang Heng's identity was not ordinary. If he doesn't do this, he will be the one in trouble. Soon, Xiao Kangpeng was beaten to death, and kept mumbling words for mercy. The bald man asked, Mr. Fang, what do you think of this? It's not enough. Fang Heng said. The bald man gasped, This is not enough. I remember, do any of your men like men? Oh, yes. Mentioning this, the bald man felt a little embarrassed, and at the same time he couldn't understand how Fang Heng knew about it. Then give them both. The bald man was stunned for a moment and said, Everything is according to your instructions. Xiao Kangpeng, who was originally dying, suddenly began to struggle violently. No, don't. Sun He was naturally not in a better condition and knelt down in front of Fang Heng again. Mr. Fang, please let me go. You were the one who came up with the idea first. Of course, you two should enjoy it together. Don't. Although the bald man felt sorry for it, he still ordered his men to control Sun He as well. Immediately, several strong men with mysterious smiles carried the two people to the car. Sun He and Xiao Kangpeng cried out to heaven and earth for help, but no one answered their calls. They were extremely regretful at this moment. Fang Heng naturally didn't bother to appreciate what happened next. Bye. Farewell, Mr. Fang. As everyone waved and watched, Fang Heng boarded the Mercedes-Benz G and drove away in style. The bald man breathed a sigh of relief and said, Damn it, I finally got rid of this ancestor. A younger brother suddenly came up and suggested, Boss, since Mr. Fang has been sent away, why don't we release Brother He? The bald man jumped up and slapped him on the forehead, saying, Do you know if he has a backup plan? If something happens, can you bear the responsibility? I was speechless. Even the bald man had to kowtow in front of Fang Heng. How could a small follower like him count for anything? Chapter 37 A Little Hot. Junyuan. Villa Courtyard. The sun is shining on the pool water and Ling Yu is swimming in the pool. Fang Heng got out of the car, sat down under the parasol, and admired Ling Yu's swimming figure. Everything seemed normal, but as he watched, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. The rolling water splashes seemed to become waves in an instant. The scene of my father being drowned by the sea water appeared before my eyes again like a nightmare. Fang Heng. Why don't you speak? Are you feeling unwell? Fang Heng came back to his senses. He saw Ling Yu standing in front of him, looking at him with concern. Fang Heng controlled his shaking hands and said, I was just lost in thought. Are you really all right? It's okay. Fang Heng shook his head. Ling Yu's frowning brows gradually relaxed. She sat down on the chair next to her, crossed her beautiful legs, picked up the cup and drank some water. You left so early, how come you came back later than me? I met a former colleague from the sales department halfway through the trip, we chatted for a while, and then we compared notes with each other. Ling Yu didn't think much about it, thinking that the two were just having a friendly exchange. She put down the cup and said, Yun Luo told me before that she saw someone causing trouble for you. Is it because of the cat? Fang Heng pointed to his head and said, There might be something wrong with that group of people. They insisted on buying our dumplings and were even willing to pay dozens of times the price. It's a bit strange indeed. But the matter has been resolved. They shouldn't trouble me again in the future. It should have been resolved with fists and feet. Yun Luo also told me that you are quite skilled. She, a black belt in Taekwondo, was no match for you, and you even kicked her. Why does this sister-in-law tell tales about everything? Fang Heng said. Yun Luo showed mercy. I didn't know her true identity at the time, so I was a little heavy-handed. It's okay, I'll beat her up. When she was little, I could still control her, but now I'm no match for her. From now on, I'll rely on you to help me deal with her. At the same time, Ling family. Inside a manor villa. Ling Yun Luo, who was playing games, suddenly sneezed. A beautiful woman with lingering charm put the fruit on the coffee table. Yun Luo, do you have a cold? No, I guess it was because my stinky sister said something bad about me. Girl, your sister should be off work now. She lives alone, who can she tell bad things about you to? Yarn Shulan asked tentatively. She. Seeing his father Ling Qianrui walk in with a stern face, Ling Yunluo didn't bother to say anything and hurriedly ran back to the room with his cell phone in his hands. Yarn Shulan looked at Ling Qianrui and said helplessly, can't you control your bad temper? Now the children treat you as a plague when they see you. The other side. Ling Yu stood up from the chair and asked, do you want to go in the water and swim with me for a while now? Didn't you say you would teach me how to swim on the weekends? I won't teach you today. I'm just letting you get familiar with the water first. Fang Heng looked at the water in the pool and subconsciously felt resistance. No, let's wait until the weekend. Good. Ling Yu did not force it. She turned around and walked to the edge of the swimming pool. She turned her back to Fang Heng and slowly bent down to prepare to dive. The swimsuit fit her proud curves well as the delicate posture, made Fang Heng's heart skip a beat. With a plop, Ling Yu jumped into the water. Fang Heng drank several glasses of water in a row. Ling Yu floated to the surface, took off his goggles, and asked, why did you suddenly drink so much water? It's a bit hot. The temperature is quite high today. Why don't you go in and turn on the air conditioner first? Fang Heng was about to get up and go back to his room when he received a call from his uncle Fang Dehui. Xiao Heng, are you free now? Fang Heng sensed something strange from Fang Dehui's tone. Uncle, if you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Fang Dehui then slowly said, the thing is, Yulong made a mistake due to negligence at work, causing huge losses to the factory. Maybe even if the family's garage is sold, they can't afford the compensation. Uncle really has no choice. After his father passed away, it was his uncle who raised Fang Heng until he grew up. Now that the other party is in trouble, it is inevitable that he will lend a helping hand. So Fang Heng said, send me the address and I'll rush over right away. It has been sent. Don't be anxious. Drive slowly on the road. Fang Dehui reminded. New. Before ending the call, Fang Heng could vaguely hear the voices of Zhao Fang and Fang Yulong. Seeing Fang Heng preparing to drive out, Ling Yu surfaced again. Something happened at home, and I need to go and take care of it. You don't have to wait for me to come back for dinner. Fang Heng said. Ling Yu said, I'll wait for you. If you can't solve it, remember to call me. Fang Heng was slightly startled. This simple sentence from the woman gave him a great sense of security. Good. Immediately afterwards, Fang Heng stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the courtyard. At the gate of Kangtai Garment Factory, Fang Dehui and his family of 3 were waiting anxiously. Fang Yulong said, Dad, can Fang Heng really help me? Fang Dehui smoked in silence. Xiao Heng works at light years and comes into contact with many important people every day. He might be able to help us. Zhao Fang said. Mom, do you believe what I said? Now that things have come to this, what can we do? It's all your fault, you bastard son of a bitch. If this matter can't be resolved, your father and I won't live anymore. Zhao Fang said while crying. Fang Dehui finally said, if you want to die, die by yourself, don't drag me with you. Zhao Fang was stunned for a moment, and then cried even louder. Crying was not enough, she also sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Do you think I really want to die? I'm saying this just to teach Yulong a lesson. Neither you nor your son ever makes me worry. I'm so unlucky to marry into the Fang family. Fang Dehui had no idea how many years he had heard these words, and his ears were almost calloused. He simply ignored Zhao Fang and squatted aside to continue smoking. Not far away, the guard in the message room couldn't stand it anymore and closed the window while cursing. At this time, seeing the factory director Han Kangtai and a beautiful woman walking towards here together, he hurriedly opened the remote-controlled iron gate. Their high heels made a tapping sound as they stepped on the ground. A beautiful woman in a tight skirt walked in front, with a look of displeasure on her face. The elderly Han Kangtai followed closely behind, smiling and trying to please the other party, his facial muscles almost stiff. "Boss Shan, it's my fault for hiring the wrong people. Please give our factory one last chance." Wang Maishan stopped and said coldly, "Director Han, this is our first cooperation, and your people can make such a low-level mistake. I don't feel valued at all. How can I feel at ease to give you the rest of the orders?" "Boss Shan, you misunderstood. Our entire factory really values this cooperation." "I don't feel that at all. If your factory really values this cooperation, then such a low-level mistake would not have happened." Chapter 38. Now there is something interesting. Wang Maishan owns the largest clothing company in Los Angeles and has many clothing processing factories under her control. This time, due to the large amount of business, we are thinking of cooperating with other clothing factories. For the major garment factories in Los Angeles, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once they climbed onto the high branch of Maishan Company, they would be able to soar to the sky. Many garment factories racked their brains and used their best skills to win the favor of Maishan Company. Han Kangtai finally fought his way through the siege and won this cooperation, and was fantasizing about the prosperous future of his clothing factory. Then came the bad news. Fang Yulong, the team leader in charge of the assembly line, was negligent, resulting in the first batch of clothing failing to meet the specified requirements. After receiving the batch of clothing, Wang Maishan was furious. She went to the company's door and bluntly stated that she wanted to terminate the cooperation and made a huge claim. At this time, facing the aggressive Wang Maishan, Han Kangtai was speechless. He was worrying about how to calm Wang Maishan's anger. Turn around and take a look. The culprit that caused this incident was discovered. "Boss Shan, please wait a moment." After Han Kangtai finished speaking, he immediately started walking towards Fang Yulong. Waited in front of the three people. Fang Yulong recognized Han Kangtai at a glance, but before he could say anything, he was grabbed by the ear by the other party. Seeing an old man suddenly grabbing his son's ears, Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang reacted and immediately became unhappy. "Stop, who are you? Why are you pulling my son's ears? If you don't let go, I will be rude to you." Han Kangtai said angrily, "I am the director of this factory. Your son has caused such a big disaster, can't I deal with him?" Hearing this, the couple was suddenly silent. My son did indeed cause trouble. Even if Han Kangtai beat Fang Yulong in front of them, let alone pulling their ears, they would not dare to say anything more. "Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. This is all my own fault," Fang Yulong said. No matter what, Fang Yulong is their own flesh and blood. It would be a lie to say they didn't feel sorry for him when they saw him being treated like this. But at this point, Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang could only give up reluctantly. "Shut up and come with me to apologize to President Shan first." In this way, Fang Yulong was pulled by the ear by Han Kangtai all the way until he stood in front of Wang Maishan. "Director Han, what do you mean?" Han Kangtai let go of Fang Yulong, changed his previous expression, and smiled ingratiatingly again. "Boss Shan, this is Fang Yulong, the team leader in charge of the assembly line at that time." Then, Han Kangtai scolded Fang Yulong again, "Why don't you apologize to President Shan?" Facing the imposing aura of Wang Maishan, Fang Yulong trembled. "Boss Shan, this is all my personal negligence. I'm really sorry. I can leave it to you to deal with." Han Kangtai said, "What's the point of just talking if you don't put it into action?" Fang Yulong understood and immediately bent down and bowed deeply to Wang Maishan. Han Kangtai followed suit and bowed as well. He thought this would calm Wang Maishan down. Unexpectedly, Wang Maishan became even angrier, her face looking cold. "Director Han, do you think this will work?" Han Kangtai pleaded, "Boss Shan, for this cooperation, our entire factory has been working so hard that we have no appetite or desire. Please give us a chance to correct our mistakes." Wang Maishan snorted coldly, "With me, there is only one chance, and you just don't know how to cherish it. Ms. Shan. Director Han, there's no need to say more. If you continue to pester me, I will not be polite. Hearing Wang Maishan say this, Han Kantai shuddered with fear and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Maishan Company has great influence in Los Angeles and has many business partners. If he really angered the other party and united them to target him, it would be a question whether Kangtai Garment Factory could continue to operate in the future. Just like that, the two of them could only watch Wang Maishan walk away. Han Kangtai was so angry that his chest ached. Fang Yulong hurriedly supported him and said, "Director, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's useless to say these things now. If you had been more careful at that time, you wouldn't have done this. I have wasted my trust in you." Han Kangtai interrupted what Fang Yulong was about to say. "Don't explain. If Ms. Shan really pursues this matter, you will have to compensate for all the losses incurred." Fang Yulong was shocked. As expected, what was supposed to happen finally happened. "Director Han, you know my family's financial situation. I can't afford the compensation even if I sell myself. This is something you should consider. If you don't want to pay compensation, then you should find a way to save this cooperation. Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang are here." Just now, the couple watched from afar and realized that Wang Maishan should be the big boss their son was talking about. At this time, Wang Maishan passed by. Zhao Fang said, "Beautiful CEO, can you give my son another chance?" Wang Maishan ignored her and walked straight out. Zhao Fang was extremely embarrassed, but did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. Wang Maishan walked to her car and found a Mercedes-Benz G-Class coming towards her. The G-Class stopped in front of him and the window slowly rolled down. Wang Maishan was surprised to find that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Fang Heng. She couldn't help but be delighted. "Hey, handsome boy. Boss Shan, what a coincidence, are you here to do something? Don't mention it. It was a terrible thing. My company cooperated with this clothing factory, and something went wrong the first time." Wang Maishan asked again, "What about you, handsome boy? Why are you here instead of staying at home with Mr. Leng?" Fang Heng got out of the car and closed the door behind him. "I'm here to sort something out." "What are you trying to solve? Tell me, maybe I can help you." Fang Heng was about to speak. At this time Fang Yulong and Han Kangtai trotted up. When he arrived in front of Wang Maishan, Fang Yulong knelt down immediately. "Boss Shan, I kneel down to you and beg you to give our factory another chance." Han Kangtai burst into tears and pretended to kneel down, saying, "Boss Shan, I guarantee with my life that I will never make the same mistake again. I've already said it all just now, don't blame me for being angry." Wang Maishan said. Fang Dehui and Zhao Fang arrived late. Seeing their son kneeling on the ground, the couple's hearts were bleeding, but they could do nothing. When he saw Fang Heng next to Wang Maishan, Fang Dehui smiled bitterly and said, "Xiao Heng, you're here." Zhao Fang placed all her hopes on Fang Heng. "At this point, we can only try our best to save the situation. Xiao Heng, it's a good thing you're here. Please help persuade this beautiful CEO, otherwise our family will be finished." Fang Heng and Wang Maishan looked at each other and were both stunned for a moment. Zhao Fang said to Wang Maishan again, "Beautiful CEO, my nephew is the president of Guanyan or something, and I hope you can give him some face." Han Kangtai, who was standing by, was shocked. "What? President of Lightyear Corporation? There's hope. This is definitely going to be interesting." Chapter 39 Mr. Fang, please stop being modest. Wang Maishan never expected that Fang Heng knew the family of three in front of her, and the problem he came to solve happened to be related to her. She felt a little embarrassed for a moment, and said to Fang Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground, "You stand up first and talk." "No, Mr. Shan, if you don't agree to me, I won't get up." Fang Heng said, "You'd better get up and talk. It's not appropriate to talk like this." Wang Maishan agreed, "Yes, Xiao Shui, Mr. Fang is right, we can sit down and talk slowly." Hearing this, several people were stunned. Wang Maishan's call of Mr. Fang and her sudden change of attitude were enough to show that things had taken a turn for the better. Zhao Fang grabbed Fang Dehui's hand and said excitedly, "Husband, there is hope. Now our family is saved." Fang Dehui nodded, also feeling excited. He didn't expect that Fang Heng's identity would actually come in handy. Han Kangtai was shocked and subconsciously looked at Fang Heng. He didn't expect that the rumored president of Light Years would be so young. Fang Heng asked, Boss Sean, is there any room for negotiation on this matter? If there is any loss, I can compensate you. Those people couldn't help but hold their breath, waiting for Wang Meishan's next answer. Wang Meishan smiled and said, if it were someone else, I would definitely not give in. But since you asked me, I will definitely give you some face. Thank you. The family of three breathed a sigh of relief. Han Kangtai, who was already old, was so happy that he did a somersault. This scene stunned everyone. Wang Meishan said, Director Han, you are still as skilled as ever. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it, President Shan, can we continue our cooperation? Well, you should thank Mr. Fang. If it weren't for him, I would never give your factory a second chance. Thank you, President Shan, and thank you, President Fang. Han Kangtai bowed repeatedly to Wang Meishan and Fang Heng. Fang Yulong followed closely behind, and at this moment he was full of gratitude towards Fang Heng. At the same time, he finally let it go and accepted the fact that he was not as good as Fang Heng. Fang Heng felt helpless. Why is Mr. Fang here? He is just a small secretary in the president's office. Fang Heng did not correct Han Kangtai's address, but turned to talk to Wang Meishan about the issue of compensation. Wang Meishan hung up the phone. No need to compensate, let's just forget about it. Bring President Lin with you when you have time so we can get together again. Nana is urging me to go home again. Good. Several people were shocked again. Fang Heng's appearance not only calmed Wang Meishan's anger, but also eliminated the need for compensation. After Wang Meishan left, Han Kangtai immediately held his hand. Mr. Fang, although I have already expressed my gratitude, I still want to say thank you. If it weren't for you, our factory and Mr. Shan's cooperation would definitely not work, and we would have to pay a large sum of money. No need to call me Mr. Fang, I don't have such a high status. Hey, Mr. Fang, please stop being so modest. In Han Kangtai's opinion, even if Fang Heng is not the president of Lightyear, he is definitely not an ordinary person since Wang Meishan can give him face. No matter what, Fang Heng is the benefactor of Kangtai Garment Factory. From now on, Han Kangtai will not only worship him, but also tell everyone in the factory about his deeds. On the way back, Fang Heng was driving in the driver's seat, and the family of three was sitting in the back seat. Xiao Heng, thank you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been able to help you in any way over the years. Now I have to trouble you for help. Fang Dehui said. Fang Heng glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Uncle, don't say that. You took care of me until I grew up, which is the greatest favor to me. Zhao Fang said, this is not a favor, it's what we should do, Xiao Heng. It was your aunt who didn't understand things before, from now on I will treat you as my own son, you can come back anytime you want. Fang Yulong said, cousin, I was wrong all these years. I always wanted to compete with you and beat you, but now I am completely convinced. You are indeed better than me in every aspect. Fang Heng just smiled. When he saw the scabbed nail marks on Fang Dehui's face and the bruised and swollen scars on the mother and son's faces, he finally asked about the doubts in his heart. What's the matter with the wound on your face? I accidentally fell. The three of them looked at each other, all with embarrassed expressions. The reason for all this was the Mercedes-Benz G-Class that the people were riding in. After Fang Heng left that day, Zhao Fang insisted that it was Fang Dehui who paid for the car for Fang Heng, and Fang Yulong also agreed with this view. The drunk Fang Dehui naturally did not tolerate them, and a fight ensued, leading to the current situation. After calming down, they all thought it through and agreed that this Mercedes-Benz G-Class should belong to the company. After all, Fang Heng had just graduated and it was unlikely that he could come up with so much money to buy a car at once. The car soon arrived at the community where several people lived. Zhao Fang reached out and touched to the side, and felt as if something was poking her. He touched it and pulled out a green car license plate. Hey, who's this? Out of curiosity, Zhao Fang opened the driver's license. When she saw the registration information above, she was stunned for a moment, so much so that she didn't react until Fang Heng drove away. Fang Yulong waved his hand in front of her and asked, Mom, what's wrong with you? Zhao Fang grabbed her son's hand and said tremblingly, Yulong, let me tell you, that car just now. Fang Dehui frowned and asked, what's wrong with the car? That car belongs to Fang Heng. Is the car really Xiao Heng's? Fang Dehui asked in surprise. Mom, are you mistaken? Isn't that G-Class the company's car for Fang Heng? That's our guess. I just saw the car registration, and Xiaoheng's name is registered on it. Mom, are you dazzled? You damn kid, isn't my eyesight much better than yours? At this moment, the father and son were dumbfounded and finally believed this fact. At the same time, Fang Yulong received a call from Han Kangtai. Hello, Director Han, what's going on? Fang Yulong felt a little uneasy, worried that something might have gone wrong again. It's okay, Yulong, you should be home now, right? Fang Yulong was flattered by Han Kangtai's concern. Yes, just got home. Han Kangtai said with a smile, well, come to my office tomorrow when you go to work, and we'll have a good chat. I won't disturb your rest now. Okay. After ending the call, Fang Yulong told his parents what Han Kangtai had just said. Zhao Fang said happily, Yulong, you have to behave better in the future, okay? With Director Han's attitude, I'm afraid it won't be long before you get promoted again. Fang Dehui said unhappily, it's all thanks to Xiaoheng. That's right. After all, our Xiaoheng has made a name for himself. Fortunately, I had good vision and married him into your Fang family. Zhao Fang said with emotion. The father and son looked at each other, both speechless. Yulong, do you know who was the one who kept saying, marrying into your Fang family is really unlucky for 8 lifetimes? Dad, I don't know. Zhao Fang pushed them and said angrily, that's enough. Let's get up early tomorrow and go to the market. We must make sure that Xiaoheng's favorite ingredients are not out of stock at home.